don't know about blasphemy now.
But that is your fact. So we're trying to. This is why stop bringing soccer posts to a football game. Okay.
So will this my fact be considered as a blasphemy? Because a lot of people have been killed in Nigeria because of saying this.
If you listen to the question I asked the guy, last question, he said he has to be to God. He said, Muhammad, you cannot blaspheme against Muhammad. And that's it, but people have been said this in miscarriage of whatever. But let me play this video. Before we jump, we'll jump before further in a second. I speak the truth. I guess like food, bread, turkey, so many things. Yeah, we can. So we'll leave this and go and join that. That's fine. We'll come and join you in a second.
We're joining you now.
I just want to find out what you think of this. Yes.
So we are coming to Europe, of course.
Is there equality of faith? If we look to one hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, on the authority of Abu Hurairah, Sahih Muslim. So no Sunni Muslim can really argue against Sahih Muslim or Sahih Bukhari. Rasulullah said, don't greet the Jews and the Christians before they greet you, and when you meet any of them on the roads, force them to go on a narrow side. And Imam Malik said the same. In fact, Umar ibn Khattab, who Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said that if there was to be another Nabi after me, it would be Umar ibn Khattab in his own charter, not charter of United Nations, in his charter with the people of Sham, with those Christians of Sham, in his charter was Kafir and Muslim, they're not allowed to wear the same clothes as one another. If the Muslim, he comes out on the day of Eid and he sees Kafir with nice clothes, the Kafir has to take his clothes off and give it to the Muslims. The Kafir, when he walks inside the street, he has to wear a red belt around his neck, and he has to have his forehead shaved, and he has to wear two shoes which are different from one another. He's not allowed to walk on the pavement. He has to walk and he has to walk in the middle of the road, and he has to ride on a mule. And that's only for the adults, not for the children. And you can see how Islam would make the child become a Muslim. The child growing up in the state of Kufr, he will turn to Islam. Why? But the child who will be walking along with his dad. Say, Dad, why you got your forehead shaved? Why you gonna walk? Why can't you ride the animal like the Muslims did? Ride the animal like this. Why are you walking with both legs dangling on the side of the donkey? Why is it every time the Muslim comes to you, you ask for your clothes, you give it? Why is it every time he tells you to get down from the horse?
You see the tyrannic ingredients in Islam. You see the tyrannic ingredient in Islam. This is the religion, Arabic culture that was sold to our people, and our people are now embracing it, having sleepless nights because of this. Preach. You see?
I'm not sure who stopped it. I'm not sure. Someone stopped it. Yeah, let's go to the
Seventeenth, 2021. Violence erupted on Wednesday in Ilorin, Kwara State capital after the state government reopened 10 schools shut last month over the use of hijab by Muslim female students. The violence started after Christian officials of Baptist school Surulere disallowed the girls in hijab from gaining access into the school. This did not go down well, with Muslim parents leading to arguments and eventual clash. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, will be demanding the assets declaration forms of all bankers across the country. Addressing State House correspondents in Abuja, the chairman of the anti-graft agency, Abdulrashid Bauer, announced that bankers would be required to present the forms from June the 1st. Meanwhile, the Lagos state government has identified 88 healthcare facilities across the state where residents can
between government forces and militia groups in the capital Khartoum last year. The rebels, known as Rapid Support Forces, originated as an Arab tribal militia in the Darfur region. The area has a long history of ethnic conflict, culminating in the 2003 genocide. In June last year, the rebel forces made one of their first major gains, taking the garrison in Khartoum. What followed in the town and the nearby displacement camp in Kassab was a massacre. Many of the survivors fled to camps on the border of North Darfur and eastern Chad, from where our Africa correspondent Yusra Al-Bakhir sent this report. It contains video of an attack and its aftermath on unarmed civilians, and also mention of sexual violence.
These are the women demanding answers, forced out of their homes by militias in a national war devastating Sudan that echoes the Darfur genocide of 20 years ago. My 13-year-old daughter is still missing since the day we fled, she says. I have no mother, no brother. I can't find anyone. And these are the men that terrorized her hometown, declaring victory to the Arabs over lifeless bodies. Our investigation with Lighthouse Reports reveals this rare, unseen footage. Evidence of ethnically motivated atrocities against civilians by militiamen, promising to make them suffer. We've identified the victims in this video. 5 brothers dragged.
I don't want this to go on too much because it is going to get even more hairy. So this is what bothers me when our people talk about these things. Because when they say they are killing civilians, what they are basically saying they are killing Muslims, but because they are not Arabs. And that those people, they will pass for Fulanis. This same man that came, Perry, that came, will be the same people proselytizing the same religion, not knowing what comes after the religion. After you carry the religion, there is something else that comes with it. Arabization. They are wiping out black people from those countries. This is something that is happening right now. And our people don't want to open their eyes to see that this is something that you are actually weakening your own people against by subscribing to the same religion. And when these people were in that country now, they were Muslim doing the same thing that the others were doing, that the Arabs were doing. But when the Arabs came, did they see them as one? No, they didn't see them as one. They knew they were different. They knew, and they killed them for it. Kill Muslims for it. And what is the government doing? Well, do you see the Arab world being completely repulsed by this and say, well, how dare you go and kill Muslims? We will do everything to stop it. No. After all they want is turn Arab. When you turn Arab, then they come to the next country, make it Muslim, and turn that one Arab too. Just like they did to the entire North Africa. This is something that we have to start. And it's a serious, I think if there are very few situations I actually say it's a serious problem for us to deal with. Most of the Nigerian problems are easy. The one that is serious is the one where how do you have the people work together when they are so deeply ingrained in their religious beliefs? How do you get them to see that they are the same people, that they should work against the greater threat? That is the most difficult one. You can even get over the tribal one, but that religious one is very, very strong.
So you think
Sudan's
conflicts started as a result? Whoa, hold on, Kenny. So you think Sudan's conflict started as a result of religion? That's what you think?
No.
So you think the war they're fighting in Sudan is as a result of religion?
No.
Okay, so why do you keep making that pronouncement?
It has
because they are using it as a cover to do what they truly want to do.
It has religious undertone. The Southern Sudan is predominantly Christian.
We're talking about Sudan.
No, forefathers, the answer is that this fight in Sudan has religious undertone because the Southern Sudan is predominantly Christians.
Sudan,
while the North is predominantly
these are not Southern Sudan. This one is Northern Sudan.
Yes, there are still Christians. Forefathers, there are still some Christians in the northern Sudan, so they are trying to
No,
wipe
these
them
ones are
off.
Muslims.
No, it has
These ones are
nothing-
No,
Muslims. They are killing.
yes, there are Muslims, civilized Muslims, like the type of Rahman, the Prince Rahman that came here, his type, the educated ones that are civilized, they are wiping them off. They want everybody to be an extremist there. That is what is happening in Sudan.
All right, Kenny. So
Do you
this one
understand?
you're gonna,
So that is why forefathers said,
he's wrong.
forefathers,
Okay,
you see this kind of Islamic movement is the reason why some of us are afraid of continuing to live in the same country with these people. But
Kenny,
you guys are not going to understand it. It is earlier that we detach ourselves from these people. Let them keep their religion and
Detaching
practice
yourself
it.
is not going to solve the problem.
Kenny,
The question
It's
is how
solving
you are
it.
going to. You have to find a way
You
to
see why?
let
You
them
see
see
how
that they are the same people.
No. You see how they've crippled into Kwara State and taken over Kwara State. They are
Then why would they not do that country to country? It's the same thing.
No, they can't do that country to country. They
did
can't.
that to Egypt first. Now they are in
Can't do
Sudan.
it to Biafra. They can't do it to Biafra. They can't.
Is it okay?
So why haven't they done that in US?
They already made a
Why
Biafra
haven't they done that in US? As small as forefathers, as small as Poland, as small as Poland. Why haven't they done that in Poland, Germany, Sweden, Norway?
Strong nations.
Biafra is a strong nation.
This is the only
Biafra was that started in 1967. What are you
It's a
talking
strong
about?
nation.
Should I leave?
We can make our own whatever that you think of. We can make it.
See,
we
that
made
problem
it before.
still exists. Even within Biafra, they will come there and they'll still combat
They
Biafra.
can't.
If you don't confront the problem, you will still meet it.
We have Amadioha.
Amadioha is not. Biafra doesn't believe in Amadioha. Biafra, they think
we believe forefathers. We make all of them pregnant in a night. All of them.
Sorry. Speak the truth.
We use the on them.
You know that many Biafrans don't believe in what you believe in. They believe that they are Israelites.
Yes, let them believe. But at least we are tolerant. We are tolerant of each other, right?
No,
we tolerate one another.
No, you are not.
We tolerate one another.
Are we gonna have an intellectual conversation based on fact and evidence, or are we gonna have a clowning session based jocularly and we can just all act?
Okay, let's do that then.
So we just act like clowns. Is that fine?
No. Let's do intellectual based.
Okay, so if we were gonna have an intellectual discussion, the fun is good, but it's also imperative that we speak facts and we speak evidence. So you cannot just come on here and talk about Southern Sudan when they're not involved in the conflict. And then when we want to talk about, we say it's only Sudan, then you say, well, no, there's Christians there. The fight in Sudan is not about religion. It was about politics. It's about power. It's about economic downturn of Sudan. When in a nutshell, Bashir Omar wanted to make sure there would be no coups in this country. Okay? And then he elevated the Janjaweed and make them the RJF. The guy he put in charge, Hermit, turned against him. And that is basically, he ganged up with the head of the paramilitary. And this is what we have in Sudan. It has nothing to do with religion. So we can't come out here and.
So why are they killing the non-Arabs?
Well, there are no Sudanese themselves are not even Arabs. They're not Arabs. So what are we talking about?
What are you talking about? Why are the Arabs killing non-Arabs then?
Again, like I said, there are no Arabs in Sudan.
Then whom are the Arabs killing non-Arabs?
Forefathers, look up this. Look this up.
Did you get this?
The fight in Sudan.
Let me play it again so he understands. Maybe he doesn't know where
religion is very critical in the fight in Sudan.
He wants to have an
very critical. The Christian community in Sudan are crying for help. You guys are not understanding what is going on.
You want me to share it again where I got the information? I speak it to you. You want me to share the information? You are muted.
Now, forefathers, I went to
this is what I said.
Tahir Institute of Middle East Policy. This is what I found. They said, Sudan's Christian community has been targeted by both RFS and SAF since the beginning of Sudan war.
It's always been like that. And whenever they are fighting, they often target the non-Arabs the most.
May 9th, this report was given on May 9th, 2024.
Well, give him the link. Let's see what you're talking about.
Okay, I will share it in the comment section now because I don't know. Because I'm using
this is what we need to start doing.
Just look out the comment section right now. I will share it right now.
This is what I'll encourage.
Is there?
Yeah. They are targeting non-Arabs. This is something that they do. You want me to share the information again?
Do you think
but their media will turn the news upside down to deceive the people outside the world?
They call themselves Arab. I think I respect their right to self-distinction.
Oh, good. Call yourself.
I don't see them as Arab because many of them are very dark, but they call themselves Arab because hold on. Let me just say my piece. You see,
even Somalians call themselves Arabs.
Yeah, one of the things that they do is
look like an Arab to you.
Hold on, now. That's why they use rape as a weapon, because when they rape somebody, the person is born by this. If the person is born, as long as it's an Arab, somebody that claims to be Arab, that is the father, they will say the person is Arab. And the thing about Arab is that it's a very, very slippery thing. It could be, they could say it's cultural, but it could also be racial.
How can Arab be cultural?
That is why they will target Christian girls. They will target Christian girls, kidnap them.
It's a cultural thing.
And impregnate all of them. They will target Christian girls. It's happening in Nigeria.
That's what they do.
They will kidnap Christian girls and impregnate all of them and convert them to Islam. It's happening in Nigeria today.
I can play it to you again. It's from Sky News. This one is.
You want me to take evidence of something like that from Sky?
I shared.
Where would you prefer it
here right now?
The same Sky News that yesterday, the last hospital in Gaza.
No.
2 days.
What I shared is not from Sky. It's from the Tahrir Institute Institute for Middle East Policy.
Okay, good. I'll check that. So the same Sky that 2 days ago, the last hospital in Gaza was bombed. The doctors were shot in broad daylight.
I know.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. So the same Sky that the patients were led out and shot and stripped naked, some of them with IV on their arms, and Sky News told us that the IDF was evacuating people. This is the same Sky that you want us to take this kind of news from.
So
give me your source that you prefer, then I will go and seek it there so that you know this is something that is being covered by African news channels, not just this Western ones, African ones too.
What is being covered? Because remember,
the Sudan war.
Okay, so what aspect of the Sudan war?
They covered the fact that they are fighting each other, the generals are fighting each other, and they also covered the fact that the Arabs
are the fact that the generals are fighting each other when there was a coup speech. What we're actually arguing is the fact that Kenya is trying to say they are killing Christians in the Sudan war. They are the target. That is what
I'm not worrying about Christians right now. I'm talking about
the ones
worried about it. Can you just let me finish my statement, please? I'm not worried about the Christian ones. See, hold on. Christian and Arabs fighting each other is not new. The one that is new, that Muslims in Africa should, that is actually relevant to Muslims in Nigeria, is the fact that Arabs that are Muslims are killing black people that are Muslims because they are not Arabs.
You love to talk a lot more than Monterey. That's your problem. So Kenny, actually, which is what...
Why are you talking to him? It's not Kenny that brought the topic up.
Well, Kenny did bring it up. That was Kenny brought it up because Kenny made the...
Kenny is talking about South Sudan.
Kenny made the wrong pronouncement. You love to talk. So
okay, let's say he made the wrong pronouncement.
What was the wrong pronouncement that I made?
Pronouncement and mentioned South Sudan. Kenny, hold on. I'm trying to...
What was wrong with that?
You see why he likes to go after the one that is not substantiated?
No, I shared the news. Can you share the news on the screen?
I can't see.
Just make things up.
I can't see what you're
sharing.
News. Kenny.
I can't see it. What are you sharing? I can't see it in the private chat.
How we got to
I can't share in the private chat because I'm using my laptop to search for the news while I'm using my phone for this call, right? So I shared it in the comment section. Forefathers, please. I shared it in the comment section.
Let me check. Okay.
So
you see it there.
This is what Kenny said. Kenny started off by saying South Sudan. Both of us corrected them that this is not the beef between, this is not a war between North and South Sudan. This is only
I
about
say,
Sudan.
this is what I say.
Then, what you
The
said
the
then
fight
was
the
that
fight
the
on both
fight was
South and North Sudan has religious undertone. That
okay,
was like what I say.
but we're
Both the
not.
South and the North has religious undertone. That was what I say.
Kenny, you will have all day to
Mhm.
bash Islam. Just relax, okay? You will have all day
I'm
to
not
bash
bashing it.
Islam.
I'm exposing
It is
Islam.
okay. So
Two
this is
different things. Exposing and bashing are two different things.
all right. You will have all day to expose Islam. Just
Okay.
relax. All right. So you started up by talking about South Sudan, South Sudan, South Sudan. We corrected you and
No, no,
said,
no, 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 no. You did not correct me on anything.
all right,
I did
okay.
not start off
So
by
we
saying South Sudan.
said,
I said
okay, so
the
okay.
fight on both South and North Sudan has a
No, no,
religious
no, no,
undertone. That was what I
no,
said. So
no,
what
no,
did you correct me
no,
on?
no, no. You
Eh?
started off, Kenny. Is it okay if I speak, please? I don't want to play this
You
game
are
from
saying
the top.
something that I did not say.
All right,
This is
so
just a few minutes ago. You're making
let
things
me.
up.
People can rewind it. People can easily rewind this. You mentioned South
Okay.
Sudan. The discussion was not
Can we rewind it?
Kenny. You mentioned South Sudan. Let's not play this game,
I
please.
said yes.
Kenny,
Did you hear what I was just
is
saying?
it okay?
Is it that you can't hear me or what?
Let's
I
not
repeated
play.
what I said, and let me repeat it. I said that both the fight on North and South Sudan both has religious undertone. That was what I said.
Is it okay if I speak now?
No,
Yeah.
did you agree that this is what I said?
After we corrected you that the
No,
war
no,
we
no,
were
no.
talking
No,
about.
he
Did you
actually said
agree
that.
that
He
this is
actually
what
No,
I
he
said?
didn't. We talked
You
about
now said
when we
that this is
mentioned
what you said.
when we mentioned
You
you
said,
I speak the
actually
truth.
no
You are really being
oh,
disingenuous right now. You
no
are going
you
after a
oh Lord.
point that is not even the central point at all.
if you want to
You are
play
being
that game,
disingenuous right now.
good. I'm glad you can use that word. So
The
now
trust of the
you rewind
argument, you are not focusing on it.
because you guys are playing a little
Wow.
silly. You're playing a little silly game now.
The trust
You
of the argument
mentioned
is that Arabs are
is it
killing,
oh,
and I can't even believe you as a black person, you are sitting there trying to distract from that
is it
point.
is it okay if I land? If this is going to turn into a game like we just
If you want
pretend
to
that
if you want to call it a game, for you, if it's a game, let it be a game. If
forefathers
black people are being killed and you are here trying to distract the point away
we
from that, that
haven't
is very
no
shameful, I must
how
say.
did
All
I
because of religion.
how did I distract away from you can stop being
Because you are watching black people getting killed, and all you are
can
talking about is
you
semantics.
can you stop being childish and let
You
us
are talking about semantics. You are the one being childish and diabolical at the same time.
forefathers good I'm diabolical so just give me I'm going to keep insisting that you're going to let me talk. That's what you're going to do.
Okay, take
So
a minute to explain your
I've
point.
been trying to say the same thing for the last 5 minutes. Okay, it is obvious that both of y'all don't even understand what
Take a
is going
minute to
on.
explain your point
You
then.
stop interjecting me and let me finish. So it is very obvious that both of y'all do not even understand what is going on in this Sudan. Okay, because on one hand, you're saying you want to talk about the Arabs. On another hand, Kenny is telling us it is Christians that are being killed. And I said, no. I said that you actually said it was North Sudan. You made that pronouncement. It was you that said North Sudan. When I
Yes,
said no, it's not, exactly. So what do you mean I'm being disingenuous? He did not know what he was
because the
talking
point
about.
was just a
It's okay.
tangential
It's
point.
okay. It's okay. It's
The
okay.
entire, even the
It's
thrust of his
okay.
argument is actually correct.
Let me finish. All right. I know you love to talk more than you love to
Unbelievable.
moderate. We are not talking about. We were talking about. Then I started explaining how the RJF came into power with Bashir Omar and his commander and the paramilitary guy. This is where we have stopped. So if you guys want to say it is there's a Christian undertone, I said no, it is politics and was an economic downturn. We started with Bashir Omar trying to keep himself coup proof. It was not about religion in the first place. So if you guys want to now claim that it has religious undertones, it is your job now to show us how Christians are being targeted. You're saying Arabs, and he's saying Christians, and he's saying Somalians call themselves Arabs, and you guys are talking about Arabs being raping people in Somalia. Let's just stick to the topic and let's discuss the topic. It's okay to bash, Bash whatever you want to bash, but let's stick to the topic. Very simple.
Okay, thank you. So the topic is about whether are Sharia inevitable all across this in Nigeria. And I played a video regarding some of the tensions in Kwara State that has occurred. And we all know about the case of Deborah. And we know some of the things that have been going on, from the extremism to expansionist moves that have been made. Then I also played a video regarding the Sudan, which is quite pertinent to our people. In a way, it's a teachable moment to any Muslim that is black. That we watched, our history clearly shows that North Africa was Arabized. The few nations that were not Arabized are like Turkey and Iran. Most of the others in that region were practically Arabized. And the wave is still not stopped. The wave is still coming down south, and it's made its way into Sudan. And many Sudanese now consider themselves Arabs in Sudan. We like it or not, they consider themselves Arabs. And they are going out there attacking other black Muslims because they are not Arabs. That is pertinent, very critical information for any black person to understand. Because what that tells
you mean to say Somalia or North Sudan?
No, not Sudan itself.
Somalia mostly see themselves.
Can you tell the
Can you put your camera on? Can you put your camera on? Jide, you too. Where are you? You are missing in the image completely. You are very far from your.
My laptop is very far, so I will let you land.
You can always bring it close, buddy. Bring
and
it close.
And Jide too should be camera on.
Okay,
don't worry. I will let you.
Put me the box.
Yeah. All right.
Can I ask a question before we?
Sir, can you bring your camera close? Like, come on. Like, we can't.
Yeah, my laptop is the position.
You can carry it. You have a table in front of you, brother.
So what is going on? No, it's under the fan. So the where I'm at is hot. So I need.
We can't break the rules for those people, man. No, you got to.
No, you can see my face. You can.
No, I can't see your face. I'm nearsighted.
Can you see me better now?
No, I can't see you. Your camera, that is not
okay.
Your camera.
Can I ask my question then?
You can't, sir. We have to see your face.
No, okay. Let me just use my own discretion to allow him to ask his question, and you will need to fix your camera for if you are going to stay on. Please ask your question.
So, my first question is Niger, our neighbors, and Chad, Benin Republic, practicing Sharia law?
Interesting question. I'm not even sure about that. Let's find out.
No, and I want half of Turkey is in Europe to probably enlighten us.
I'm not going to enlighten you if you're going to be. Turkey, listen. I see you in the comment section. Okay, we're not going to play these games.
There's no game. You guys threw in a lot of lies.
Okay, so put your camera.
I couldn't just accept them.
Forefathers, have this guy put his camera. He's trying to hide, do the collider thing, disguising like a superhero. Come on, put your camera. Let's see your face. Back your work with your face.
I just told you.
But we can see him. We can see him. Let him just ask the question.
Can you see my face better now?
No worry.
I can't see your face.
If we all can see you, the whole world.
We can see him. Even the comment section are saying that we can see him.
This is what they do.
Everyone
they want to say these things, but they want to hide.
He has beer. He has beer.
And
this guy,
he's a handsome man. We can see him.
I speak it today. You are really being to visit us today. Jesus Christ. Because the topic is against what he stands for. He doesn't want it to carry on.
Forefathers, please moderate now. Forefathers, please.
Okay. Let's
get this guy is asking very important questions, please.
Yeah, please. That question is whether Niger and Chad are practicing Sharia law.
Who's that man, Tracy Jacobin? That man.
At least our neighbor, even Cameroon. Let's even look within the Sahel. How many of these guys are practicing Sharia?
None, my brother. None. Zero.
Exactly.
Wow, that's interesting,
So when
Sharia is not in Niger, that is crazy.
That we are doing it for our people. I'm from Oyo State.
That is crazy.
I
I have to give it to the French, man. They stuck their constitution to that country.
I've spoken to my families. I've spoken to our people. And everyone is saying no. So I don't understand why people that are not even from Oyo State are pushing the agenda. Even as it stands.
Didn't you say you had a question for me?
Pushing the agenda. Okay, I will listen to you. Let me learn. That are pushing even this agenda.
Crazy.
Let me tell you how this started. I was in the debate when all this started. 3 months ago, someone on X, Twitter, said that the Yorubas are sticking to their tradition more. We are not going to allow it. We are going to send our scholars to the West to teach them. Fast forward this month, it all started, the push for the agenda. So this stems from the historical Twitter message.
Sir,
and a
what is
plan
your question?
From the north. My question is Turkey practicing Sharia? Is our neighbors practicing Sharia? How many countries within the Sahel is practicing Sharia?
Okay, so is Turkey practicing Sharia? No, just like Kenny rightly said the last time we spoke, he told us that Turkey does not practice Sharia. Turkey does not practice Sharia.
How did they manage to convince Nigerians to even allow that to be there?
No,
that is crazy.
Forefathers. Okay.
Let's even stick to our
when
neighbors.
Niger and other neighboring states are not even doing
that
it.
That is not doing it.
What?
Benin's not doing it.
Okay, so it's okay, Ola. You're hiding your face. That's good. Just stay far.
I'm not hiding.
So
you can see my face.
We can't see. Put it close. If you're really confident in your questions,
my laptop.
Of course you can. That's why you pretended like it was your screen. Well, anyway, in any event, listen. What is this Sharia? All right, that everybody is for.
No. Let's stick to the
underlying
philosophy.
Sir.
No, I will go from the underlying philosophy first.
What do you mean? No, then you're telling
what
me.
What is the intent?
What is this guy talking about?
Okay, is our neighbors practicing Sharia?
So let me land.
Okay.
Don't give me your philosophy. I don't need it. So Turkey doesn't.
No, it's not my philosophy. What is the underlying philosophy for introducing Sharia? Maybe let's say that.
Ola. Can you try to let the other person land after you ask a
question? I'll give you S.
God. What is this Sharia? Turkey does not practice it. Like Kenny rightly said in our last discussion, our neighbors don't practice it. Why would they need to practice it? Why? Because they have a smattering of Muslims in their country. Now, for Nigeria or the places that practice it, even in Indonesia, Indonesia has the most Muslims in the world, okay? More than the Arab world. Over 200 million Muslims. Even they don't practice Sharia, at least not in its criminal implementation, except in a region or a province called Aceh, all right? This is what actually happens in Nigeria, not the Aceh explanation I'm giving you, but in places like the United Arab Emirates, in places like Kuwait, and what they're trying to do in Saudi Arabia. Sharia law exists in places like Owo, Ogbomoso, Ede, definitely, and it has existed, even in Lagos itself, it has existed for over 300 years. But not the criminal implementation with the North.
Can you give us the source
of
the existence of this law? You said over. Can you give us the source?
Sir,
before 1999 Constitution, no Sharia law existed in our laws.
Okay,
so
all right. Okay. Listen. Ola. This is what you're gonna do, okay? Take your emotions, right? If there's a basket or a trash can behind you, take your emotions and chuck it in there. What you should focus on right now is facts. All right? The fact is that Sharia has existed, like I just mentioned. I mentioned Lagos. You have the ISWAP, ISP actually. You have in Ede. I mentioned these places. Maybe you should make use of the pen that is next to you. Ede, Ogbomoso, places like that have had Sharia. In fact, Sharia has existed in southwestern Nigeria, what we know as southwestern Nigeria today, for over 300 years. All
In
right. So,
what
and this was,
law? No, you say over
and,
300 years.
and this was,
Nigeria itself has not existed
and
over
this
300
was,
years.
and
So
this
give me the
was,
law. Is it the
Ola,
1960 something constitution? No, we need to
Ola,
make reference.
it's okay for the other person to land. All right. And the only
Yeah,
way
but you
you're
are
going
taking
to,
your time now.
No,
It's a very simple
I
because
question.
I'm
Hold
taking
on,
my
no,
hold
let
on,
time,
me
hold
because
on.
it
Let's
is a
calm down. Let's
complex,
calm down. Let me
it is
ask the
a,
question again.
it
So
is a
you, I will
complex
wait for you to
subject.
answer it straight. Let's be straight with each other. The question was how, what is the underlying philosophy behind the need to introduce the Sharia law? So it's a very simple question.
What do you guys, you know what? This is what I'm going to do. Since it is obvious you guys just want to hear yourselves and you're not willing to listen to the other person, maybe I should let you guys just talk, go on a bashing spree and
No,
enjoy yourself.
no.
Because,
We are listening to you.
because
But you are
if
not
you say,
answering.
They
No, no.
asked you a
Maybe we should
you're
go
question.
not
on bashing spree
answering
because
me,
you are not
Remember, you said
talking.
that we are not
Maybe bashing
educated
spree
enough
is better.
about Islam. Educate us now.
exactly.
Educate
So,
us now, please. We are
okay,
waiting
so
for you.
if you let
We'll give
me,
you time.
if I keep
Educate us.
mentioning,
Why give him time? If
which
he's not going to answer it, then what's the point?
what am I not answering? You can
I ask you a
understand
straight
my
question. You spend a lot of time talking about other things.
big. I know you love to talk. Okay, so I don't know
You are the
what
one
you
that has been
don't.
doing all the talking.
I don't know. Yeah, because I'm explaining it from an Islamic point of view. So if you can give a better answer from an Islamic point of view, which I'm trying to tell him that Sharia has actually existed in for over 300 years, but you guys seem to be hard
Is
of.
that the underlying philosophy behind it?
He asked a question.
About the
Okay,
underlying
and he's
philosophy.
arguing. He's That's your question, and he's arguing that Sharia does not exist in Nigeria and has never existed because Nigeria has not been in existence for even 300 years.
no,
And
no.
I'm telling him,
I only said give me the source. If you said Sharia existed, what is the source? The current
you
Sharia,
know what,
I
you
can
guys
give
have
you the
fun, man. You
source.
guys are nuts. You guys have fun.
You
I'll
can't
listen
answer
to you
the
guys.
question.
Yeah,
No,
it's
answer
okay.
the question. We are waiting for you. That's
What
why
parts?
Tony
What
is
parts?
silent. He's not
What
talking.
parts?
I'm not talking.
What
And even the
parts?
person that asked the question is waiting for you to answer.
Well, he's obviously not listening. Either he's hard of hearing or comprehension is an issue. Because again, I will repeat and I will reiterate that Sharia, he's asking why Sharia is not in Benin
Allah, turn
Republic.
on your camera.
He's asking why
It
Sharia
went
is
silent.
not He's asking why Sharia is not in Benin Republic, why it's not in Togo, why it's not in Niger, and I'm explaining to you why it is not in these places, why it is in places like Indonesia, why the type that is being carried out in the United Arab Emirates, in Kuwait, and Oman, and those other countries in that region is what has been happening in southwestern Nigeria, parts of it for over 300 years. What part of that don't you guys understand?
Yeah,
Now,
so the
the
issue still remains. Sorry,
the
Kenny.
question
Tony has
Papa
to
has
say anything.
asked.
Kenny, hold on now. Kenny, he's not going to answer that one. Let's move on from that because the point I wanted to make was about this video that I was playing because this is very pertinent to our Muslims.
He's not going
In
to answer. What was the question going to be?
see
But
that
because
he
you want to
doesn't want me to
talk,
talk about it.
because
He doesn't
Kenny
want me to
had a
talk about it because
question.
every time I try to show this video and so that people understand what is going on, he just keep going on. Suddenly, want to answer
Am I a
questions.
magician that I know what video you want to show? Like
I
Kenny
want to
asked
show
his
the video of
question.
most this Arabs killing black people.
Can Kenny ask his question?
Can I, forefathers, can I say something? I've been listening for a while.
The question is very simple. What is the motive for this Sharia law implementation in Nigeria? Since we don't have it, in our among our proximate neighbors. So, what is the purpose? What is the intent What is the agenda of pushing for this Sharia law in Nigeria?
I wouldn't know. I'm not a politician. The best person that you should ask
But you
that, and
said
which
that I
I
was
think,
not educated enough to know about Sharia
Kenny, you
law.
asked me a question. It's okay. Let me answer.
Okay.
So I wouldn't know. The best person you should have asked, and which I believe you did, and which he answered you, was Dr. Perry.
Okay,
Dr. Perry
good.
already
Okay,
answered you
hold on.
that
Okay, hold on
question.
there. Since you have no answer to this question, will I be wrong to say that I am not going to accept the Sharia law since you don't know the answer? And Dr. Perry was here. He didn't know the answer either. So
No,
will I
Dr.
be wrong to
Perry.
say that I cannot accept this? Will I be wrong to say that the agenda is for Islamic expansion? The agenda is for dominance. Will I be wrong since you don't know? Will I be wrong to say, okay, this is what I think it is?
Well, first of all, that's a loaded question. So you cannot just say, would I be wrong? Then say, would I be wrong if I say it is for dominance? Because actually, even I can argue that, okay, well, I can see reason why you would say, well, maybe this really might be for dominance. All right. So that's one, it's a loaded question. But Dr. Perry already answered you, and that'll be up to them and the adherents of the Islamic faith and those that it would affect to say why.
Since you don't know the motive, can you then stop defending it then?
No, I'm not defending anything. What I am doing is I am correcting a lot of misconceptions that you guys are making.
And what is the misconception?
Well, like your fears and you making wrong pronouncements and you saying things that are actually not under the tenets of Sharia.
What was our fear?
Is it okay? Can I answer?
What was our fear?
Well, your fear is that there's going to be Islamization. They're going to rape your women.
Exactly what I said. I said, will I be wrong for saying that this is what I think the agenda is? Since you don't know the answer.
Let's try this again, Kenny. And when you said that, what was my answer to you?
You said you don't know.
No, I didn't only say I don't know. I said you asked a loaded question. I said if you only asked that would have been fine. Okay. But then when you brought up other aspects of it, I can probably see it from where you would say.
Now, what if I say that the agenda that is Sharia law of 18 is as useless as anything useless? Because we have Sharia law in Zamfara State. And since the adoption of Sharia law in Zamfara State, the only thing that I've seen them doing is to destroy alcohol sellers, to destroy alcohol, go against what they call it, anything that has to do with Christianity. For example, you cannot, which happened recently, you cannot sell food when the Muslims are fasting. The only thing that we see them done with the Sharia law is to amputate young Muslims. The only thing that we see them do, the only thing we see them do
you are
is to destroy.
Where I was taking it to.
Is to destroy women.
You know, this one they've answered it 1,000 times.
Yeah, and that is why.
Very big point.
And that is why we are saying, since that is what we've seen them done, and these things are wickedness. These things are not acceptable in our society. For that reason, Sharia law should be ended in Nigeria.
Like you are like them. You want to just combat them. That's why two of you are going the way you like it that way. But when I'm trying to open our people's eyes,
left for me,
problem,
give me the right tools. I will end this thing. You are just as bad as them, really. You are just as bad as them. What you just want is fight. And Oyibo will give you gun, you go and kill your own. Just like fight, because we can't negotiate anything with these people.
Move on. Let's move on. I'm not having.
The responsible of talk, he said something that was very wrong. The speaker, what are they calling it? The leader, the previous speaker, the guy, Dr. Perry. Is he Ali Perry or I don't? Dr. Perry I want to respond to what they said. They said that in Yoruba land there used to be Sharia law. That's a big lie. That's the biggest lie I've had in. That's the last big. That's the last.
What do you mean? But there were Muslims in Yoruba land now.
So let me explain. That's a lie. So this is what happened that time. During the time when we had our ancient civilization, right? Islam actually came to Yoruba land through trade, right? Through trade with the Arabs and North Africa. So as a result of that,
They were exchanging ideas, right? They were exchanging ideas, exchanging economic transaction and all that. So because when you trade with other groups of people, you also get in some language, some linguistics. So that's why if you speak Yoruba, for instance, as a Yoruba person, there's some of things we say, they are kind of Arabic. You understand? So some of our customary laws, due to the fact that we're trading with the Arabs and all that, we incorporated it into our customary law. But that does not mean that Yoruba as a civilization and Sharia law, that's a bloody lie.
Okay, so Jide,
and that was what.
Okay, Jide.
Let him finish now.
Let me finish now.
Allow him to finish. Allow him, please. Allow him to finish, please.
You have a
Jide, go on.
We'll play around. Calm down. So Jide, you have a tendency of when we're talking about something this
Forefathers moderate now. Somebody was speaking and he was interrupted.
Be fair. Allow him to finish. You always ask for people to let you finish.
Forefathers, he was done. There's nothing else to say.
I was not done. I've not finished.
You said it was a lie.
He's telling you that he's not done.
Did not have Sharia.
Don't do this now. You are the only Muslim here. Don't do this.
Let me tell you what happened at that time. Let me tell you. I've read about this thing, the history of Islam in Yoruba.
How do you know I'm a Muslim? But because you want to talk.
Jide, go on. We're listening.
I have families that are Muslims.
No, I'm talking about forefather because you just want to talk and show us his January nonsense.
I said I thought you are the only Muslim. Let him finish. We appreciate your.
I'm not going to take too long because
you're
saying these things, and it's a very wrong point. See, it was like that in so many parts of Africa. They would trade with the Arabs and they will exchange linguistics. Some parts of legal system, not like they're imposing Sharia law, but it's just natural. You exchange culture, you exchange languages, you exchange so many things, ideas. So because of that, they incorporated some of those things in our customary law. The way we punished people, the way we treated our women was completely different. It was not Sharia law in any way. Our women had dignity, number one. I'm not saying Arab women don't have dignity. What I'm saying is our women, when they were treated, it was
they don't have dignity. Call it what it is.
Yes, they do. Can we stop that? This is not the real point.
So what I'm saying is the way we treated our women, we treated our women properly. Like our women were treated the right way compared to what was done in the Islamic world. It's completely different. Even marriage and every other form of our culture was not Sharia. You understand? There were some little things, maybe inheritance and some other few things that were gotten from the Arabs and North Africans. But that does not mean we adopted Sharia law. We did not adopt Sharia law. And as a result of that, after colonialism, those vestiges of what we got from that time, we still practice it up to today. That does not mean that Yoruba land.
I really
don't take this out of context because you and that guy, you guys kept saying that and you drove me crazy.
Jide. It is always good, right? When you when you don't know you don't have an idea about something. Stop letting your emotions dictate, and then you bring it and pretend it's an intellectual fact. The truth and the fact of the matter is Sharia law has been in certain parts of Yoruba land since the early 18th to late 19th century, up until today. Do you know?
Yes, that's Kwara, and I'll talk about the story of Kwara. I'll talk about the story of Kwara. Once mention Kwara, right? I will talk about the story of Kwara.
You've never heard me. If you listen throughout today,
but that was what your boss said. That was what your mentor said.
Not once.
He said it. He said Kwara State. He said Kwara.
Not once did you hear me mention Kwara. Not once throughout today. I mentioned.
Just explain your points. You're not trying to bash me. Explain your points.
How am I bashing you if I said at no point did I mention Kwara? Where's the personal bashing in that?
Just make your point. Try to be succinct.
Can you share an evidence? Can you share any evidence to back your claim that Sharia law has been in Nigeria prior to 1999?
What you said was wrong, but you said that you're saying the truth.
So let me talk. Take your emotions and...
Can you share an evidence indicating that Sharia law has been in Nigeria prior to 1999?
Yes, in Ede.
Okay, share it, please.
I don't have to share. You have Google in front of you. You can
No, I
type in.
only see October 27,
This is what you
1999.
do. This is what you do.
Okay,
This is what
now
you do. You can
from
easily.
okay, let me clear
Fathers,
something. Let me
that
clear
is talking
something.
about is one of the
Because
most
while you guys
one
were
of the most
discussing
liberal
this,
sounds you can think
let's try
of.
to keep it. Let's try to keep it
And
civil. See, let's try to keep it civil. Today, let's try to
Is
enforce
there Sharia Court
learning.
in Eddie or
Let's
no?
try to enforce learning.
I've been there before. There's no
Okay,
Sharia law.
I don't care
DMO,
if you've been
can
there.
we stop? I will be putting people backstage now.
What does that been there?
We have to start to we have to try to learn something here today.
Does that even?
Okay, I speak the truth. You're talking too much. I'm going to put you backstage. So, from what I can find so far, there is no evidence that there was Sharia law in Yoruba areas 100 years ago. Maybe there was Islam, but no evidence of Sharia law there. I don't know whether you disagree with that. Do you disagree? Yes or no? I speak the truth.
If you will, you know what? I'm gonna try this one more time, and if you guys will,
you could just say yes or no. And
no.
It's
not a yes or no question. You can't ask me a question that desires and that requires an explanation, and then you say it's a yes or no.
No, it doesn't need an explanation. It's
yes,
whether
it does require an explanation. If I've been saying the same thing,
let me hear the explanation.
Let me talk. Can you let me talk? If we're saying, and we've been saying this over and over and over again, and we're mentioning towns and we're mentioning provinces, and you are coming and saying, I'm checking, it's not there. Kenneth's playing around
I
saying,
speak the truth. I said something, you asked for proof. I provided a proof. You said something, I asked for proof. You asked me to go and search. You see,
our time today.
You made up stories here, and I asked for proof. You asked me to go and search. But when I made my own, I provided my proof. Can you prove? Can you prove to us?
Every other person. Kenneth, please, I'm getting fed up with this. Stop talking about every other thing. He said that Yoruba people are practicing Sharia 100 years ago or not. It's very, very simple. If you want to explain some parts, even if it's some parts, it doesn't matter. If some parts are practicing it, even if just one village is practicing Sharia, I will accept it that some parts of Yoruba is practicing Sharia. But is there any evidence for that? That's what I'm asking you.
So this is what we're gonna do, okay? This is what we're gonna do again. And I promise this will be the last time because I don't have time for this nonsense. I have fun with the other thing. This other nonsense, I don't have time for this childish. Stop being feminine. Just relax. Pick when you're being childish. So if you have a pen, okay, you have paper next to you. If you don't, make use of your head and your brain, because I don't know if this is a comprehension issue or people just want to play games on here. I mentioned, just like Dr. Perry did, he didn't even do it. I came on here and I mentioned Ede. What is Jide's counter argument? I've been to Ede. Who gives a shit where you've been to? It's either Sharia law was being practiced in Ede or it wasn't. It's either Lagos State has Sharia law or it doesn't through the ISP. So you cannot come now and say this thing don't exist in Yoruba land. Nobody said as a whole on blanket Yoruba land that Sharia doesn't exist. It does exist in certain parts, in certain towns, and they've been.
Can you show us a proof that it existed?
Can I say something, please?
Go ahead, Tony. Like this is not making sense.
I am going to Google and I want to read something. According to available information, Islam and consequently Sharia law likely reached Yoruba land in Nigeria around 14th century, primarily through trade routes with the Mali Empire during the reign of Mansa Musa, bringing it into contact with the Yoruba people. However, the exact date of its introduction is difficult to pinpoint due to gradual nature of its spread. Muslim traders from North Africa and Mali played a crucial role in introducing Islam to Yoruba land, and blah, 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 blah. So I don't know if that helps.
The link, if you have the link, you send it because so I can get a context. From what I can see here, it says, yes, the town of Ede, located in the present-day Osun State, Nigeria, is historically a Yoruba settlement with a notable Muslim population. While Islam played a significant role in the town's cultural and religious life over 100 years ago, there is no evidence that Sharia law was formally practiced as the primary legal system in Ede. So maybe not the primary legal system.
Let me give you the link. What I did was I went to Google and I searched when did Sharia law come into Yoruba land, Nigeria. So maybe you can get that information.
Okay. That kind of question.
Now why you're
Nigerians will ask? Google will give you the Nigerian answer.
now why you're doing that? Why you're doing that, forefathers? I want to. You said something about the Sudan and I think half of Europe was contesting, and I just want to reiterate what you said that in the Sudan, even as we speak, black people of black African descent are being harassed, they are being killed, particularly in the Darfur area, the Nuba Mountains, and the Blue Nile. Because even though South Sudan has gone, which is predominantly black and Christian and animist, you still have a part of the present Sudan, okay, the Darfur area, even in Khartoum, the Darfur has oil, and that's where they brought in Janjaweed in the year from 2000, year 2000. To intimidate, harass, kill, rape, women who are from African descent.
Put your camera on.
But Tony, I didn't dispute that. What I disputed was Kenny's assertion that it was being targeted, not as you said, against blacks and Arabs, which we didn't get to speak on because, of course, forefathers keeps talking and talking. But Kenny said it was Christians versus or Muslims versus Christian, and this is what we were trying to say. Like, well, it's really not.
No, it wasn't.
That's
It
not what I said.
wasn't. The issues there.
I did not say that.
The
It is up.
there are three critical. There are three critical issues in the Sudan crisis. I'm talking about Sudan without South Sudan. Okay. If you go to the history of the Sudan, you find out. In fact, I think not much has been written about the trans-Saharan slave trade because we talk so much about the transatlantic. But nobody has actually gone to take the statistics of the blacks that were taken through the Trans-Sahara to North Africa and to the Middle East. Now, it's huge from the figures that we have gotten. And the question they have asked, where are they? Because that slavery was even worse than that of the transatlantic slave trade. They were castrated, they couldn't multiply, they were used, as they were treated even not as slaves, they were as subhuman. So you find out that a lot of them, were totally wiped out. Now, those who managed to survive and are assimilated up till today in Mauritania, down to the Sudan, because you had leaders like Sadiq Al-Mahdi, you have Omar Bashir, and even Dr. El Turabi, who were extremists and who, of course, that Sudan, the population is predominantly Arab and Islam. So there were people who actually, unfortunately, you have oil in the black-dominated areas in Darfur and in South Sudan, which eventually left. So even now, part of the problem that Sudan has is to manage the rebellion in the Darfur region, where you still have a good percentage of black people. They have been crying, they have been wanting to pull out from the Sudan. So what forefathers was saying, which I concur with and is true, is that those minorities that are left now in the Sudan are not finding it easy. But it's not a Christian Muslim thing. It's basically three things: it's racial, it's oil, and it's Islam.
Got it right. So that is the point I was trying to highlight here. That
and the target is for them to take control of the oil.
Stop this now. You do this all the time. The moment I want to talk about the topic, you interrupt me. I don't like it.
I think I was having a lag. I didn't know you were talking.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Because this is a very, very critical point. Because if our black Muslims are busy killing other black Muslims in Nigeria, but while they are busy killing other black people in Sudan because they are not Arabs, maybe they should see that what they are doing is wrong in Nigeria. Because sooner or later, it's going to be their turn to turn Arab. If you are not Arab, you die.
forefathers, they have been Arabized. You know, they have been Arabized, just like their color. They've been Arabized because I mean they are not they don't call themselves Africans, but because they are black, they're Arabs. You see them even in when they play soccer and all that. They're Arabs, they're black people, they have been there, their great grandfathers and so on have been there. They have assimilated into the culture. But the part of the problem is that they don't want them. They don't want them.
It's not just Sudan.
Yes, Sudan. Yes, Sudan. Yes, Sudan.
Even in Mauritania, they still practice that slavery.
Yes, they do in Mauritania. They do in Mauritania, yes.
Now, there's a caste system towards black people in Mauritania. Egypt. I don't want to go into Egypt. Egypt is one of the most painful stories that I had. I don't want to go into that one. Egypt story. How they reprogrammed the history of Egypt and made it to be an Arab thing. And the real indigenous Egyptians, they pushed them down south. I don't want to go into that one.
No, go into it when you go into the fact that there's also a caste system in Nigeria.
So caste system.
Yeah.
Caste system at least is within the same race. I'm not.
No,
what I'm talking about here is another whole civilization and a whole race.
It has been abolished.
Something I don't subscribe to.
It has been abolished.
You know, I admit that is that, but that's not the point. This is a greater threat. This is a greater threat. Something that is happening. See, you know, when family members are fighting, that's family members fighting. When strangers show up, you are supposed to get your act together and face the stranger. The problem with the Africans right now, we are not doing that, and we are forgetting that those same people are killing our people right now. They are killing people that look like you, even if you are practicing their faith. What kind of nonsense is that? What kind of religion is that?
That is why we are advocating. Forefathers. That's why we are advocating for all of us, especially the Southern Christians, to come together and reject these people. Their agenda is cruel. Their agenda is wicked. Their agenda is devilish. We should come together and stay away from these people. Let's join hands together and stay away from these people. Let them keep their religion, because I know their target is the crude oil in the south. Once they capture that crude oil, we are finished. We are doomed. This is what they are doing. So let's, as fast as possible, as early as possible, get away from these people.
Okay, but if that's your cry,
if you like,
wouldn't
stay there and be claiming one Nigeria, one Nigeria. They will consume all of us.
Islam, that's the nonsense they are doing.
Can I make this point?
If your claim is that they want to take all the oil, at the same time, we have agitations from all over the South saying the North already controls the oil. So which is it? Do they own all the oil in Nigeria, or are they aiming to take all the oil when they force all of you into becoming Muslims? But you cannot be both at the same time.
So can I make this point?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I asked a question, and the reason for the question is to connect the dots. Looking at our neighbors, the intent of Sharia law in Nigeria, then the question we need to ask ourselves is the Sharia law itself, what is the source? Because I heard Dr. Perry mention that, we should go away with Western laws. Then if we are going to go away with Western laws, even like my man, half of Turkey is in Europe. Sorry, I'm just like he mentioned, some Muslim dominated countries are using both secular and Sharia law. And if there's a point that we do away with Sharia law, then we should understand what is the source of the Sharia law. Because, okay, for example, where I'm resident, I have Muslims from other parts of the country, and I've asked similar question. We've had this discussion, and they've given me a very good point of where Sharia law is from. And one thing I've always done is when I meet Muslims from Nigeria, especially those that advocate for Sharia law, I always love to ask the same question. What is the source of Sharia law? Maybe we can start the debate from there, then have a mature conversation around the need. Like I mentioned before, most Muslim in Oyo State, and I can share videos where most Muslims are saying, no, we do not want Sharia law. Why some smaller section are saying we want Sharia law. And the question we've asked, what is the source of Sharia law? If you guys want it, what is the source? And how do you think is going to address the issue on ground in Nigeria, especially in the current dispensation?
Go ahead. I think DMO haven't said anything since he joined us. Thank you for your patience. As you can see, some people here are incapable of explaining simple concepts concisely. So you're welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you
What do
very
you
much.
this?
Thank you, Forefather. Happy New Year to those who have seen 2025 already. Yeah, this topic, I suppose it could be quite sensitive, and I don't want to be used ad hominems, but I can't stay away from it. I've met a lot of Muslims, and there was a time I tried to convert to take their Shahada and all that, but thankfully I kind of researched the religion a bit. I have a question for half of Turkey, Europe. I suppose Sharia is a religious law, and you're meant to follow your Quran. Now, can you explain to me
Sorry,
chapter
you don't.
9? Sorry? You're meant to follow the
Explain,
tenets of your Quran.
explain chapter 9, but verse what?
Yeah, can you just explain a bit of chapter 9, verse 29 for
Okay,
me?
so this what I'm
When
not gonna. Okay, so this
if
what
you
we're
link
gonna
it
do.
with the
First,
Sharia.
with all due respect, you don't know what religion I profess. You don't know what creed I follow. Okay, just I can speak about the Bible all day. I can speak very good about the Torah, and I can do very well with African religions.
But you've never
But
defended the Bible.
and
You only defend the Quran.
well, that's not true. I've quoted the Bible 1,000 times. Okay, so
Defending,
and
not quoting.
can it's okay. Can I please speak and stop trying to throw me off? Stop being childish, please. Thank you. So, with all due respect, I am not an Islamic scholar, and I'm not in the business of. And even if I was, which I understand what you're trying to do, even if I was, I would not engage you in that, because this is what happens with things like this. These are very disingenuous questions, okay? So you come with a question that you already have a presupposed answer to. So say I was to tell you that this is what you are asking, and this is my understanding of that text. You already have an answer. You would come in here, it is something that you will counteract and say, and we're going to go back and forth, especially just your pronouncements alone lets me know that you are not even versed.
How
And this
can
is
we
with
have
all
a
due respect.
conversation when you
Oh,
shy away from
yeah, you
responding
don't,
to others, but you always ask others to explain?
so
But when
you
you are
don't,
asked a question, you deviate from it and
so
you start being
okay,
condescending.
so
Answer the
so
simple question. Let's have a conversation.
so DMO, so Ken is an expert in that. For example, he will ask you a question that he already has an answer to, and which is what
How
you're
do you
doing.
know that I
So
already know the answer?
if we want to talk about chapter 9, verse 2, I will gladly give you the floor. You talk about it. Tell us what you think about it. That's fine. But we're not here talking about the
Okay, that
Bible.
means you've
We're,
never asked any
not
question
here.
here,
We're not here
and
right now.
nobody is going to respond to your question anymore.
What we're doing is
No,
we're
can we
talking.
do that then? Since you don't answer question, nobody is going to answer your question.
DMO, so what we're doing is we're not in a religious debate. We're talking about politics. That's what we're talking about. We're not here to talk about the validity or the sanctity of the Quran or the Bible. But if that is what you guys want to do, I'll gladly listen to it. Let's keep on with the back. But if we want to stick to the topic, which is law, the legality of Sharia as it affects Nigeria, as it affects West Africa, I'll be glad to engage in that. But I'm not going
Okay.
to deal with disingenuous
So,
questions.
in that sense,
So hold on.
the Sharia Court has been defeated.
Let me take it from here, Kenny.
No Sharia law in Nigeria.
The context of this in Nigeria itself, from what I gather, if you are a Muslim in Nigeria and you are in any of those states that they practice Sharia, you don't necessarily explicitly, it's not stated that you have the option to opt out of the Sharia state law, which in the customary courts that are in the other states, you are allowed to opt out anytime in and out, based on your belief. But the Sharia one cemented it in. Like everything they do, it's
Exactly.
also very, very strategic, never to step backward, always.
Which part of the Constitution does it say that?
The 1999 Constitution.
Check it out yourself. You've read it. No.
Yeah, because I know what section 38 says. I know what section.
Are Muslims allowed to opt out?
You just asked me a question.
Before you start talking, I don't want your. See, I'm not going to again. Enough.
I know what section.
I don't want your witty waffle all over the place. So, are Muslims allowed to opt in or out? Are you? It's a simple question.
It's not a simple question, especially since you do not understand what section of the law talks about it.
See,
so you.
Are they allowed to opt in or out? It's a simple question.
The legality. Can you let the other person talk? We're not talking about.
Ask you a question. Can you answer DMO's question?
About chemistry.
You just waffle on and on and on. You don't want to answer a simple question. Yes or no?
It is very simple. So you just mentioned a law. You mentioned the law, and I said
that I said in the northern states where Sharia is practiced, are Muslims allowed to opt out?
No, that wasn't what you said. You mentioned a law.
Customary law in the South, so they're allowed to opt out of it.
You forefathers mentioned a law.
Customary court.
You mentioned a law.
What law are you talking about?
So I asked you, what parts of the Constitution?
Are we still having this conversation? Answer DMO's question.
Back up what you said. Okay. So what I said was, you said I don't understand the Constitution, and I said, well, I understand what Section 38 says. I understand what Sections 271 to 275 to 279. I said I understand what they say.
Okay, you understand. So what is the answer?
You know what? Have fun. You guys. You
don't want to answer the question because you don't like the answer you're about to give.
The question is, I'm explaining to you what the Constitution says.
You don't want to answer it because you don't like the answer.
You just said, why would I like an answer that favors my position?
Then say it. Are Muslims allowed to opt in or are they not allowed to opt out? I mean, are they allowed to opt out?
The other person. I know you probably ate a parrot.
I think the truth is practicing takia here. They will not allow you to hold them on the blockers.
Jesus Christ!
This is what they are doing. Very slippery. Very slippery.
Can we move on? This discussion is taking. We spent quite a lot of time talking about this in the previous.
Hold on.
Can we move on?
You don't want to answer. You don't want to answer it.
Why would I want to answer if I mention the sections of the
because it's a yes or no and you are refusing to say it.
No, I said sections 275 to 279 and sections 38.
You're not gonna get an answer. Don't worry.
That you can opt out. What part of that don't you understand?
You are seeing small, like very minute, very like little of what Islam is. Don't worry,
clear. That's all I wanted you to say. If you are saying you believe that Muslims can opt out of it,
you're not listening.
You think I was stupid to make a U-turn from Islam?
Talking over me now. I want to be fair to him. I am trying to listen to you, or you're not giving me the answer.
Because you are not willing to listen, and I think comprehension is an issue with you. So
okay,
I keep
saying, it's not me on top of it. It's all good. See, point is a simple thing. You could have just said no. You could have just said no. They are not allowed to opt out, or yes, they are allowed to opt out. Simple.
You mentioned the Constitution, and I'm telling you what part of the Constitution is that. You said in the North, and I'm telling you that. Look at him, ready to talk again. And I said sections 38 and 275 to 279, but you're not listening because you already have a preconceived notion of your answers.
That is why I'm seeking your answer.
What is wrong with you guys?
That's why I'm asking you.
Fathers, can I answer the question? Can I answer the question for you?
Somebody actually say that we are all Olodos wasting our time.
Can I answer the question for you, Fathers?
Please answer.
Yes. Okay. I'll answer the question in two ways. I know people who were Muslims, and when they became they left and they became Christians, there were serious sanctions. They faced very serious sanctions. So I want to suspect that if you are a practicing Muslim, and you don't want to be tried, by in a Sharia court, or you don't want there's going to be sanctions, because Sharia actually, is part and parcel of the Islamic practices and faith. If you look at the origin of the Sharia, they trace it to the Quran, they trace it to the doings of the Prophet, the Sunnah, because he was settling cases for them in Mecca, after he succeeded. There were various wars
Sorry,
that they
I'm not
fought.
stopping you. Who was the prophet? Sorry.
Prophet Muhammad.
No, he's not a prophet.
Hold on. You are not. You are not. Hold on. You are looking for trouble. He
Yes,
is
so
a. Yes,
he's not a prophet. Never was
yes.
a prophet. Let them,
Okay. For
if he's a prophet,
wait
let them show us
now.
in the book.
Wait now.
Both of them are the same.
Listen. Let's not. This is very sensitive. To the Muslims, he's a prophet. So
No,
you are
in the Bible,
hold on.
Bible
You
did
are
not call
no.
him a prophet.
Don't do this.
Hold on. Now you are a Christian. You are a Christian. The
They
Christians.
say that in their Quran that
Wait
Jesus
now.
is not God in
Wait.
Quran. So Muhammad is not a prophet in the Bible.
No. In the Quran, Jesus is a prophet, and Nabi Isa. That's their own.
No, in the Quran they say that Jesus is not God. Then
No, that's
in
a
our
different thing.
Bible,
Oh,
our Bible did not refer to Muhammad as a prophet.
Can I leave this thing? We are not speaking what we are talking. I'm talking about the Quran. For the Muslim, Muhammad is a prophet. He came after Jesus. That's their understanding. That's how it is.
Will they accept? Will they agree with Christians that Jesus is God?
Not every Christian
That's a
believes.
different thing you are bringing. Leave that. Let's not go into that.
Let's
go ahead.
Not every Christian believes that Jesus is God. When I used to go to
No.
church,
If you don't believe,
my
you are.
denomination did not believe that Jesus is God.
Excuse me. I speak the truth. Please, let's not reduce this thing to Christian Muslim thing, because So let's not. What we're discussing
not all of us
is
believe that Jesus was God.
you are entitled to your you are entitled to your belief. Some people don't even believe. Some people don't even believe that there's God. So let's leave that not an issue.
Not everybody is a Trinitarian, right or wrong.
I don't know about that.
Not every Christian.
I don't know about that. I am a Christian. I believe in Trinity. So
you think every Christian believes in that Jesus is God? Are you going to really tell us that?
Please stop that. Let's listen to.
Oh my God. Well, that's not the issue. That's not the issue we're talking about now.
I mean, the mirror is on our faces now.
You see,
does every Christian believe that Jesus is God?
That's not the issue that I'm tackling now.
It is the issue. It's a simple question.
No, you're going to take me off tangent.
Just answer him no. Why can't you just answer questions straight? Not all of them believe. Move on.
Okay.
Carry on. Disagree, and he's not going to be true.
if you say so. So the Sharia is part of the practices of Islam. So every because it encompasses, the way they do things, the way they live, and so on and so forth. So that's understood. But you see, what we fail to understand is that in the Muslim sect, in Islam, there are sects, just like you have in Christianity that half of Europe is trying to allude to. You have all kinds of sects, others, Tijaniya, Ahmadiyya, you have the Sunnis, you have the Wahhabis, you have all of them, even though they are Muslims, but there are some that are very radical, there are some that are liberal, and all these things affect their worldview about how Islam should be practiced. And so we must understand that. So whereas you find some Islamic teachers, when they teach, they are radical in their teaching, and then you have some who are liberals, and they question some of the things that those radicals teach. They tell you that those things are not there, because there are two things that form the entire Muslim worldview: the Quran, and then the doings of the Prophet, which is encapsulated in the Hadith. So all the other things are the things that Malams think and they teach. Okay, and those ones are subjective because one Malam will teach you this, another one will teach you a different thing, and so on and so forth. So all those things have become a problem, a challenge. So the Sharia, has its laws, the way it should operate. It has a way it should operate. And the interpretation and the adjudication of that law sometimes, vary from place to place. I think that was part of what the doctor was trying to say, that there is the practice, there's the law itself, and then there's the practice. And some of the issues that they are encountering now is in the practice of the Sharia. So some of them have raised questions.
Exactly.
I don't know if I'm making sense.
Yeah, you made a lot of
you're
sense.
making
Yes.
sense.
Yes.
So let's bring in DMO. I don't know. Do you have anything to contribute other than the question, and so that we can go to Jide and Owibo. Welcome, Owibo from Ghana, and obviously Ghanaians are envious of Nigerians. They are just always envious. It's always like that. It's okay. You're welcome. All right. So yeah, do you have anything to add to this DMO? Because the conversation I'm trying
Thank
to
you
make,
very much.
you
Thank you,
fine.
forefathers, for calling me back. I suppose I wasn't surprised that my question wasn't answered anyway. But what little I'm just gonna say, Nigeria is a secular country. It's meant to be guided by secular law. There shouldn't be anything religious, any religious law in Nigeria. That's all.
Okay, yeah, there shouldn't be really. And how do we roll it back now? I think I should argue that. How do we? Is it possible to
Forefathers,
roll this back so that we actually become like Turkey? Turkey is almost 99%
Forefathers,
Muslim.
forefathers,
Yeah,
we can actually
they
create.
is secular.
Yeah,
Turkey
we
is
can
so
actually
far.
create. What they call it? I've forgotten the name. Where we can all begin to sign. Nigerian youth, Nigerian citizens who campaign against Sharia law. That Sharia law
Yeah,
should be eradicated from Nigeria.
you
We
have
should begin to
we should
campaign.
have one main
We
universal
should
law,
campaign against
and the
that.
rest has to.
Yeah.
My thing is, it should not be criminal, and they should not
for,
impose it on states like that. It should only
Forefather.
be civil. If you want to do it at all, only civil.
forefathers, you see, the problem that we're having now, I would say 60% is coming from the government. If you say that Nigeria is a secular state, although I doubt that, even though it's probably in the constitution, for my thinking, Nigeria is a multi-ethnic and multi-religious country. If you
Exactly.
say that Nigeria is a secular state, then the government has no business paying money for people to go to pilgrimage in Mecca. They have absolutely no business. If you say Nigeria is a secular state, you have absolutely no right, going by the constitution, paying money for Christian pilgrims to go to Jerusalem. Meanwhile, you are not paying anything for people who want to go to Tokoto, for their pilgrimage. You are not paying money for those who don't even who are atheists or
We
who
want
are
to go and perform
whatever.
our ritual
Yes, so you don't give them any money. So
as if we are not existing.
yes, because it's their money that you're using. So it doesn't make sense. So that's why I say Nigeria is not a secular state, because if it's secular, then you do secular things. So that's where the problem is coming from. The government should hands off religion. Take religion to the backbone and let the people who are practicing it practice it.
And
You just
also
give the time.
stop using state money to build mosques, national mosques, build
Yes, and all those things.
national Christian center.
Yes, and
Stop
all those
using,
things.
yeah,
Yes, and that's
because
in
nobody has ever
imam
built
cars
temple for
and
us.
pastor's cars, and you don't do that. So you can't be secular and you are doing that. So that's part of where the contradiction is coming from.
Which is what I've been asking all day. I said, what is secularity? And nobody could answer it, because if we want to say something is secular, maybe, and
Now,
this is
what we
where
should be doing
this is
is
where
to
even the
campaign against
Muslims
such
are having
practices that are not supposed to
even the
be in a
Muslims are
secular
having
state.
a problem, because if we accept we are being disingenuous, okay, and we don't want to face the
Can
reality.
I say something
What
about
is the law?
What
What is the law that governs Jide? Like, damn, when did you become like this? So what is the law that governs the Nigerian space? Okay. If we say secularity, we have fashioned our laws, and I'm saying this to you, Tony, because you're very intellectual, obviously, when you choose not to be disingenuous, right? So if we say our laws are fashioned after the United States, which the United States fashioned its laws after that of the English, which the English fashioned its laws after what? Without mincing words, after Christianity, after the Bible. Okay, this is what they did. So our laws in Nigeria that everybody is on here blabbing and screaming and saying circular is actually fashioned and modeled after Christianity. Not saying there's anything wrong with that. And just like forefathers just said, and I've been saying, and I even told Perry, which other states in the Arab region are doing, even Indonesia outside of that region, what they do is they have taken Sharia law and they have kept it on one side, the criminal element of it, which the criminal imposition of sentences, right? But they've dealt with the civil aspects. And this is what will it be a problem? And like Perry rightly said, why would you care if Muslims said we want to be governed under Sharia law to settle disputes like marriage, divorce, inheritance? You can't shake your head, Demo, because for example, in the southeast of Nigeria, where Christianity is prevalent, women do not have the right to inheritance. It is coming now, it is changing a bit, but why would Muslims, where women are given the right to inheritance, for example, I see you stop shaking your head, that's beautiful. So why would women want to subject themselves to your type of
No,
law?
is it not in
Why
the
would
same
women,
Muslim that a woman can be kicked out
why
anytime
would
You
women
see,
want to
the fact
and
that
subject
I kept
remarried
quiet
and
doesn't mean that I can
why
talk.
replaced?
would
You
women
understand?
why
I
would
know
A
you.
women
I
woman
want
know
to
can
how
be
much you are
subject
divorced
trying to
anytime
apply
why
and
would
be
Sharia.
replaced
women
Yes,
without
you
contest.
understand?
why would women want to
That's
subject
not true.
themselves to
I
your
don't
No,
think
type
that's
of
not true. The
law
Southeast.
where
That's not
it's
true.
women
not
There's
true.
in the
actually a
South,
state law
why would women,
It's
for
I'm
a
not
gonna
true.
ask
woman
this
to
question,
inherit
I'm
things.
gonna ask
There's
this
that's
question.
not true.
Why
That's
would
not true.
Muslim women, for example, that can get justice in an Islamic Sharia court when
No,
it comes to
they don't get justice.
inheritance
What
They
of
kind
get
of justice
marriage,
stoned
do
to
they get?
death.
when it comes
Your
to
They don't
Quran
get
says a
justice.
inheritance,
woman
I
They
has
get
will
half
ask
stoned
my
precedence
to
to a
death.
man.
question.
Don't
So
They
say
don't
that.
get.
why would
That's not
women
true.
They
in
can be
That's
replaced
not true.
anytime.
Women are subjugated in
why
Islam. What
would
are you
In
talking
women
about?
Islam,
okay,
the
so
That's
Sharia
not
law
true.
stipulates that a
these
man can
subjugated
wake up in
women,
the morning
okay, so these
and
subjugated
decide
women,
to divorce his wife. In Islam, Sharia law stipulates that
One at a
a man
Under
can
the
time.
flog,
Sharia law,
can
a
use
woman
cane,
is
subjugated
under
can
a
use
man.
Okay.
cane
That's what
and
Sharia
why
flog
says.
his wife.
That's not true.
All right, Jide. Like I said, the question remains: why? How do you think Nigeria, if possible, can roll back the Sharia law in the system? It doesn't have to wipe it out. Just make it more benign, like for family disputes and land issues, and amongst people that agree, all groups should be allowed to opt out of it. That is the minimum that would have been preferred, or completely wipe it out. And the same thing in the south, customary law goes away, everything goes away, and we just make the Nigerian state secular. Um, so how do we do that? No, sorry. You've been talking. Let's
No,
Jide.
no, I've not been talking. No, I've been chipping in, I've not
Yeah,
been talking.
but hold on
No,
now. Let Jide answer the question. So, how do we roll this back? And because right now where we are going, everybody's forming their own different kind of country, different rules, different, which it can survive with, but there has to be a strong center. And I worry that the Sharia law, as a matter of fact, not only me, a lot of people worry about this, that the Sharia law seems to be trying to break that central control
Yeah.
of the state. So how do we roll this back and keep that in check?
Yes, thank you so much, forefathers. Yes, so this is my answer. So first of all, one of the things that I would like to talk about regarding answering this question is, if you look at how other countries have done it, where, for instance, a country
Forefather,
that
why
used to
can't I
pay
comment? Why you
justice.
block me from commenting?
Okay. So if you look at an example, like to put things into context, we need to look at countries that used to be religious states and eventually became secular. And you will realize that how they were able to evolve from their far-right religious states to secular states came through revolution. I will give 3 examples. The first one is France. If you look at before the French Revolution, France used to be a monarch in the 18th century. There used to be a monarch, and due to the impact of the merchants, right, there was a revolution. I don't want to go into the story of what happened with that revolution. Due to the effect of the revolution, we could see that was when the beginning of the separation of church and state began. And you see that now, even though France has a rich history of Christianity, France is now strictly a secular state. Another example I'll give is Iran. Not Iran, forgive me, Russia. The Russian Empire used to be a Christian state. In fact, there used to be, the whole of Europe used to be Christendom, right? There used to be a heavy Christian. I'll use Islam as an example too. I'll use Algeria, but before I go to Algeria, I'll talk about Russia. If you look at what happened in Russia in the early 20th century, Russia was a Christian monarch state. They had some Muslim minorities, right? But it was a Christian monarch state. There was a revolution in Russia. I don't want to go into what happened with that revolution, but that revolution also was built under the ideology of a secular ideology of communism. Communism was able to absorb all religions and separate it from what the state should be like. It was under a secular ideology. But what happened was before it got to that point, there was a bloody revolution. Now I'll use Algeria, which is a Muslim, which used to be a French colony, and also there was even an attempt for it to be Islamized like Nigeria, but it failed. Algeria used to be a French colony. Algeria was able to liberate itself from France in the early 19th, I think in the early 1960s. They were liberating themselves from France. However, they still had another virus, just like in Nigeria. It was the radical Islamic.
Dude, what's all these history lessons you be giving? Just
my God.
The point I'm making is,
let me finish, please.
The point, okay, let me continue what I'm saying. So what happened was that radical Islamic political sect, they wanted to Islamize Algeria. They wanted the Sharia, they wanted Algeria to be an Islamic state. So if you look at the 1990s, there was a bloody war in Algeria to whitewash and cleanse off these radical Islamist rebels that they were militants of the Muslim Brotherhood that wanted to Islamize Algeria. And now Algeria, even though it's a mostly Muslim country, it has been able to manage the effect of Sharia and radical Islamic ideologies. So now Algeria basically is a secular state. So what I'm thinking now, let's look at Nigeria. How can Nigeria do that? It has to be through a secular ideological revolution. Either through that, or there have to be a vote, and where we have to reach a consensus of how we have to relate and how we have to rule each other. Either of the two. Either the peaceful way, we have to negotiate and discuss how we are going to rule each other, or through the inevitable way, which many of us don't want, a bloody revolution. That's my answer.
Thank you. Often that's what it tends to come down to. I really wish there is a way to keep this. So far, they've kept it in check because all the states needs to approve these things before it comes to fruition.
Yo, why you block me from commenting, bro?
No. Why would I block you? I never block anybody.
I don't know. So why can't I comment?
I don't know. Maybe YouTube doesn't like you or something.
I want to ask Jack when I'm crap.
I don't know. I don't block anybody. I've never blocked anybody.
Because I'm trying to ask Jack when crack is smoked already in 2025. You know?
So yeah. Okay. So I don't know whether I should ask you this or go to the next person. I think Onwibo hasn't said anything for a long time about this. But is there no way to do it? We have to figure out a way to do it. Because my worry is that the South too is complicit in this. Because this is a democracy we are in. It's a democracy. And democracy means that if you have numbers, you vote for certain things, you get your way.
Yes.
And right now, the North seems to be growing faster. And the South hasn't made any effort to kind of nail it into the constitution so that it's almost impossible, like requiring 2/3 or 90% of the states.
That's why I say, we can actually create a petition right now on this platform and we begin to distribute same link to all platforms. Let's begin to sign against Sharia law in Nigeria. This is what we can do for now, right? I don't think any of us is ready to pick up arms because there's no way you can stop these people now. You can only begin to create this awareness both in diaspora and in Nigeria through petitions. And we can actually find a means of getting it to the National Assembly, submitting it there. Let them see that Nigerians are not accepting this. We're not happy with this.
Let me ask, how many states does it require to make a constitutional amendment? Is it just 50% or 75% of states? How many is
I think it's 2/3, right? 2/3
Forefathers.
I'm not sure, but I think it's 2/3.
It's going to be difficult if you go
Forefathers. Forefathers, let us be. We're dealing here with an issue that is very sensitive. My thoughts are that Nigeria has much more compelling problems, already to let this very emotive and sensitive issue to even cause a deeper gorge in the problems in the quagmire that we're already in. Listen, let us tell ourselves the truth. The Constitution guarantees everybody the right to practice his religion. And we must not take it away from anybody. But even in doing that, freedom of worship, freedom of speech has its own limits. It's, has its own checks and balances. Where the practice of your religion portends danger to the other person, then that's the issue. Now, the question we have to ask is, why are some people not comfortable with the practice of Sharia? There's something they are seeing. There's something that they're perceiving. How has the practice of Sharia in the states that are currently doing it affected those people who are not Muslims? Or how has it affected the people who are Muslims themselves? Are the Muslims willing to submit themselves to the discipline or sanction that the law of Sharia provides when they fail foul of the law?
Yeah,
I mean, I've not seen a governor who says, I don't want to be tried in a conventional court. Try me, maybe who is charged for stealing, some dollars. I don't want to be tried, in the secular court. I want to be tried in the Sharia court. I've not seen any governor. I've not seen any. Well, not one governor. I've not seen.
Exactly. So I get you in terms of the priorities in terms of within the nation. My concern with this is that at the time when you want to be marching forward in a kind of unified manner, you have to confront some of all these things that could rear its head and cause division among the people. Just like they use tribes to divide us. That somebody would be like, those guys, they don't like your Sharia principles,
So my solution really,
together, they will use it to divide us and do whatever they like with us. So we have to be on the same page on all these things. If it's to be restricted to only those states, I don't think it should be. They should have brought into criminal cases at all.
My suggestion, honestly, would be, maybe to solve this problem, let us go back to regionalism. So let them deal with their issues themselves and not affect all the other parts of the country.
When you say regionalism, are you talking about the 6 geopolitical zones?
No, the way it was before.
I don't do that. Don't do that. When you do that, you sound like those racist old white people that like to go back to the 50s.
No. What I'm saying, listen, we're trying to solve. We're trying to solve a problem, okay? That is contentious.
It's like the regional system is the golden age
I want to go back to my Midwest. Yes, I say my Midwest, and nobody's going to come to tell me nonsense. Okay, so you go back to your own.
Hold on. If people want to go to see geopolitical zone as regional system, I don't have any problem with that. Personally, I actually think that the states are practically regions on their own right now, where their governors are immune. They do whatever they like in the country. Look at what Errol did with Buhari the other day.
We can't talk about regional system now with the issue on ground. I think the immediate issue now is the introduction of Sharia in Southwest. And these guys are starting from Oyo State. Now, from people on ground, I'm not on ground, I will tell you the truth. From families and members on the ground, Muslims have come out to say no. And when you listen to argument from Muslims that are not from the Southwest or from Oyo State, they are making cases. And it will be good to also listen to the Muslim in Oyo State. And the question, to tie the question that Tony asked, that what has been the benefit of Sharia? Why was it introduced in the first place? Then go back to my first question. Our neighbors.
Ola, how did you manage to start talking again now? Our guy in Ghana hasn't said anything.
Please let me land.
Jagun probably gave him some of his crack.
Okay, Wimo, you have been very patient, but please finish that, or Wimo can say something.
When you amalgamate Tony's question with the question I asked earlier on, why is it that Chad, Niger, that are predominantly Muslim, why have they not practiced Sharia? Then you will begin to extract your answers from it and then query the underlying philosophy or the intent of bringing Sharia to Oyo State. I think in the immediate term, the solution is that whatever intent they have with Sharia law should be put on hold. Let's even evaluate what has been the benefit of Sharia in the North. A lot of the disadvantage and issue people have seen with Sharia has been put forward. Can we critically analyze those issues? If this guy can now look at it and look at how Sharia has been done, because Jide made mention of Algeria, the same thing with Tunisia. Tunisia as of today is not practicing Sharia law. Implementation has been one of the fundamental issues. If you go deep into studying why Sharia has not been practiced
listen,
in all
this is
these
very
areas.
disingenuous, okay? Because Sharia has been practiced in places like Kuwait. When you people keep pulling up places that do not practice.
See,
I'm
using my neighbors,
successful
and
countries like
people
Kuwait,
that share the same skin with me as an example first, before I will go with Kuwait are Arab. Now, if you want to bring it to historically, Dr. Perry did mention about Kemet. He talked about Kemetic laws. Now, let's lay the foundation. The Kemetic laws are different from the laws of Moses. In Kemet, Moses' laws was part of the laws that was used in Kemet. But over time, there were other laws that were added because the Kemet are known for their philosophy. They are the Egyptians of today, before the Arab came and conquered them.
Boy, here we go.
Now, if we go to, no, you will not see, try to listen to other people and extract some fact from them. If we are not open to debate and listening to other people, there's no way we can learn. If we talk about history, this is the history. And I ask you, what is the sources of Sharia law? And I'm going to, since Dr. Perry laid a foundation of Sharia law to the laws of Moses, and I said it's not only the laws of Moses.
Hold on.
Dig deeper.
Nigerian law is fashioned because, see,
Can I finish? Can I finish before you jump in? Can I
which
finish?
laws? We're not listening to laws about Kemet. Okay, we all know these things. Okay, so
No,
which
because
laws?
the
Which laws are
the
Can you
Nigeria's?
allow
source
him
you
to
guys
finish?
put
Can you
forward,
allow him
Nigeria's
to finish?
constitution
source,
today is
Dr.
fashioned
Forefathers,
Obere,
after
please
which
do your
laws?
job now.
Yeah. No.
now,
Or give
now,
me the button. Let me do
One
the
mic.
job.
you guys,
Leave it. One mic. I
if
wish
you
I can
guys
give you the
have,
mic so you can keep them in check so that I
no,
just
if
ask
Yeah.
you guys
two
put out the
questions.
information that
Kenny is
the
crazy.
Sharia law, one of the sources of Sharia law is the laws of Moses, and you're saying, okay, my custom is part of the laws of Moses, and I'm putting it to you that go to the sources, ask the Arab guys, they would illustrate the sources of Sharia law. Sharia law also stems from the tradition and customs of the Arabs. If you go
No,
deeper into the
all
provisions
I
of
know it
Sharia
doesn't.
law, you will see all those things.
All I
And
know
there are
it doesn't.
certain,
It does, please.
No, it doesn't. Okay, so
okay,
I don't know
I'll
how much
listen to
you.
you.
I don't know how much you like to pretend that you know about Islam, and you need to stop pouting today. You look like a angry 5-year-old baby. So
Nadia, can I
I
go?
want.
Can I go on? Can I
So
can I
Why is
so
he
can I
No,
make
being
my
no.
point?
Let
condescending
him
Let
now?
me just make my point. Let me make my
Forefathers,
point. I
please,
beg,
can you
please.
mute
I
this guy?
cannot
We don't
continue to
have
listen
we
to all
don't
this
have
back and forth here.
Forefathers,
Let me go
they,
on with my own because you have spoken.
Okay,
Half Europe,
let's
you've
allow
spoken
Weymouth speak.
for
Yeah,
quite
he's
some
been very
time, so
patient.
nobody. Let me just speak my own before. And Nadia, please, I urge you to protect me as I make my submission. I don't
you're a
want
soldier.
any.
What do you need protection for?
Anybody
I don't.
that
I'm a
interrupts
retired.
him
I'm a
backstage.
retired. I don't have my weapons. I don't have
Mm.
my weapons. I don't have my accoutrement to engage you, so I cannot fight you. I'm a
You
civilian,
should.
just like
You
you
should
now.
try. You'll try.
So thank you so much. So you see, I do not know the reason why Nigerians and Nigeria will always look for retrogressive thing, methodologies of solving problems.
Exactly.
You see, in 1999, I was in active service, one mechanized infantry division in Kaduna when Ahmed Yerima of Zamfara State introduced Sharia. Do you know the people, foreign country that supported him, gave him so much billions of dollars to implement that in Nigeria? That was Saudi Arabia, as alleged. Turkey was there as well. But my problem as at that time was, why will Obasanjo, knowing fully well the problems, how problematic that is, allowing it to stand January 2000? I was the Sharia incident and the riot that was
My,
so
my
brutal.
brother, sorry.
What happened to him?
Sorry, my
Is there?
brother. Don't be angry.
You see?
Ahmed did not introduce. He did not introduce Sharia. Sharia has been there. He introduced Sharia as a state religion. So that's the issue. That's what I just wanted to correct.
Thank you.
No,
Okay,
not as a
you
state
see, no,
religion. What he introduced was
Can we just let him finish his submission,
the
please? Let him
criminal
finish his submission.
element of it.
He
That
actually
was what.
begged that you protect.
okay. Now, you see, Uncle, what I'm trying to say is this: Sharia. See, throughout, the reason why Sharia did not come out as it is now was we were there. We were controlling the affairs of Nigeria. No matter how bad the military was, okay, we were controlling things. We would tell you whether to practice Sharia or not, irrespective of the Abuja Declaration, irrespective of 1971 or 70 something, participation and the position observatory position Nigeria has in OIC. And when Babangida ratified it, I think 1986, as a full-blooded member of OIC, the military were controlling things. We wouldn't allow you to do anything that is going to destabilize Nigeria, as at that time, irrespective of how bad the soldiers were. Now I ask you, why couldn't they, some of the governors who are Muslims, pure Muslims, introduce Sharia as a state law when the military were still in place? Why couldn't they do that? Power moved away. Power came to South. There is no other point in order to create disadvantages and all kinds of things. Ahmed Sherima introduced it immediately. The scepter of authority was handed over to a Yoruba man from the southern part of Nigeria. We saw all those things happening as at that time. And I am vividly going to tell you people how these things happened at that time. The support that man garnered was so heavy. Do you know the number of people that lost their lives during that Sharia, riot in the entire North? Do you know how many businesses that were destroyed? How will you introduce something that that is meant to take care of you, your religious belief, tradition, and custom, and you will allow it to affect me? That is not. I have nothing to do with Islam. Why will you do that? If Nigeria is a secular state on paper, as the constitution says, why will someone now introduce a law that is going to, disadvantage me in the state that you say that everybody has the right to live, do your, religion, everything, businesses, anywhere in the country? Why will you make a law, a state law that looks so superior than the 1999 constitution? Why will you allow that to happen? Because they did these things. What you see, there is a lot of Nigerians, I will say this to them, and I don't mean to denigrate anybody. What Nigerian, Muslims probably is the extremist aspect of Islam. I have been to Saudi Arabia. I have been to Dubai. I've escorted Mohammed Abacha to Saudi Arabia, Mecca. When you go there, you see them. And for those of you that will argue, oh, why are they not doing the same thing? Where you have 99.9% Islamic, you don't need to introduce Sharia because everybody agrees to the tenet of Islam and their cultures and traditions. So what is happening in Nigeria is that you have virtually more people, more Muslims in Nigeria, and they scattered right across the federation everywhere. And you have this tussle, which religion will rule the other. That is what is going on in Nigeria. That is what is going on. The criminal aspect of Islam is what the extremist view of Islam is what they are introducing in Nigeria. And is it not shameful? Is it not shameful that Nigeria cannot even manufacture anything with the kind of resources God has given to Nigeria? Nigeria should be exploring space. Nigeria should be exploring, enter into space industry. Nigeria should be a country with the kind of human resources that God has given you, the natural resources God has given you to lead even most of the European countries. But all the time, we will come out here and be doing things, introducing things that will bring you 30, 40 years backward. Tell me, which country where the Islam come from are amputating their people when they steal fowl? Go to Zamfara State, they are amputating people when they steal fowl. But politicians of the same, religion will steal billions and nothing will happen to them. Like someone said here, they will never be tried, allow themselves to be put under Sharia court. They won't allow that. It is only the Talakawas that they are using, and to use it to destroy the democracy, so-called democracy Nigeria is practicing, if at all is democracy. So that is what they are doing. We saw it. Look, let me ask you again. The army, the military hierarchy was dominated by Muslims as at that time of northern extraction. Why couldn't they introduce Sharia to states that time? Why did they leave it?
God bless
Why
you.
did they leave it? So these are some of the things we need to ask ourselves. I want a Nigeria, if it is really going to work, that is going to go into, productivity instead of retrogressiveness. That is the only thing I want to see in that country. But if religion is going to be a tool to destroy people and to destroy their lives, my brothers and sisters, I will tell you that it is better to destroy that foundation that holds Nigeria together so that everybody will go to their home and region and practice their religion. If I want to come into your region, then I will come there and obey all your rules over there. So you will not use your religion to intimidate those people that are minority in those areas where these religions have been practiced. I yield here.
Thank you for that. I don't think that religion is probably going to be our biggest undoing, because I don't think when they came before they used religion. It's mostly tribe they used to divide us. But I guess religion doesn't help when we have different views on it the way
So
we are having today.
just to add to what you said, forefathers, and just what even Awinbon said, he made a lot of good points, because one of the major issues is that we forget to realize that even during colonialism, there was a recipe of religious separation of those territories. So what do I mean? When Nigeria was about to get a so-called independence, what the British did was they gave power to the north. So even the southern leaders, I think it was Awinbon that said that thing. That even when Obasanjo ruled Nigeria in 1999, it was complicit when they implemented Sharia law in Zamfara state. That's because his election as the president of Nigeria was validated by the Northerners, because the Northerners, the structure of political leadership is still being controlled by the North under the supervision of the British. And that has not gone in Nigeria up till now. And that's the reason why they can try to implement expansionist Sharia policy in Nigeria aggressively. But I'll stop there for now.
So what I think, what I think, 1 minute. What I think, if you ask me, is that the force to introduce Sharia law in Nigeria, if you check the history, they did it under Obasanjo. Now they are trying it under when you have a Southern president, a president from the Southern extraction. Now, if you ask yourself, you will almost want to conclude that this is a political tool that has been used by the North. Even if I don't want to say this, that would be my conclusion.
Okay, so let me just quickly say something. People
you see what happened during Obasanjo?
Under the current.
That is what is trying to be replicated now.
Okay, like when your guys are
trying to use the Sharia law as a bargaining chip in order to.
Started talking, you want to start interrupting me?
No. You've been talking now. You've been talking. You've been talking. You've been talking.
Speak. So
you've been talking.
Under the secular laws that we currently have in Nigeria today, people still steal billions, and this is not saying Sharia needs to be criminalized, okay? So because I don't understand the hypocrisy. Under the secular laws that we have in Nigeria today that we run, politicians still steal billions of dollars and they get away scot-free. At the same time, less than 2 or 3 days ago, a person was released from prison after spending 14 years in prison in southwestern Nigeria for stealing a chicken. So let's not pretend that what the North is doing is not political. If you say it is bad in their implementation, like Dr. Perry was trying to tell y'all, we agree. But when you discount places that these people have been successful, not only in southwestern Nigeria, but in Qatar, Oman, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, places of that nature. But it seems like you guys, for whatever reason, which I think is actually deceptive, I don't think it's whatever reason, for deceptive reasons, you pick out countries where.
Well, those countries you mentioned,
where they have
in Africa.
Where you have picked out
countries. No. All those countries you mentioned, are they in Africa?
You have picked out countries where they have politicized.
Oh, you're contradicting yourself because they are not African countries.
You have picked out countries where they have politicized and bastardized.
No, you see, the agenda is to make us all embrace Arabic culture. That is the agenda, and that is why they always start. They always start an example with those Arabic countries. See, I have no business with Arab. I cannot accept Arabic culture. It is not done. I'm African.
It's okay. let's have the next AY. Thank you for joining us. It looks like
another canker one.
why, hey, let's be nice now. This is the new year. This is 2025 AY. That is like a ghost right now. What's going on with you now, AY? What do you make
Sorry,
of
forefather. You know we don't have lights. We don't have lights. I'm
Oh,
not
this
sure.
guy. You're not in Nigeria now.
No, I mean there is no
you're in
light
Nigeria?
in my city. Yeah.
That's cool. Well
Yeah,
done. Well done.
you living next to righteous man.
Happy
Yeah,
New
exactly.
Year. Hope you're having fun in Nigeria.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Okay, with all the
happy
dedication, but
people.
I'm sure you must be feeling a little bit uncomfortable with all the conversation going. You are
Not
rolling
really.
around.
Not really. I'm just surprised at people high level of ignorance.
Yeah. But why
That's
do
what is interesting.
why do people say that often when they question something to do with Islam, they'll say it's because you don't understand it. When in reality, people are watching people like Deborah give murder that Fulani, this not Fulani, I mean terrorists using the faith to do all those things, and then they are passing rules that are so stiff and tough within a nation that is threatening to actually overwhelm the nation's institution. Then we say we don't understand why people are reacting like that. Come on, we know why
No.
this.
You. I mean, you have a point. The case of Deborah, I heard people. I was listening here and there. People were saying like, "Oh, that's Sharia." It's Jogo justice. It's not Sharia. Deborah death has nothing to do with Sharia. So it's just like how you have all the Jogo justice in Lagos, in that part of the country. The only thing.
Those jungle justice, they are not saying in the name of Jesus. That's the difference.
Hold on.
That's the difference. Does that make sense?
The only
they're not saying in the name
problem.
of Jesus. That's the problem.
Oh, Father, hold on. That no wonder your panelists, they are just rowdy because
look at
you
this
are
one.
rowdy.
Look at this one. He
Okay, let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this.
Let Allah be praised.
You are not a baby now. Why are you behaving like a tout like this? Yeah?
Childish.
Okay, let me say this.
We're all trying to be.
Let him finish.
Hold
I
on.
think he's being quite polite. It's nothing like half of
So,
Turkeys in Europe.
Where I blame the government is
Wanna
not
smoke
bringing those
crack like
people to book. You know what I mean? But what happened in the case of Deborah was just Jogo justice, to be honest. Yeah, but the only point where I will blame the government, the people involved, you need to bring those people to book. I mean, some of them were arrested. I don't know what happened with that case. But
they are all been released.
Area, to be honest. Kenneth, you need to learn to elevate your discussion a little bit. Everything is not cheap. Stop being childish. You don't talk sound. I don't want to say something.
Call it whatever you want to call it.
Calm down.
Since you all are trying to be stupid in that country,
Hold on. Okay,
yeah,
so let me ask you now. Okay, finish what you are saying, then I'll ask you a question.
There is a lot of misconception, right? I would understand the feeling of people that are not Muslims. To be honest, they have right to be agitating. To be honest, you can't remove it from them. The concept of Sharia is I mean, if you can't apply it to non-Muslims, right? Especially if it's a secular state, as Nigeria is called, right? It's not applicable to everybody. Even if you live in a Muslim country, I mean, if you can decide. You said you can't try me in a Sharia court, right? Take me to a civil court. Sharia is not only what the way people understand it. Somebody go cut somebody hand. The discussion is very poor. It's very poor. To be honest, again, I understand when non-Muslims are against Sharia. It's perfectly okay. If you bring Christian religion to me, I'm gonna be against it. I'll tell you no, because if I feel like it's not gonna give me justice. But when you understand something, you are able. I just feel like I speak the truth, and the other guest
Dr.
I mean,
Perry.
they did quite a lot of justice to it. Even forefather, yes, which day I was watching you. For example, I Speak the Truth is very competent about this topic, right? And not only this, I Speak the Truth, you know him to speak the truth always. But when it comes to issue of religion, he's explaining this to you. Then again, why don't you listen to him? Like
Jagan
even
probably gave him some of his crack to smoke. That's why you can't
if
hear
you
him.
watch Dr. Rudolph today, Rudolph was
Can
able
you let him just land,
to
please?
tap on information from us, Speak the Truth. He focused on it because he saw him bringing a lot of information. This platform, one thing I've said, right? We are from different part of the country, different upbringing, different experiences, different culture. It is an opportunity for us to learn. We need to learn. We don't need to argue to win. No, it's not going to help us. Forefather said something very important. My fear is when it comes to all this religion, tribe, my fear is we are missing the main point. They're using it to divide us. It is opportunity for politicians. They will keep using this tribal religion to divide us. You were also talking about regionalized Nigeria. I'm top on that. But you can't regionalize Nigeria based on religious values. The only regions you can regionalize in Nigeria based on religious value, you could say northwest, southeast. I mean, even southeast now, Islam is going fast in those areas, to be honest. Southeast is still, you could call it at least 70% Christian region, right? It's place like southwest that is 50-50 for Muslim and Christian. How do you want to regionalize based on religion? Where you going to put the Christian? Where are you going to put the Muslim? So we need to look deeper. Like North Central, for example, is literally North Central. You hear the population is also close to 50-50 or maybe 40-60, 45. It's very close. How do you want to regionalize based on religion? Where are you going to put the Christian? Where are you going to put the Muslims? So we need to look at all these issues. Even the state, right? Even some of the states you see, they have reasonable Muslim and Christian population. So if you are talking in terms of evil tribe, the only regions you can really regionalize based on tribe is southwest, southeast, maybe northwest, northeast. A lot of region you can't region. Nigeria is quite complicated. It's not the way we look at it. If I know a lot of us here, probably we left our villages to Lagos to abroad. We don't know Nigeria. Nigeria is very complicated. If you travel down to Maiduguri, down to Sokoto, you will understand what I'm talking about. If you travel down to rivers, down to Cross River, Akwa Ibom, you will understand how Nigeria is complicated. If you've not been to places in Nigeria, you will not understand it. It's very, very complicated. So if we want to regionalize Nigeria, from the point I'm looking at it, regionalize it based on breaking down the structure, based on the urgency of our development. Maybe it's going to develop faster in bits instead of as a whole. This is the point I'm looking at it. The other thing is this. I from this platform, I really understand that. We are not nationalists. Some people, some Nigerians, when they go against the country, it's not because the country is bad. They're going based on the hate for the country. You cannot hate your country. You need to first of all recognize this is my country. Then what are the problems? We start looking for ways how to solve our problem. When you break the country, this country does not belong to just you. It belongs to future people coming. So when you break it down today, then what next? So that's why all of us, we have to be cautious of what we say to divide the country, what we do. We have to be cautious. Trust me, if you don't have peace, you cannot have development. Nigeria is very complicated. So we need to calm down. We need to tone down our discussion sometime when it comes to race, religion, tribe, religion, and this kind of division. They are not really like helping us. We got issues. We got a lot of issues. You know, for me, if I see somebody I know that can get the job done, even in a local government in Kafachan, I will support you, even if I'm not going to benefit anything from there. If I see somebody that will do it in deep Cross River local government, I will support you as long as the people are happy, the people are benefiting. This is just my whole position. Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
we want to add something.
Can I speak?
My hand is up. My hand has been up.
Immediately. Let
Just
Onwibo add,
and I'll be gone. Just 1 minute.
add something that you can speak. He's had his hand up for a while now. Finish
Okay,
what you're
let him speak. Let him speak.
Okay, you can speak.
Speak, okay. When I speak.
Okay, thank you. You see, all of us, like AY is saying, I get what AY is saying, but I beg to differ. I beg to differ. All of us know the constitution, the foundation on which Nigeria is being, is operating with. That constitution, you can never solve that problem if you don't deal with the foundation. Let me tell you, how did the 1999 constitution came into force? It came into force by the actions and inactions of the military.
Exactly.
No Nigerian.
Speak.
I'm hearing myself.
Somebody's echoing.
He's had his hand up for a while now. Finish what you're
Can you please mute if you're not talking? Let me just.
You can't help him now.
Oh, Father, I think it's you.
Half of his mind is in Europe. It's okay. Leave it.
Okay.
We know
Thank you.
who is doing it.
Thank you. You see, the foundation is the problem which all of us has agreed quite some time now. You cannot have such foundation and allow, expect people will live, in accordance with the way you want them to live with each other. It cannot happen. The reason why, like I said before, in other countries where they are predominantly Muslim, don't have most of the problem that you have in Nigeria, is because they are more in number. They are more in number. But when you come to Nigeria, you have quite reasonable, let me say 60, 40, 50, 50, or 50 on the other side. This is the problem. If Nigerians were called upon, how are we going to live? They come in, they put up everybody put up their own, opinion and how they are going to live. A document is drafted from there, then things will work well. But when you are working with what I call a decree, which although I had no power to change anything as at that time, I had no power. I was just a warrant officer second class. I had no power to change anything. If you work with that foundation, you will never, from now to 30 years, we will die and our children will come and begin to discuss about the same issue because you have allowed strong men to determine what happens in the country instead of building strong institutions. That is the problem. Nigerians were not agreed on the foundation that is being used now to run that country. That's what I have to say there. Thank you.
Let me just ask him a quick question, if you'll permit me.
Okay, I think
Kenny
it's time
wanted
for
to
me
ask
speak
question
now.
first. Kenny, 1 minute, go ahead.
It's very simple. See, we all know how to blanket talks, serious issues, and begin to put cream on the body so that it will appear nice and sound, sweet to the ears. See, if somebody is coming here to tell us that that in the north, in the north middle belt, you have 50-50 Christian Muslim. In the southwest, you have 50-50. In the southeast, you have 70-30. So how would you begin to Islamize Nigeria? Or that all those are cock and bull story, right? The thing is, if you know that Nigeria is that diverse a religion, in a religious aspect, why then are you pushing for the Sharia law? Why is their intent? Bumbure here was asked a question. What is the motive for pushing for this Sharia law? He could not answer it. What is their intent? What do they want to achieve? He could not answer it. The same thing played out during during Obasanjo's second time or election bidding. They use that as a beginning chief to get what they want or what they wanted from Obasanjo. And today they want to replicate same. They want to use the same tactics, the same style to push for Sharia law in the Southwest. And though this guy today, Tinubu, is helpless, Tinubu knows that he knows that the South and the Southeast are not going to vote for him. Obviously, they did not vote for him last time, and he already know that the North have rejected him completely because the North was the one that actually voted for him last time. So he knows that they rejected him, and in the Southwest they are divided. So there is no way, there is no magic Tinubu can perform to win this 2027 election. The only magic is to rig it again, and it will be very obvious. So the North now saw a loophole or a kind of idea to now push for this Sharia law in the Southwest, and that is why they are doing. And you and I will sit here. They are going to achieve it. He's going to promise them. He's going to give it to them, provided they elect him for the second term. See, there is no point trying to smooth this talk. If Sharia law, if they don't have, if you cannot tell us the intent, if you cannot tell us their intentions, why then are you pushing it? You're making an example with Kuwait. Kuwait is 75% Muslims. So 75% Muslim, why is the need?
Okay, so
actually, the 75% is not enough. The 75% is not enough. They want to make it to 100%. So that is why they still have Sharia law. As soon as they push that agenda, as soon as they increase their percentage to up to 90 plus, they will remove Sharia law.
All right, Kenny, we get
you
it.
have you had it before. I think you had it previously in Turkey. As soon as they achieve that dominance, they remove it. So that is the essence. Once they achieve the dominance that they are looking for, they just remove it so that you will not call them a Sharia country. See, that is what they want to do in Nigeria. Once they achieve that dominance, they will forget about Sharia law.
Okay, Kenny.
That is
they
how
want to
they come in.
Islamize everybody. They want to put everybody in
and you and I, we own Nigeria, right? You cannot come and impose Arabic culture on us, and you think that we should all accept Arabic culture. Islam is about Arabic culture, so you can't.
We get it.
Thank you. Okay, let's move to the next person, please. There's someone here that needs to speak. Ed, thank you for joining us. As you can see, welcome to 2025. I hope it goes better for Nigeria. You can argue some things were bad for Nigeria this past year, but the refineries coming on stream is a positive. Please go ahead. What do you make of the conversation so far?
Oh, thank you so much, forefathers. Happy New Year to everyone. It's still not 2025 where I am, but it will be in the next about 45 minutes from now. I wish everyone the best of it. And I mean, it's been I'm glad we are having these conversations. I actually did not want to come up, but there are some things that I said that I just felt. I mean, I couldn't stomach it. I think in the first place, there's a lot of obfuscation and a lot of gaslighting going on here. You know, we're having an intellectual conversation. The whole idea of suggesting that, some people are the purveyors of truth and should be listened to, I think that just minimizes the need for a debate or for an intelligent conversation. If you already believe that some people are the only ones that should be able to tell the truth on issues. People have their different perspectives based on what their experiences are and what they've seen. Having said that, I want to get back to the question of this Sharia law. What does it really mean to be Nigerian? What unites us as Nigerians? Is it is this going to in any way help unify us more as a people? If we feel that, you know, division along ethnic, along religious lines has been one of the main issues that we have in Nigeria. Is this going to further that, or is this going to is there any like economic or social benefit to it? Those are things we really need to ask. You know, by practicing these laws, does it make us even more Nigerian? Does it improve us economically? Does it improve us from a social perspective? You know, those are questions, those are the interrogations we really need to make. You know, there's also this whole conversation about our constitution, right? I've heard people say the constitution is based on Christian laws and all of that. And I can't think of anything farther from the truth than that. And here is why. I really don't want to make this conversation about Christianity, but since that's already been said, I think we really need to interrogate it. What is innately Christian about the Nigerian constitution? When we say that, do we mean that the constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is based on the Bible? When there is no mention about the Bible, about Christ, about church, about Christian, there's no mention of anything that is existentially Christian in the constitution. Whereas if you flip it to the other side, there is a lot of mentions about Sharia, about Islam, about the Grand Caliph and all of that stuff. What is innately Christian about the Nigerian constitution? Is it because it's written in the English language? Is the presidential system of government a Christian concept? Is democracy a Christian concept? Where in the Bible are those concepts? Because we just say some things and, you know, use that as like a straw man to make very, very scathing remarks to kind of further some agenda. I would go back to what Mr. Tony said, and I think it was a very brilliant submission. I mean, let's take away any sort of religious coloration to our constitution. Let's not sponsor people to Jerusalem. Let's not sponsor people to Mecca. If we really wanting to have a united Nigeria, by all means, practice religion at your personal expense and in your personal comfort, right? Let's take away these things that divide us. Let's not talk about, let's take away things that divide us, but yet we are promoting things that divide us. I just feel like it's just hypocritical. You know, practice your religion at your own expense. If you want to go to Mecca, go. You know, I mean, in all of this, as much as I'm a Christian, what of the traditional believers, those that believe in the tradition? Because if we're going to say, if we're going to say, let's get down to our basics as being Nigerian, what really are we? What were we before the Arabs and the Christians came? If we're going to even argue on that basis, I keep hearing things like, the Yoruba people have had Sharia for a long time. Does that make them innately Islamic? You know, it's like saying, the Moroccans, the Lebanese, they were Christian before, right? So they should go. Would you agree that they should go back to whatever religion they were? You know, so those kind of things. Like, I just feel like we need to be really sincere if we want to have a truly nationalistic outlook. let's quell all these things that bring unnecessary division, things that bring suspicions. You know, we try to say, okay, yes, I know I don't know much about Islam, so I'm not going to make pretense. And I respect if people also say they don't know much about Christians instead of making generalizations or making assertions about Christianity. But then why are people really afraid? Because people are not afraid of the Christianity or of the Islam that they do not know. They are afraid of the Islam that they see in Nigeria. They are afraid of the Islam that was used as impetus to kill Deborah Samuel. They are afraid of the Islam that was used as impetus to keep Rhoda Jatau in prison for the past 1 year until she was released. They're not, people don't really care about the Islam that they don't know, because, you could preach about Islam, say all these nice things about them, but people know what they see in their everyday lives. They know what has happened to the northern part of Nigeria, which had their own traditional religions, but everything today has Islamic coloration. You cannot say, at least I'm from the South. I still know my culture. I still know what it means to be a Benin man. That much cannot be said about some of our brothers in the North. That's what people are afraid of. So, if we really want to have peace, let's have peace. Let's stop fanning the embers of things that cause division. Religion is a personal thing, right? In as much as we want to be evangelistic in our religions, at the end of the day, we have to realize that people should practice religion with their personal consent, at their personal cost, and at their own pace. You don't have to, start bringing in things that would cause further division. Nigeria is already too fragile. That's just my 2 cents. Thank you very much, and I hope 2025 comes to the best for us.
Thank you. Nice one.
So this is this ingenuity that I say Nigerians are fond of doing. They will tell you how they want to be liberal, and they will tell you how they hope for fairness, but in actual fact, they are swinging things in their way. I guess it's just human nature anyways. And I wish, okay, Anwin is still here. There was something he said, and which was what I wanted to ask a question on before Kenny, of course, jumped in with his usual babble. Anwin said if it's in the Constitution, everybody should sit down, talk about it. It shouldn't be a decree. And if, for example, it is enacted in the Constitution after everybody agrees with it, then he would have no problem with it. Am I right so far, Wimbo?
No, I think that is you've just misconstrued what I said.
So basically, I'm saying so that means you disagree. Fine. So that means even if it was in the Constitution, good. So that means again, this is the disingenuity I'm talking about. So that means even if Sharia law was in the Constitution for the Northerners or the adherents of the Islamic faith, you would have a problem with it. Because prior to that, what you told us was everybody should sit down if it's in the document. So you're telling us the only thing
that is not.
Fine. You've told us you disagree.
If you can, hold on, please, because I don't know how you always twist things and try to force people to believe what you just said. Look, what I said is this: the 1999 Constitution was a military decree that was given to Nigeria. It wasn't people's constitution.
Which is
listen
what
to
I
me.
just
Listen to me. I did not say if Sharia was added to it, it is going to be a problem to me. Listen to me very well, because you are too fond of doing things that you are very disingenuous, and you accuse people of being disingenuous. This is what I said. If the people of Nigeria were called and they decide how they are going to live in Nigeria, it could have been better. Let them agree and fashion ways to live. That's all. But for them to be imposed
can I speak
upon
now?
with 1999 Constitution, I don't agree with it. Simple.
This is how you can conduct a conversation. Again, like I always say, stop putting your emotions or your personal dislike of an individual into a conversation. I asked you a question. Right away, you said no. I just said what you just said. Hold on one second.
I am very, very ingenious by answering your question because they have asked you numerous questions here you refuse to answer. You fail flat from answering them. And look at how you are. Who is disingenuous?
Can I please finish? All right. So again, I asked you the same question using your own words. Everybody's on here. Everybody can hear it. For those that cannot grasp it or weren't listening or were half attentive, they can easily rewind it. I asked you that if it was in the Constitution, if that was your premise, if that was your position, based on what you said and which I understood, which you're now saying again, but because you don't want to listen to me, of course, because of a personal dislike, you said if it's in the Constitution, you would have no problem with it. Right. Okay, so if you wouldn't have a problem with it, I put it to you right now that Sharia is already in the Constitution as we speak. So maybe your argument, like you said, would be, well, it was a decree. It wasn't everybody that came together to accept it. That part I can accept, which is I just wanted to clarify. So stop coming at me with your own exactly, like just clarify with me. So stick with me here.
Okay, now let me. Have you finished?
Hey,
of course
can I say something?
Of course you want to talk. How can I be finished if I was
I'm just okay. Finish.
How can I be finished?
No, not Jide, not you. Not let Turkey guys speak.
You're fond of it, like the rest of them talk.
I just spoke just now. I've not spoken for a while.
It's okay for me to complain because you do it. You continuously do it, and it is irritating.
You can finish.
When everybody else speaks, you don't have a problem with it. When a divergent opinion wants to speak, then the rest of you, led by you, start jumping in.
I'm very, very evil-handed. How dare you accuse me of impartiality? I'm very evil-handed.
Really so, what I wanted to ask Kenny was, he keeps saying, "What is their intent?" I mean, what else will be their intent? They want to be ruled by laws that govern their creed. He said there's no evidence. Everything he said about, oh, this is why they're doing it because of a second term. I wanted to ask him, wishing he was here. There's no evidence that this push for Sharia in the Southwest is being led by the North. That is not true. You don't know that. I don't know that, except he's privy to certain information that we are not. We don't know. We don't know if it's a bargaining chip for political reasons. All we know is there are certain people of the Islamic faith that want this in their lives. Now, do you have a right to be scared of it? You say, well, this is the Islam we know. I think, again, and I would still emphasize that there's a lot of disingenuity going on, because if you say, this is the Islam I know, this is the Islam I know, well, you cannot say this is Islam you know, when in the next vein you say, well, even in places like XYZ country, they don't even practice it. And those places are predominantly Muslim. So you have to ask yourself, why are these kind of carnages that happen in Nigeria, the type that affected Deborah or the other people that y'all mentioned, why isn't it happening in those countries? And the simple fact of it, like when you mentioned Yerima, it is political. It is political. Just like AY was trying to explain to you guys, there's a difference between the proper implementation of this law and the political aspect. But what I have inferred and what I have gathered, and I'm just enjoying this because it's taking away my time before I go join my family, is that everybody, well, aside from Tony, I'll give him that, most people on here really do not want to hear. They already have a preconceived notion Anything you say, they're willing to jump on it. They're willing to attack. They're willing to argue. This is not something like, it's not hard. It's not rocket science. It's just understanding where these people are coming from, and what you don't understand, go read about it before making pronouncements, and everything is going to be kosher. Mm.
All right, all right. Let's see what people are being nice to us. You see, at the
Forefathers.
core of it, in my opinion. No,
Forefathers.
hold on first. This is now. I'm coming to you next. For me, the core of it is that should we even be putting all these religions first instead of founding a nation? We are talking about religions here and there, and they are trying. Some of them are trying to extend it. I think it was recently they were trying to even make the Sharia even stronger in the House of Assembly, and it was knocked down. So those are the kind of things we don't need to be happening now. We should be looking at building a viable nation so that our people can actually flourish. So, but let me just play this so that we can get an idea of the mistake we are making when we try to say that, okay, let's uphold one religion after the other, because they're all after us. Let me play this.
The survivors fled to camps on the border of North Darfur and eastern Chad, from where our Africa correspondent Yusra Al-Bakhir sent this report. It contains video of an attack and its aftermath on unarmed civilians, and also mention of sexual violence.
These are the women demanding answers, forced out of their homes by militias in a national war devastating Sudan that echoes the Darfur genocide of 20 years ago. My 13-year-old daughter is still missing since the day we fled, she says. I've no mother, no brother. I can't find anyone. And these are the men that terrorized her hometown, declaring victory to the Arabs over lifeless bodies. Our investigation with Lighthouse Reports reveals this rare, unseen footage. Evidence of ethnically motivated atrocities against civilians by militiamen, promising to make them suffer. We've identified the victims in this video. 5 brothers dragged out of their home and shot dead in broad daylight. One of them, Abdul Jabbar, was only 14 years old. Captured in a hunt of civilian men from non-Arab tribes.
They take what they want and torture any man they find. That is their goal. They never entered Arab houses in the neighborhood. They only go to the houses of black people, break in and take.
That's our neighbor, she says. He was walking to the well right next to his house. Then they shot and killed him. She says the attack was led by the Rapid Support Forces, the RSF, an Arab tribal militia turned paramilitary group waging a war against Sudan's army.
We woke up to the sound of bullets, lots of bullets. Suddenly the Arabs entered the town and started killing people in the streets. They entered homes, killing and raping people.
This propaganda video was shared by the RSF, declaring their control of the area in the aftermath of the massacre. Several sources say RSF commanders, including this man, Ali Hamid al-Tahir, ordered the violence against civilians. As his troops moved to capture the army garrison. Survivors also told us they spotted one of the RSF's most notorious militia leaders, Noor al-Gubba, walking in the town center as destruction ensued.
It was terrifying. When you have a defense and then it all falls away, what are you meant to do? We had to flee.
He's describing the abrupt withdrawal of the army, with some soldiers accused of abandoning the garrison, an allegation that has come from within the army's ranks.
All of the army's intelligence withdrew before the attack. Soldiers were meant to be part of the defense.
He says the barracks were sold out and that 40 junior soldiers, mostly from Darfur, were killed in the aftermath.
All of the soldiers who were killed were from Darfur, except the compromised commander who was assassinated. The other Arabs had already joined their people during the attack.
Safia's husband was one of the soldiers killed in the battle, but civilian men in her family were targeted too.
My 3 cousins and 2 of my brothers were stood up and shot dead. My father would have been killed too if he hadn't fled. We had to bury my brothers in the yard with some dirt and leave them behind.
Residents say they'd never seen anything like it, even compared to the 2003 conflict in Darfur, designated as genocide.
This time, these guys conquer the army, and then they come for the civilians. If you have a car, they'll take it. They'll take anything in your home. If you have pretty sisters, they'll rape them.
Thousands of survivors are scattered in these camps, longing to return home and reunite with their families. Relatively safe, but still reeling from the day they were hunted door by door. Yusra Al-Bagher, Sky News, Eastern Chad.
So those are the ones that were able to escape to Chad. So the thing is, the reason why I play all this video is a teachable moment to our people that are carrying the religion on their head. Because it appears from the behavior of the religion is based on, first, they convert you to their faith. Then that faith will actually weaken you. Then they will finish the job.
What you watch
Can you
right
let
now,
me finish, please?
No, but what you watch right now, what has it got to do with what you're
Okay,
saying?
you will ask me that. You will ask me that. Let me finish what I'm saying.
I will explain how it got to do with it.
Yes. So they will weaken you, then they will come and finish the job by Arabizing you on top of it. Because this is not only Sudan it's happened to, it's already happened to the entire North Africa. And most of the Arab world, really. When you say Arab world, it doesn't mean that they are all genetically Arab. They were this is how they were mostly converted. Because Arabs themselves are a distinct race on their own, and the other Canaanites, this in the center. Also, can I finish, please? Can I finish what I'm saying?
What
You will have
did
your
the
time.
person speaking
Can I finish
say
what I'm
was the
saying?
reason for the conflict?
Can I finish what I'm saying? I will address that. I will address that. You know, I will not dodge. I'm not going to dodge it at all. So the reason for the conflict was because of the dispute between the two top generals of that country, and they are being funded. Hold on, they are being funded by foreigners.
No, that wasn't my question. I said, what did that wasn't my question. The person speaking in the video, all of us just watched, they made a certain pronouncement twice, at the beginning and at the end. They said this is the reason for the conflict. What did they say the reason for the conflict was? I can tell you because I wrote it down.
I know the reason for the conflict.
All
I
right,
don't
so
even need to hear that. The conflict started because of the disagreement between the two generals.
That wasn't what they said. They
What
said
would they
it
say?
was an ethnically motivated atrocity against minorities by militiamen. They said it at the
Oh my
beginning
God.
and they said it at the end.
But that's not the beginning, the main reason for the conflict.
I said, what did they tell us? You are not an authority on history. I'm not going to. So what did the video that we just watched?
The video, what it told us was that, okay, let me I'm not going to dodge your question at all. What the video actually said was, as a result of this conflict that was happening, when these people get to these areas, they use that advantage and wipe out the native, the people that are not.
No, you're telling us the effect. I said, what was the cause? What
I just told you the cause of the conflict.
Was that what the video said, or should we watch it all over again? Because I don't know if this is a comprehension issue. Because
no. If you want us to watch it again, we can watch it again.
They did not say anything about two generals. Nobody
actually they did.
Oh my God.
For else. I don't know what you want to say.
They mentioned the two forces, the army and the RSF. I've forgotten what they call.
Yes, and they said it was started because of ethnically motivated atrocities against minorities by militiamen. At what point did they mention Islam as the problem or the cause of the conflict? Is what I'm putting to you.
Who said it was Islam that was the cause of the conflict?
How did you start off with?
I said the reason why this is relevant is because the people that are being killed right now in Sudan are black people that are Muslims, but just because they are not Arabs, they are being killed. Is that clear for you? And that is a teachable moment for our own people that is dying because of Islam.
So you start exactly.
Tomorrow, hold on, because tomorrow you will be next. You might be that same people that are being killed by Arabs because you are not Arab.
At what point did they say the conflict was because of Muslims? Because listen, you cannot.
Oh my God!
Wait. I don't.
What does it matter? What is?
Can you please allow him to make his point so that other people will come in? This interjection here and there.
I've tried
the only
to
person in this platform.
It doesn't matter what it is for. It doesn't matter what it is for.
I speak the truth. Can you just please allow him to finish, please?
It doesn't matter what it is for. It is what they are doing with it. They are using it to kill black people that are Muslims. How can that? You see, the reason why you are pushing so hard against it, because it goes contrary to everything you believe about it.
No, it doesn't. All I'm asking you, when you make a certain pronouncement,
the same thing. Let me finish now. Let me finish what I'm saying. The same thing was done by even Christianity. Christianity, they will try to Christianize you, and if they have the opportunity, they will wipe you out. They did that.
That is not the point. When you start off, when you make a pronouncement by starting off and saying, "This is the reason," just hear me out, okay? So this is the reason why Nigerians should not put religion on their head, because look at what the Muslims. Hold on.
Yes, Arabs.
Damn, so far this okay. Let me place my position. Damn, I think you were fed with parrot eggs as a baby. Listen, and you're telling us you, in essence, what you did was you placed the blame, no matter how you want to skirt around it now, okay? You essentially place the blame on the doorstep and the forefront of Islam, knowing that our argument all through has been about the enactment of Sharia in Nigeria. Now, if a child or an uninformed person was in the comment section or just a part of the audience just watching, automatically they are assuming that it is Islam versus another religion. This is not what you did, and which is what I wanted you to correct. You're saying it as if it is Islam versus another religion, knowing that the topic all day has been about Islam and another religion. Now you want to say, oh, well, I'm saying about the Arab Muslims, and which is what I wanted you to start off with. Now, if you know it is between two Muslim groups, not because this person is Muslim or that person is Muslim, it is because they are of different ethnicities, one being Arab or pseudo-Arab, and the other being of Negroid ethnicity. This is the cause of the conflict, not because of religion, and which is why I said, did you notice what the reporter did? They stated it at the start, and they stated it at the end, that it was ethnically motivated by militia groups.
Yes, and that is exactly what I meant, because they converted those people to Muslims, and now ethnically it's not exactly. They don't.
You're not saying something out of Turkey. You are not saying that those militias, they are backed by Arabs, they are backed by UAE.
No, hold on now. Let me finish my point. Let me finish the point I was making. They were even doing Allah Koba and others while they were killing fellow Muslims just because they are not Arabs. That is key, and that is it. If our own people that are black can picture the consequences of what they are doing to their own people now.
I thought they were killing Christians.
No. They were killing Muslims.
They weren't.
They were killing Muslims. So let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. So they were killing Muslims. So the point of that is to highlight to our own Muslims in Nigeria that what you are doing, you think you are practicing a faith where they care about you. Sooner or later, when you grant them enough soft power, there will be consequences, like the kind of consequences that have flowed all through North Africa and it's coming south.
Do you see how you confuse people?
I'm not confusing people. Okay, if you want to say he's confused, let him be confused.
Even the centric was confused.
Okay, let's say he's confused. No. You can't keep interrupting me.
If we are going to do this thing just like the way this guy is doing here, it will not be good.
If you interrupt me again, you're going to go backstage, please. I'm not going to have it anymore. See, if he is confused, that is for him to be confused, because I made it very clear that these people were Muslims that were being killed. If you cannot understand that, because anytime you see Muslim killing people, you are assuming that they are killing Christians. Maybe that's the conditioning we all have, but we don't seem to understand. That's why this is unique. So that that's why I'm highlighting it too, so that our own Muslim can see it. That the people they are dying for, those Arabs that they envy so much, this is how they see them. Because if you know that the people that you are worshiping, that you think their language is the language of heaven, the language of angels, they are killing you like rabbits and raping your women. And when those women have children, those children become Arabs. Because even if you have 5%, 10%, 15% Arabic gene, you are suddenly Arab. They don't care whether 70%.
Father, let this discussion move.
So hold on, don't interrupt me, please. Because this is a very, very important point that you all need to hear that practice Islam. Because you all know what you are doing in that continent. You all go around so many countries causing chaos because of other people's religion. You are in Mozambique. You are
let
in.
it out. Let it out.
Shut up. You're going to end up back. I've told you already. You are in Mozambique. In the Sahel. Hold on, please. No, I need to let them know what they are doing.
It will make it sound stereotypical.
I don't care. I don't hate. I'm trying to defend my own people. They don't want to defend their people. All they want to do is back on another religion to the hilt. That's all they want to do. They pretend as if that's not what they are doing.
You will end up sounding
above their own people. They are attacking people in Mozambique.
So far, calm down. Calm down. You are the moderator. Calm down.
No, I'm not just the moderator.
You are the moderator. You are the moderator.
I'm a panelist now. I'm not a moderator because it's not fair that when you are trying to confront a truth here, people just try to hide it and pretend as if it's not happening. And that's what causes problem. Tomorrow now, somebody like Kene will come tell them, oh, you are useless. Why are you telling me I should practice Sharia? They will argue with each other. And all of us that want to get on with our life, we have to put up with them fighting each other. That is the nonsense we have to fight against and make sure that this country that we are trying to build is not sabotaged because of religious division. They need to hear it because these things are happening and people are getting killed. Deborah just got killed just because she just made a mistake. People are actually getting killed, and our own people. That's why Mary Antoinette, when she came here today, she was like, our children are getting kidnapped by so-called excited Muslims. And stealing is supposed to be against Sharia law. Where are these people not being hunted? If anything, they are covered. They try to cover for them many of the times. They are not being hunted down and brought down to make sure that they pay for the crime that they are committing. Killing innocent people is not supposed to be allowed, but they get away with it anyway. They even kill fellow Muslims. In Nigeria, one other Muslim was killed, I think last year or 2 years ago, because he said the wrong thing about the faith. You can't keep doing that. And this is the reason why I'm showing them that video, that if you are killing your people because of this faith, look at what they are doing to you because you are not even black. You are not Arab. You should learn to defend your own people first before you start thinking about religion. Religion just came to us how many 100 years ago? Suddenly, because they programmed you in your head, you start killing your own people constantly. That's my take on it. I don't subscribe to the idea that we pretend as if these things are not happening. Why is it that it's only them that are being recruited to fight people? Why are they not recruiting Christian extremists? Why are they not recruiting Buddhist extremists? We pretend as if these things are not happening. Please, if anybody wants to go ahead, go ahead. I think support diaspora voting or something.
Father, let me quickly say something. Sometime, hold on, guys. Sometime we get this into our head. We progress in ignorance. We think we understand what we're doing. What you actually say, right? To be honest, you lack knowledge about Islamic knowledge and organization.
Even politics, you don't know.
To be honest, hold on, guys, hold on. And you are somebody I respect.
Tell me where I like. Don't just say it later. No, I'm not going to let this wishy-washy statement you will make all the time. What did I like? Tell me what I liked.
If you don't want me to speak, I can.
No, I want you to speak, but okay, I don't want the wishy-washy statement. What is it that
him where he lack?
Okay,
I need to know.
Hold on.
I'm here to learn too. Tell me what I'm doing wrong.
Hold on. You see, the stuff you're talking about, right? See, there are a lot of dynamics to issues, right? What is going on in Sudan is a Muslim country. First of all, you need to recognize that. This
not Sudan or South Sudan. What are you talking about?
Not Sudan. It's not Sudan. It's okay.
Sudan. There is nothing like North Sudan. It's
Exactly.
Sudan and South Sudan. If you don't know, you need to learn, Kene.
No,
So,
I just want to make sure you
Sudan,
understand what
right?
you're saying.
Keep quiet. Keep quiet. In Sudan, right? Sudan is a Muslim country as it is, right? This fight, we've discussed it a lot of time. This fight is started even in Ramadan, that even you cannot kill a fly during Ramadan. You cannot fight a fly as a Muslim. So, first of all, you will see the only way you can look at it, oh, these are Muslims fighting each other. See, human being, I have said it, human being, either whatever you worship, whatever you believe, human being is human being. It's just like when I have said it, people that believe in division, if you like, just like we talk about Nigeria, split Nigeria into a local government, they will divide that local government. Trust me. This is what is happening. So these issues, right, even when people are Muslim, just like you see leadership, like in Muslim organization, because of leadership, they will turn it into tribe. Like, for example, maybe Yoruba and Hausa are dominating that organization. Oh, this one is supporting my. These are human problem. It doesn't have anything to do with religion. So what is going on? There is tribal content to what is going on in Sudan.
Yep.
It's not because, oh, this one are Arab, this one are black, that is why they're going to kill them. You need to do more research as regard this stuff. Even, do you know Saudi have a black Muslim population? Like Saudi, original Saudi. They are blacks. So it's not only in Sudan you have black Muslim population. Saudi indigene. I have a friend from Saudi. He is black. If you see him, you will think he's Nigerian.
Oman,
But
Qatar,
he's
all of
Okay,
them.
so
Saudi Oman.
by
Hold on.
saying that by
I
saying
just
that
try
this
to
is a
educate
tribal
you on
conflict.
this
No,
stuff.
I hear you what you say that it's a tribal conflict, but by saying that you are implying that tribalism trumps the religion in their
No,
eyes.
that's not
Some
Fafa, that's
places,
not the
in
point.
some
The
Fathers,
point is
fathers, this is
cut
what
off and you start off
these
No,
guys
a
need to
let's
religious,
get
understand
into
this
a
the
night.
crux of the
religious
matter.
conversation.
Let
You're
AY
giving
speak,
a
please, because
religious
you don't want to
you
answer the
people,
conversation,
question.
you
Let
which
people
AY
let
was
speak.
me
This
not
is what they
right.
need to
It wasn't
understand.
a
No,
Now,
one
South
at a
okay.
time.
Sudan,
We can't hear each
conflict
other one at
where
a time. We can't hear
If you
anybody.
if
And
you cannot handle the moderation, blame
yeah,
me.
diaspora.
Forefathers,
I wish you can handle the moderation so I can do the talking really, but you don't
forefathers,
have access
I'm
backstage.
telling you with certainty, in some places, in some tribes, their tribe supersede religion. I can name the places in Nigeria for you. When you bring religion, no matter if it's Islam, Christianity, their tribe supersede any of those religions. One of such places, like in the Southwest, majority of the Southwesterner, quote me anywhere, their tribe supersede religion.
it was all
Yeah,
of the South.
but you don't see that in Nigeria, do you? They want to put religion first.
No. This is what you don't know.
Oh
You
my
know,
God,
I,
this one's
I
gonna
made
start
a
talking
statement
about
before,
Russia.
right? A lot of us, we don't know ourselves. This is the problem we are having in Nigeria. When I was in Nigeria, I had the opportunity to
That talk
travel.
about Southwest, it's
I
not
had
correct.
opportunity
It's not
to
correct.
travel across board in Nigeria, dealing with different tribe and all over. That is when you get to understand the people. We don't know ourselves as Nigeria. That is why
Ewa,
we
you're
have a lot
deviating
of
now. We need
disagreement.
to learn how to
Okay,
stick to the topic.
yeah.
Put Father's feet to the fire. He played a video.
Oh, look at this one
He
wants to put my
has
feet to the
to
fire.
stay.
Now,
Yeah, you got to put it to
Let
the
me make
test.
an announcement,
Yeah,
please. Let me make
you
an
don't have to
announcement.
make an announcement.
I want to speak now.
Yeah. Okay, let's let support the
I
diaspora
want
vote.
Let me finish the
now.
summary. I've talking. The reason why we not blame Forefather is not known to be hateful
Thank you.
person, right?
Good.
I don't just understand. I don't know.
South Sudan was
No.
smart enough to go their separate ways, leaving
You
Sudan
just jumped in
with
from
its
nowhere.
nonsense.
Hold on. Let's hold on. I need to make an announcement. We are heading to 3 hours now, so we have to shut down the live feed from all the other channels.
Let me finish.
The only channel that will be on now is only 2Naija, because 3 hours is what is supposed to be on all the other channels. So if you want to carry on viewing, you need to go to this is 2Naija, because the conversation is not ended here. That is the link there. So you have to go there to carry on viewing it. We have to end on Iroko Post. We are not even supposed to be on Dr. Damages even. This is the first. The only reason why I brought it here was Tracy. Somehow, Tracy, you are supposed to know that we have been announcing it that from the first day of 2025 that we are not going to be streaming to Dr. Damages anymore. It's
Tracy
Iroko Post
that very
TV.
handsome man.
Yeah, it's Iroko Post TV.
Father,
from today.
let me finish.
Yeah, you were saying?
Tracy Jacope, that very handsome man.
Forefathers.
Talking now.
Speak now.
Okay, let me finish the point. So we are not going to be seeing this live feed.
Speak now.
Yes, you are the next person. You are not going to be seeing this live feed on Dr. Damages. You will be seeing it on Iroko Post TV, Njenje Media TV, 90 Minutes Africa, 2Naija, Ovu Project Freedom. That's where you're going to be seeing the live feed. So if
which one is Ovu? It's Ovu. Sound like Voodoo. Which one is Ovu Project Freedom?
It's electricity.
Ovu.
Okay. Ovu Project.
Father, let me finish my point, please. Let me make the last couple.
So you need to shift to 2Naija if you want to watch it now, because we're going to end it on all the other channels.
You know what will happen right now?
Yeah.
Right? Let me complete 3 hours. Shut it down. Right? Then let's continue. Because I will not
let me shut down now. Actually, Dr. Damages is going off now.
I won't have it speaking right now, right? And you cut it off, so you'll be rushing me. So just cut it right now, and let's continue on 2Naija.
Yeah, I've ended from Njenje Media, and I'm gonna end it on from Iroko Post. If you are watching on Iroko Post, you can see the link. You need to go there if you want to carry on watching. I'm going to end it on Iroko Post now.
And tell people to subscribe to your channel. You need to start.
Yeah. Like, share, and subscribe to the 2Naija too. That too is fine.
You need more subscribers.
Yeah, you would think now that I should be promoting. I don't do a lot of promotion. I was at Dr. Damages actually. Dr. Damages doesn't promote too, so and maybe that's how I am too. All right, so that's it. All channels are out. It's only 2Naija, so you go there if you want to carry on watching. So welcome diaspora voting. Thank you for joining us. What do you make of this conversation?
All right. Hello everyone, and happy New Year wherever you are.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everybody. This is 2025.
Happy
the
New
year
Year,
of I no agree with anyone.
In America,
the year of if you do me, I do you. God no go best. Happy New Year.
That's what we said last year. We don't agree. We don't agree. We did that last year, and we suddenly we agree.
Support diaspora voting and Kene. Happy New Year, man.
Yeah, we don't agree. We don't agree. Yeah, that's what this year was supposed. The 2024 was supposed to be that one, isn't it? Suddenly we agree. Okay, let's see what happened this year then. Support the diaspora voting. Please go ahead.
All right. It's just so painful, yeah. So painful that 21st century we see young minds like us that are supposed to be brilliant minds, right, are still here arguing about religion or whatsoever. I wanted to ask I speak the truth, if you're still there, AO has gone, maybe you'll come back. So like this thing religion they call Arab, Muslim, no, I think Arab is a people, so it's not a religion, right? Religion they call Islam or Muslim. If it's where did it come from? Is it Africa or Asia? First. So we separate it so we know if it belongs to one person and goes to the other, And two, in the Nigerian constitution, right? And people were trying to, ask to find out, right? I discovered, right, that 73 times is when Sharia was mentioned in the constitution, and 28 times is also when Islam was mentioned in the constitution. Then Muslim, which I don't know the difference in Muslim, is mentioned 10 times in the constitution. And Christianity, Bible, or church, has no mention in the constitution. That first is a sign, is a red flag first, that hence it was deliberately done. It's a red flag. Good. Then you now ask, there's this organization called Organization of Islamic Countries, OIC. Yeah. Are you like, okay, where did they found it from? Is it Africa or Asia? And because origin of stuff has to be important, it has to be on play here. Where is it from? Okay, now you now check. How many Asia countries are in OIC? 27. Then you now ask, okay, how many African countries are in OIC? The same 27. And we have 50, it's not 54. How many we have in Africa? 54 countries, right? Something like that. So about 50% plus or minus. Sorry?
54.
54. That means 50%, half of it, exactly half of it, belongs to OIC. You understand? And if by any chance anybody, whether you say in the name of Sharia or whatever, they are carrying out any act, either forcefully or whatever, and at the end they all shout Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar, this and that, they don't shout any other thing. You might say they are even hiding under the guise of Islam. You want to say so if that's your defense. But I've seen situations whereby in Nigeria, where people who say they are Christians, they come out and they bash pastors. They even tell you this part of the Bible is somehow, this is somehow. They bash pastors, they bash bishops, they are Christians because they believe this is not correct. This is wrong. Even if you say you interpreted it to be this way and you carry it out, it is wrong. It's not correct. Openly they bash. And nothing happens. Because it's supposed to be, as every human being, regardless of where you come from, there's liberty to do some stuff. But don't go across, use it to, because of your liberty, you now infringe on other people's rights physically or hurt them physically. You don't have the right to do so. But you see them, Islam, Muslims, some crazy Muslim guy. I don't want to call them foolish or crazy. Like somebody is committing atrocity. You used to carry out heinous crimes, and at the end, shouting Allah Akbar. It's just like me using your surname to lie, or using your ID to steal, to commit crime. And what will you do? You go out at any means because of that's what you believe in to defend. Like, no, in fact, I will even carry out a team to fight these people that carry out this heinous crime and say it is my religion that is doing it. We'll go and fight them. Hence, I said, you see Christians coming out, bashing pastors, bishops for doing what they believe is not correct. They tell you this is not what the Bible said. They bash them openly, online, putting their face out there because that's what they believe in. If you say you're a Muslim or whatever fanatic you are, which you, as a human, you're not supposed to be fanatic of anything because you don't know anything in this life. You don't even know half of what this life is about. People that controls the world, you don't even know what they think. You don't even know this, each religion. You cannot even question yourself. I'm not sure I'm even following the right thing. You're not even sure. Everything you are doing is just what you're told. You don't even have proof that it really works because you were not born there. But you just want to follow because, okay, other people are following, just follow. But what do you want to you have to take somebody else's life because of what you believe, what you did not create, what you were told, what you don't have evidence of, except what was written or what we were told. Did you see it with your eyes? No. Did you witness it? No. You read it and you were told. That is what you're sticking with. I do think that's how life's supposed to be, if you really want to. And you think if you stand with your maker, whoever created you, that you think this is what you're going to tell him, that I have to take somebody else's life, or support who takes somebody else's life, or keep quiet because somebody is hiding under my religion to take somebody else's life? I keep quiet. You think you are worthy to stand with that maker and tell that your maker is okay? Ask yourself, if that's how the life is, what if you now meet people who are powerful than you and wants to kill you because of what your belief? How will you feel? Will you be happy? Will you be saying, okay, no, I'm willing to die? But because you think you have the power and weapon created by English people or evil people, evil Arabs or whatever, you're taking that weapon that you cannot even create yourself. The bullet that you cannot even produce yourself. You're using it to take other people's life like you. For what? Are you benefiting physically? No. Yes, your bank account is fat, but is your life healthy? Are you living well? Look at the way you're even dressing, not even clean. You haven't have your bath for years. You're in the bush.
Support diaspora. This is philosophy day, man. Can you?
No, listen. Hold on. Listen, hold on. Listen, don't tell me what to say because
this is palm wine bar type of talk. Can you like be a little sophisticated with your
No, that is not nice. It's not nice to say that. I think he's actually expressing something quite important.
No, he's not. He's not. He's making.
It's not fair. Let him finish. Then you have your turn to rebut whatever you think is not important. Please,
if your crazy brain by now do not tell you what is happening in this world, it's a pity. If your brain by now do not tell you how this world is going, it's a pity. Why is it that in other countries you don't see anybody say no, especially in Asia, we want to put our feet on the ground, convert them to be this? Why is it that it's always the other way around? Where you find conflict, you always find a Muslim person there. If I'm a Muslim, I should be worried because I always want my team to be the best. If I see Christians today carry out evil things in the name of Christianity, I'll be the first to cause them out. That's why I say you see Christians, they don't care whether it's a bishop or archbishop or whoever, they call them out, insult them if they want to, because they'll tell you what you are doing is wrong. Because they believe their pastors are hiding under the guise of Christianity to carry out whatever they want to carry out. Starting from the emir of the Sultan of Sokoto, emir of Kano, or the Bibi Afar, or whatever you call it in Islam. How many times have they gathered people to say, no, enough of this nonsense? We can't be having our brothers and sisters in the name of belief be killed, slaughtered. And we'll be going on with it for years. Whether they come in ISIS, Boko Haram, ISWAP, or whatever name. If at the end they all pray, because we see them on the video themselves, they pray in the name of Allah. If they are doing the Jumat fast, whatever, they do everything with you. You say you are Sultan or Emir or whatever. They do it with you. Tell you they have the same faith. But you can't say, no, I can't. If I love this, my faith so much, nobody can come under the name of my faith to discredit it. I'd rather die instead. They are going to fight those people. You believe what they are doing is not Islamic. But you keep quiet because they are glorifying you. They are glorifying your religion. That's why you keep it quiet. You see people, maybe some Arabs in Western, maybe like Canada or UK or whatever. They will tell you, yes, they ran from Sharia or Islamic conflicts in their own country, and they come and seek asylum in other people's country. When they enter and they become citizens or whatever, or they give birth, what you hear is, yeah, we are coming here to convert UK to Islamic country. We are coming to convert Canada to Islamic country. Like sometimes, even if you so much believe in your religion, you must be very stupid. Somebody gave you house, shelter to stay because you are running from conflict in your own country. Now, because all that is gone, you're not saying, okay, you are converting them to a country that you were running from. You know by birth, by origin, you are not from this region, but you are fighting to establish a religion there. Why not go back and say, okay, no problem, let me come practice it there. If that place is convenient for you to stay, if you like the life you are living there. So sometimes this common sense that you people don't have, you call yourself some stupid Muslims or Islam, I don't understand. Not all Muslims, because I've seen Muslims who like, some Muslims are very stupid. They are interpreting this religion upside down and they don't understand why. But those you see high authority, have power, they keep quiet because they are happy. When somebody tell you religion is politics, you think they are stupid. They are not. They know what they are doing.
Can you round up? It's 13 minutes already.
Just shut up. You're not the only person here. Don't have to round up. Just keep quiet. If something is a problem in the country and it's been there for years, there's high time you have to be dealt with. You ask your brain, how long should we be saying this kind of stuff happening to your own people? And you're not going to do anything about it. You want to defend, regardless of what. If what you are defending is not helping, it's not saving life, it's not preserving life, don't you think you have a problem? Whatever you are defending, even say it's not this, Sharia is this, or Sharia is not that, ask yourself, how old is Sharia in this life? Where did Sharia come from? How old is Islam in this life? Then how old is humanity in this life? So we say it's law. It was human. Law did not fall from anywhere. Humans sat out of their own selfish interests, but they call it wisdom. Created some certain letters and call it law. Everybody followed.
Thank you.
Many did not use common sense. Some did it out of selfishness, out of bias, out of control, out of oppressive mindsets to establish it as law and back it up with fear and punishment if you don't comply. That's what we are living today. And nobody wants to question. But now that, okay, now, look, everybody's getting old. What have we achieved with this over the years? How many lives have we lost because of this religion stuff? Can't we just pause and we'll be doing this over the years, trying to establish lives are still lost. What is the problem? What is that life that was lost was mistakenly your own blood? How will you feel? Or your daughter or your son or your parents, how will you feel? But you say, okay, no, what they are doing is not Islamic. Shut up. They are doing it under your name. Okay, if I said I'm a Christian, you are ready to kill me because I'm not a Christian, or do whatever I want to do, or fight against because I'm a Christian. I did not fight against your religion or tarnish the image of your religion. You are fighting me. Somebody somewhere is hiding under the name of your religion to commit havoc. Is doing all what you are doing in your religion, is doing it. Is praising in the name of your religion, is fasting, is quoting, is reading your Quran, is reading everything. But you say what is the atrocity that is doing? It's not Islamic or it's not Arabic or whatever.
And let me just add quickly, because
can't you just say, no, this person is spoiling the name of my religion. Let me go and fight the person with all I have.
What you are adding now, let me just add something quickly to that, because
of you like Islamic fanatics.
Let me just add, local. Let me just add to it. You see, like sometimes when they in the north they start a riot, because I think somebody said when they want to start this thing, something happens and some people will alert some non-Muslims that something is about to go down. So they know something is about to go down. Then they would do it, and what that does is it kind of puts the non-Muslims in the back foot. They are not able to come out without fear, and they have to be careful about whatever else they are doing. And then later on again, then you will see that somebody will go and pass a law to limit the rights of those Muslims, those non-Muslims, just like they were trying to do it in the house of this assembly the other day. So they will say there is not Islamic, some of all those people are doing, but the entire chain of events seems to imply that seems to support the expansion of the faith. First, they will intimidate people with some of those aggressive ones will intimidate people on the road and intimidate people societally. Then in the legal system, then they push the Islamic their beliefs forward into the legal system, knowing full well that they are tipping the balance of the law of the land that is supposed to ensure stability in the entire country.
And even in history, biblical or Quranic, Muslim, whatever, how many countries have you heard that it was Muslim Islamic country before? After some time, it became a Christian country. How many? But you've seen several of Christian nation or Middle Christian nation or Jewish nation or whatever. After some time, it became Islamic. Spread your gospel if you want to. The way Christians or other religions are doing their own. Spread. Hindu is there, or whatever. Shitu is there, or Buddha is there.
Your time is up. You know that, right? So I can talk over you. Your time is up.
When you want to spread,
the people that did slavery. Wait. The slave ship.
Let me moderate the syndicats. I will have him finish now. Take 1 minute to round up. Support the answer. Take 1 minute to round up.
Yeah, when you have issue of dominance, you want to dominate by adding some level of force. You think that is not a problem? You can spread, because I've seen people converting people. Look, I tell people this, right? Yeah, when Christians came to Africa, or when this modern, let me use Christianity, this Bible, this Western Christian, let me put it that way, came to Africa, what they were doing, right? They were using food, charity, to convince, not even the preaching. They didn't even tell you, oh, your God is bad. Yes, your God is bad. But they tell you, come to our church and you get plenty, you get blessed. You come to the church, you are hungry, you take food home. Oh, our Lord has provided. You take food home. That's how they were able to spread, convince people, oh, I went to the church, I saw it firsthand. I got food, I got clothing. I got clothes, I ate, I got shelter in the church. That was how they were able to deceive many Africans. This Western or Neo Christianity deceive many Africans to destroy their own religion, and they call it witchcraft. And witchcraft is an English word, which they also have the witch, and they use it a good craft, but they want to condemn our own craft and call it evil. And they use religion to put this platform, but they were giving us gifts to believe. But you are not practicing your own Islam. That's it. Oh, Islam is good, a word of peace. When they slap you, don't fight. When they say Allah or God say it will be blasphemy, don't do anything. The people are like, oh, this was really peaceful. I think it makes sense. But anything that has to do with, like you say, it's religion, it's holy, and you apply force to spill blood, human blood, forcefully out of their own, that they against their own will, and you say it's faith, it's religion. You must be very idiotic in your brain. I swear to God.
Thank you.
Just for people that I speak the truth and let me ask you this question.
Leave my speak the truth alone.
No, I'm going to ask a question. Like, look, man, are you not tired of somebody dying in the name of your religion? Can't you say no?
No, he's not Muslim. I don't think he's Muslim.
No, he likes critical analysis. Like other religion commits murder. You like critical analysis.
Hold on. Just because, before I get confused, and Sendicats, are you Muslim?
Me? I am not listen, I've said it here before. Only thing I follow is Ani. Ani is earth, right? Okay,
good. I just want to clear that.
If you see his face and the way he talks, you know he doesn't have
I thought you were Muslim. So the way
I'm not a Muslim. I don't care about religion. I don't care about foreign religion. His takes like critical analysis. If you listen, if there's a Muslim listening to your comment, he's not going to convert. He's not going to change to Christianity or become an atheist because he heard you talking disparaging their religion.
Don't change.
You got to add some critical analysis.
Anybody and be happy if people are getting hurt and not fighting against them.
You're making it look like Islam is the only religion that commits murder, commits kill people. What are you talking about?
You are
this
deaf.
Is why
you are deaf.
You are deaf.
I said, listen, are you deaf? I said, you see Christians
and
coming out.
You're making a case for Christianity while you are bashing Islam.
Coming out, bashing pastors and bishops.
Forefathers' take is that both religion are garbage. That's what forefathers is saying. That's you have to your take lacks critical analysis, bro.
See, I'm not defending Christianity. Listen to me. I'm just telling you what some
you're saying doing, Christianity doesn't commit crime, doesn't commit murder, blah. But slavery, the slave ship that came to Africa was named Jesus. What are you going to say about that? The slave ship that came to Nigeria.
I don't think he's. No, I said because are you starting a fight in an empty room though?
Your brain.
But he never tried to defend Christianity.
Essentially, remove your cap. Remove your cap so you have brain. Remove your cap, please. Remove your cap.
Why do you want him to remove his cap?
Allow air to enter. No. Allow air to enter so that you think properly. Listen.
You lack critical analysis, man. You put
okay. Let's leave it so that somebody can have your say so that if not now can be able to speak.
Yeah, he's still going. I like. What are you talking about?
No,
you're not saying anything new. You're not saying anything like different.
No.
From what we already know.
The other guy has gone. Another one has come in. What is going on? Allow forefather to moderate the show.
Exactly.
This interjection does not give a good discourse.
Yeah,
all of you are learned here.
I am for diaspora. You've been speaking for a while.
No,
let him speak.
He tried to confuse what I said, so I just want to make him put the point to him, and not that I'm not speaking. I'm just trying to tell
We
you, look,
heard
I'm not
you. I
defending
heard you. I
Christianity.
heard you well. I
I'm not
heard you
defending
well.
Christianity. I'm just telling you what I expect Islam to do.
Thank
That's
you.
why I say
Thank you.
Christians are bashing bishop, bashing pastors. Christians, they are bashing them for doing the wrong thing.
Thank you,
You
Dad. Thank
understand?
you.
Hiding
We
the name
heard
of
that. You
religion.
said that before.
Yeah, exactly. So I expect Islam to
Cool.
do the same thing. So
Okay,
I'm not
cool.
supporting the Christians are not bad.
Can you yield? Can you yield? All right, yield. I got it. Good point. Good point. Anyways, here's the thing, right? This religion, Abrahamic religion, right? They cause problems. You know what I mean? That's a fact, because what they do is like they're anti-intellectual. These are anti-intellectual movements. You know, like I always mention here, back in the 1800s, United States of America, when the Puritans, the Puritan religion, the different forms of Puritanism, you know, were dominating United States of America, you know, dominating the politics of America, they were heavily anti-intellectual to a point where the people in the South didn't crop rotate because they believe that God makes their plant grow. Right? Believe it or not, if I've read Quran, you know, one of my coworkers gave me Quran to read. I read that stuff, and I'm like, holy smokes, this is like the Bible, pretty much. They are the same religion. You know what I mean? Even though they call God Allah, it's the same religion. It's the same religion that came out of Syria, right? And then got spread all over the world. You know what I mean? It's my problem with these religions is their anti-intellectualism, and also when they go into a culture, they suppress the culture. You know what I mean? Because it's not just a religion; it's a soft power tool. You know what I mean? Used by Arab and you know the Europeans use Christianity. This is their soft power tools. They will bring it in, and then they will annihilate your own beliefs and your own identities, and then install their you know their ideologies. But they're the same. Christianity and Islam are the same. We'll read their text. It's the same thing. You know what I mean? They all came from the same origin. You know what I'm saying? So that's my qualms with this religion. You know, because the adherents who commit crime and do what they do over this religion, you know what I mean? They don't, you know, they think, they lack critical thinking. You know what I mean? Because the religion prevents you from critical thinking. Same with Christianity. If you argue with a Christian about, you know, the age of the planet or the age of the universe, you know, they will throw it away and believe that the earth was created in 6 days, right? We've all seen pictures and videos of, you know, bishops cutting down trees that they believe in rural in our countrysides, you know, in our villages, that they believe harbor evil spirits. You know, this is, you know what I mean. So when you are talking about this religion, you need to understand that all the you know, the religion, Christianity, Islam, are all faulty. You know what I mean? Because what they do, you know, to cultures that they, you know, that they are brought in, is to, you know, subdue those cultures and then, you know, bring in their own ideology that suppresses all the intellectual movements in any society that they are brought in. Same thing with Christianity, right? Like you said, you know, people can criticize their pastor and not get in trouble. I mean, that don't mean anything, because currently, I mean, we are watching, you know, European Jews murder Palestinians, Palestinian Christians, Muslims, and Palestinians of other religion. You know, 45,000, that's the official number, but we know it's more than that, have been killed, have been murdered by adherents of, you know, Abrahamic religion called Judaism, right? And these guys are supported by you know, by Christians, you know, that by the evangelicals in United States of America. The evangelicals are supporting them. The first Zionists, as a matter of fact, were evangelical Christians. You know what I mean? So I get your take, but like we need to add a little bit of critical analysis in this whole thing, right? So it doesn't look like, you know, we are bashing a whole group of people, because, you know, like when you say something like, oh, you know, oh, Muslims, blah, 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 and then you say, well, I know some good Muslims. It's like the same argument white people make when they say, oh, I have black friends, you know, and then they say crap about black people, and they say, well, I have black friends, you know, like, because it's easy to do faulty generalization. You know what I mean? It's easy to do faulty. That's the first thing you learn in logic class or philosophy, not to do faulty generalization, right? Of course, you know, this religion can instill, barbaric beliefs on people that could make them commit crimes. You know what I mean? But it doesn't mean that, there aren't adherents of Islam that are, doing things in the sciences. There are Muslims who are part of NASA, who work in, in Google, work with a Microsoft. You know what I mean? They're not going
Oh
around with the
shit.
machete chopping people's head off. Like that's why we need some kind of critical analysis. We need to approach this in a more sophisticated way, so we don't sound like bigots, because we are sounding really bigoted right now. You know what I mean?
So,
That's why we need this.
how would you approach it in a way that helps Nigeria to be able to move forward without this tension of expansion of Sharia jurisdiction?
Sharia law. Yeah, well, that was the main topic of the day, right? The whole Sharia laws. You know what I mean? This is the thing. Laws. I believe that before you create a law, there has to be a consensus. The people, the people that are being governed, by the governing body should consult the people, to agree on what law should be implemented. You know what I mean? Sharia law or any. Remember, there were times when black people were not allowed in America. Black people were not allowed to eat in some restaurants. They weren't allowed to sit on the buses with white people. These were enshrined in the laws. Jim Crow was enshrined in the laws, and now those laws were revised. Some of it, one of the amendments, allow you to treat prisoners as slaves, right? And these this is part of the Constitution. So it's laws that are implemented through religion and all that. What it does is it usurps the laws of the land. You know what I mean? The laws that predates, the laws that predates this religion before they even came into this country. So there has to be some consensus.
Let me ask another one. Do you think in Nigeria and anywhere really, these kind of laws are introduced like Sharia or customary court, and then there's an overarching secular law? Do you think the citizens of that country should have the right to opt out of the other laws? Because right now it's not very clear you can opt out of the Sharia law if you are a Muslim.
Yeah, of course. I mean, clearly,
so being a Muslim shouldn't mean that you are subject to it necessarily. You could decide. You see, in a fair society, you should be able to decide, okay, I don't want to be tried with Sharia law, even if I'm a Muslim.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be tried by a lot of American laws, but I live in America, but I'm subjected to these laws. I have to follow those laws because I live in this country, right?
But the difference now is that there is an overarching law of the country that other groups, like in the South now, they are allowed to opt out of customary law. Yeah. Like anybody that is in the South, no matter where you are from, you are allowed to opt out of your customary law. But in terms of Islam, you are not allowed to opt out. At least it's not clearly stated that you can opt out of it if you are Muslim.
Well, the thing is that the law will govern a certain region, and if you're in that region, that law will automatically affect you. Just the same way living in the UK laws affects you, right? But the thing is, like what I believe is like education, right? We need to educate our we need to allow education. You know what I'm saying? We need to elevate ourselves intellectually.
You are not addressing the discrepancy. So you want every region now to make it so that once you're in that region, you are subject to that law, especially if you are from that ethnicity. Let's say people in Edo State now. The moment you are from Edo and the Edo people pass a law, you are forced to be subject to that law, not the law of the Nigerian that is based on the Nigerian Constitution. Just
the laws has to adhere. The law would not impede the federal law, right? The federal law supersedes the state laws, right? So you can, if you are charged over Sharia law, you can actually seek for redress on the federal court. You know what I mean?
That's what I gather. There's hierarchy with Sharia. You don't necessarily. Yeah, you could advance because every law, every case, you can take it further into appeal court, and you can do that. However, if you are a Muslim in the north, it's not clear you can just opt out of the Sharia law like you can do with the customary law in the south.
Well, I mean, that's a problem if it is. But my issue with laws is laws often affect the poor people. You know what I mean? The working class people, the elite are not often held account to the laws. No matter what law that you have, even the federal laws that we have in Nigeria, the elite that steal money, commit crimes and all that, they're not held onto to that law. You know what I'm saying? It's only to the poor. So that's a problem. That's why I said we need a system that's proletariat, a system where the people will take over the system and create their own laws. You know what I'm saying? Based on the agreement. There has to be consensus.
Forefathers definitely
in a
has
democratic
a
society.
comprehension issue. He has a comprehension issue, or he's hard of hearing, because we've said the same thing over and over. We've told him that federal law supersedes the Sharia court.
I believe it should.
It does. There's a Sharia Court of Appeal, but the federal courts actually supersede it, especially in terms of criminal prosecution or adjudication of criminal cases in Nigeria. So you cannot. There's a Sharia Court of Appeals, which is actually what is recognized in the Nigerian Constitution today.
Can I comment?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't want to go on. I don't want to keep going.
Not yet. I think.
No, just quickly.
If not now, okay. You have to make it very brief. So if not now,
so I think one point we're taking away is our justice system. I see the way we're practicing law in Nigeria. We just let me say our overall constitution. We just take the American system, we take Sharia law from here, we amalgamate it, and that is the problem we're seeing today. And Avubom pointed out, he was in the military, and he pointed out the actually foundation of this problem. And we need to consider that this constitution, this 1999 constitution, if we understand, was like a decree thrown to the people. So we should understand that we, the people, never agree to this constitution. And that should be our guiding principle. So
in the same vein, why are you not angry at the secular laws?
Let me land. Don't interject.
But you did interject me when I was speaking.
Don't interject. I allowed you to finish.
No, you didn't let me finish. You interjected and said, "Let me say something."
I did. The same way you interjected him. So I'm telling you,
if not now, still hasn't spoken. We need to try to keep it brief so he can speak.
So the point I'm trying to make is that we should look at our justice system altogether. We actually are, even with our secular law, we still have a problem with our justice system. And in a way, that problem is also affecting the actual implementation of Sharia law. So under this context that we are debating, which is expansion of Sharia law to Oyo State and Southwest, why we're saying no for now for extension is until we understand the complexity and address the issue, I think we should put a pause to it, because as far as we're concerned, there's a political undertone. We want to agree with it or not, there's a political undertone to this.
What do you mean by political undertone?
Crazy, son.
What do you mean by political undertone? Can you explain that?
Okay, I will explain. If you follow history, when was the push for Sharia was first made during Obasanjo? Yes or no?
You have the floor. Go ahead.
No, you have to answer yes or no. The second push for Sharia, which is ongoing now, is during Tinubu, and this is coinciding with the same time somebody from the Southwest is ruling. Never in the time of Buhari that was the push for Sharia was extended. Anyone can correct me if I'm wrong.
Neither was there a push during Goodluck Jonathan.
So there was actually there was actually push during Jonathan.
There was a push for Sharia during Jonathan.
There was actually push during Jonathan.
Who?
there was push
Okay,
from the north.
okay. Let's not get doing to and fro now. I think we are done with this interjection. Let's allow
People just come and make
If Not Now to have his
talk.
say. Thank you for joining us. Happy New Year to If Not Now. I think somebody was telling me to wish them Happy New Year in the chat. I don't know. Happy New Year, everyone in the chat. I hope this year gives you everything you are looking for. And I will say that I hope you all enjoy your Happy New Year. What else can I say? Thank you all. And thank you for the support for all 2024. You guys have been quite supportive. You know, it's funny. This chat has been transformed from being very abusive of me to half and half support and half hate. It's all good. It's still a balance. Better than the full-on hatred that they were inflicted on me since
lie,
last
oh, do Nigeria lie.
What are you saying? They used to hate a lot. Oh, the hatred was too much. So if
Yeah,
not now,
because now you're sounding bigger than like them. So
oh,
of
look at
course they're
that! Look
gonna
at that!
love you.
Look at
Yeah,
that!
yeah. Right.
Oh, now I'm starting bigoted. Yeah, see, if not now, thank you for joining us. You know, you've been very patient, and a happy New Year. So what do you make of the conversation? Is Sharia, you know, is there any way to live side by side with Sharia in such a way that we are confident that, you know what, this is not going to be an issue for the next 50 years? Yeah, you can't hear you. Oh, we can't hear you. Not at all. Not at all. You are unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Buffalo, you're asking a loaded question, man. Holy.
It's not loaded. It's very easy. We have to, because what makes me uneasy is the danger that this stuff could be a problem later
They
on.
usually do not know how to structure questions. They
Well, look at
actually the shows they need to figure out or get someone that will help them structure questions because usually the questions are very loaded and all over the place.
Okay, nice. If not now, when you fix your this thing, we can come back to you. So now I will go back to Jide. Jide, are you there? So now, can we start trying to get something positive out of this conversation? In other words, is there any vision that you can paint? You know, this is the beginning of the year 2025 that we can start looking up and say, you know what, our Muslim brothers in the north, we can work with you. If you want to live with Sharia law, fine. But you two have to understand that we want to be like this, and we can do this in a way that we all know where we stand.
Yo,
And be some. You see this here, man. And we are.
Oh, sorry.
You see, he's even talking to himself, and so the idea is that we can be able to understand each other in terms of, okay, you want to live in Sharia law, we want to do our own Christian things, and we are going to be able to do this and be certain that this stuff is not going to be an issue for us for the next 50 years or so. Is there any plan that you can, you know, envision that can be put in place? Because somebody tried to bring Sharia law into to alter the Sharia law this year. If that didn't happen, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation. So is there anything that you think we can, you know, do to prevent this tension from coming up over and over again? Because we have bigger fishes to fry.
The solution has to come from the political leadership. The political class and the political leadership. They have to be the one that are responsible for all this. That's number one. Number two, I've said this before. Most countries that have multi-ethnic, multi-religious identities, they are able to cohabitate and nationalize their identity through a common ideology. So what do I mean by common ideology? I mean an ideology that brings that nationalistic consciousness among the people. And how can that be developed in Nigeria? One of the ways that can be developed in Nigeria is through, like I said, the political class. The political leadership number, like I said, they have to come into a consensus of breaking away from the ethno-religious domination that have been in Nigeria for centuries. We have to break away from that. And if they fail to do it, if the people decide, okay, we don't want this leadership anymore, it is oppressing us, they've made policies that have destroyed our lives, and now they're bringing Sharia law. And the people in the South do not want Sharia law. It is up to the people of the South to decide they want to change their political leadership. Everything stems from people that are representing the people of the South. If the people of the South, if the people that are representing the people of the South are also serving the interest of the so-called northern elites that are trying to push the Sharia law, then there's a problem. So the northern elites, the southern elites, they have to come to a consensus that, okay, we need a national ideology that is secular. And I'll give an example of this. I will read this thing for everyone to listen. There's a country called Bosnia. Just a second. There's a country called Bosnia. Oh, I have here. Oh. Just a second. I think I have here. Where is it? Just a second. Yeah, I have here. There's a country called Bosnia.
Herzegovina.
Yeah,
former
Bosnia
Yugoslavian Republic. Yes.
Yes, they were part of Yugoslavia. They went through ethnic violence, right? Now, Bosnia is a country like Nigeria. There is an ethno-religious diverse country. They have Muslims, I think over 50% Muslims. They have Christians, Catholics, and Protestants. And when I read this, it's got me very interested in that country. Because what they have is they don't have Sharia law. I'll read it. Let me read it for everyone to listen. Bosnia and Herzegovina do not have Sharia law as part of its legal system. Bosnia and Herzegovina operates under a secular legal system based on its constitution and civil law, which is influenced by European legal traditions. We are not European. Our own can be African legal traditions. Our own can be African. You understand? However, Bosnia and Herzegovina is a multi-ethnic country with significant Muslim, Orthodox, Christian, and Catholic populations. The Bosniaks, who are the Muslim ethnic group in the country, may follow aspects of Islamic law, Sharia, in their personal lives, especially in matters such as marriage, divorce, and inheritance. But this is not enforced by the states. The country's legal system is separate from religious laws, and Sharia law does not have any formal authority within the state's judicial system. There are religious courts in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but their jurisdiction is limited to religious matters, and their decisions are not legally binding in the civil or criminal justice systems. Therefore, in conclusion, while there is freedom of religion and the ability for Muslims in Bosnia to practice their faith, Sharia law does not govern the country or its legal framework. I think that can be applied in Nigeria. It's exactly the same thing. And guess what? This country actually went through ethnic violence. But before they got to this point, they went through ethnic violence I was analyzing earlier. I was talking about Russia, France, Algeria. Bosnia too went through that ethnic violence too. I don't want my country to go through that. But for that to be avoided, it is the people of Nigeria that have to take that responsibility to take their leadership, to take power from the so-called political leaders that are against us. Because the people that are in power right now, they are against us. So it's up to the Nigerian people. If the Nigerian people are complacent and docile, and these people keep pushing all this agenda, and they're not doing anything about it, my fears are that what we are afraid of is going to come to pass.
This Sharia that has been being carried out in southwest Nigeria.
What do you say?
If you listen, you'll get what I'm saying. So
yeah,
this Sharia that has been carried out in southwest Nigeria that you've been disputing and everybody else has been saying has been happening in certain parts of southwest Nigeria, right? How different, if they say what has been happening in Nigeria, in southwestern Nigerian Sharia courts only relates to inheritance, divorce, and I've made this assertion to you guys 1 billion times. Divorce, inheritance, and marriage, and other civil matters under Islamic jurisprudence. How is that different from what Bosnia Herzegovina is practicing?
Good. It's different because you don't have Sharia law as a legal framework of the Southwest.
No.
We do not have it. So let's be clear on this. There is no Sharia.
It's not a legal
Hold on
framework.
a second. So Bosnia
let's not
as a
misinform the
state,
people. There's no Sharia.
Bosnia Herzegovina as a state, right, does not practice Sharia for the whole country. people.
The Sharia law that is practiced in Southwest Nigeria. I'm talking about the informal. That's what I'm saying. It's informal. These are informal practices.
Informal because
no, either informal or formal. There is no Sharia.
One at a time, so that people can hear you.
I was talking about Bosnia. I don't know how now.
But you mentioned about Nigeria now.
So
You mentioned about Nigeria. You mentioned about Southwest Nigeria.
You're so antsy to answer. So let me finish.
You mentioned Nigeria, and I'm countering and saying no.
And I was talking about Bosnia. So if you calm down, I will still go back to Bosnia before I go to Nigeria. Okay. So Bosnia-Herzegovina as a state, a multi-ethnic and multi-religious state with an overwhelming majority Muslim population, practices a limited structure of Sharia, right? We agree on that. Most of it is implemented in their lives, but the parts that are handled by the courts are not criminal as far as we know. Actually, my uncle went to the university in Belgrade. I've been there as a child. But anyway, so we know for one that they use Islamic law only in civil matters. We agree on that, which is the same as what has been happening, even if it is one village in the Southwest, even if it just
you're talking about informal interactions. I know what you're talking about. And
you don't know what I'm saying.
You don't mix things up.
You are not a magician.
Oh, one at a time.
You're not a magician. Let me finish. So even if it is one state or one village or one town in Western Nigeria, there has been Sharia being implemented in Southwest Nigeria. No. They have used only civil aspects. No. They have used only civil aspects of Sharia in at least Ede.
Right? Do not misinform the people. That is not true.
I just mentioned Ede again, so I'm not going to play these games with you guys. So
not anywhere in Southwest.
Even if it's one town, Ede is in freaking Mars. So even if it is in just Ede, there has been Sharia law. In Lagos, they have ISP, all right, which handle civil matters. How is that different from what is being practiced in Bosnia-Herzegovina, which you just praised?
It's very, very different. It's so different. First of all, like you mentioned, you said your brother went to University of Belgrade. Belgrade is not in Bosnia. It's in Serbia. But that's by the way.
Belgrade was in Yugoslavia.
Can I answer your question?
Smart ass.
Can I answer your question? You are mixing up informal practices. Informal practices that happen within a community. You are mixing it up with a formalized legal framework. That's what you've been doing with talking about Southwest Nigeria. There is no legalized formal framework in any part of Southwest Nigeria that they practice Sharia law. Okay? What you're talking about, like I said, that's where I'm from. You cannot argue with me.
Where do you think I'm from? Magician, tell me where you think I'm from.
You can't use that. You can't use that to make a case that Southwest Nigeria practice Sharia law. That's not true.
You don't know anything about me. You guys just come on here and just make all kinds of freaking pronouncements every day. I don't know where you're from. So where do you know that I'm from? Go ahead, tell me.
Yeah, someone is raising his hand.
Of course.
Okay, let's allow Owimbo to add his own, and then we can just talk about something. And I think we come to a point where I think we have an idea what needs to be done. I think I like what Jide said about the political class. The truth is that they are the ones that determine these things, not any other big group. If they come together and say, you know what, we have a vision for this century, and this is the path we want to walk, and to do it, we need a way of making sure that we are together as a group of people, and we're going to implement these rules, and we're going to make sure we stick to it. The country will be transformed. It's up to that, and that political class is made up of northern and southerners, and they all have to come together and discuss this and make sure they get this thing done and stick to it. If they stick to it, this issue goes away. It's no longer an issue. So I take your point there. Owibo, please go ahead.
Yeah. You see, Yugoslavia. At least, I spent 2 years in Yugoslavia. I was in a place they call Patria, Sector North. commanded by Major General. That time he was a Brigadier General, Musa Bamei, the elder brother to Isha, Major General Isha Bamei. At least I spent some time in that very place. You see these Serbs, the Serbs, do you know what they went through? Do you know what the Krainites went through in the hands of the Serbs? Serbs, Muslim-dominated Bosnia. Serbs, do you know what they went through? Do you know what Croatia went through in the hands of Bosnia? Because of the superiority imposing Islam on them.
I
do you know what
that.
they
That
went
was what I mentioned. You're right. That was what I mentioned. I mentioned that.
Yeah.
Before you go to that point, there was ethnic violence.
There was ethnic cleansing by the Bosnian Serbs,
yes,
majority Muslims on the Krainites. I want to tell you
just to educate people.
Look, let me tell you, this is
they were backed by the CIA.
This is what happened.
They were backed by the CIA. I don't want to go into the complexity of that.
In fact, Jide, it was because of these killings, this ethnic cleansing that was going on, that made Croatia to move away, and the United States supported them, because United States was, Croatia, which is Zagreb capital today, was like a baby to the United States.
So it was because of Sharia that the conflict in Yugoslavia happened.
Do you listen to yourself?
Isn't that what you just said?
Sharia? Did I mention Sharia? Do you listen? Can you just keep quiet and let people talk without this unnecessary interjection? Don't get me worked up here.
Yes, you did.
Don't get me worked up here. I told you that it is Islamic. I didn't say Sharia. How do you listen? Remove that thing you put in your ear, my friend. Remove that thing. Why can't you just keep quiet?
Tedious. Can we?
Why can't you keep quiet?
Just let him finish. Then when he finishes,
others will please keep quiet and just with all due respect, keep quiet and let people speak. When they finish, then you come in with your own debunking. You said your brother went to school in Belgrade and so on and so forth, but you do not know that Bosnia is dominated by the Serbs, who are Islamic.
So now, all of a sudden,
what are you talking about? I was in that particular place in an United Nations operation that is called UNPROFO. In Yugoslavian language, they call it UNPROFORA, United Nations Peace Protecting Force in that country. And because of that war, it was that war that took me there. The actions of the Bosnian Milosevic, part that took me to Yugoslavia. And when people are talking to you, you are just coming. You won't listen to anything. You just begin to talk and interject and make people to lose their line of thought. What kind of discourse is this?
And sometimes
do you think that you are? Do you really think that you are the repository?
Sometimes it's useful to just not worry about the little statement somebody made and follow the thrust of their argument.
No, you know what happened is this: when it digests like this, it makes you lose your chain of thought. That is the thing. And when people are telling you, don't do it, you continue to do it. Why do you do this?
If the crux of the argument, I'll tell you why I do it. If the crux of the argument is that they are not,
can you allow me to finish before you now rebel? Can you just hold on before you now rebel? You are too.
Hasn't spoken for a while now.
You know this kind of premature ejaculation that you are.
No. Now we are doing this.
It's not good now. It's not good. You are learned. You are learned. I believe that you can control yourself, my brother. I can interject you when you are speaking, but I chose not to do that.
Yeah, that's true. So let's back on that. So yeah,
he has made me to lose my line of my line of thought.
How is that true? When every time I try to
talk, you win.
Okay.
No, it's not about winning.
Okay,
I'm not here
you're gonna get it back. Don't worry.
Why is it every time that he used to do it? Like yesterday, I was talking. Anytime
okay, Fafanas, can I talk now?
Yes. Let him speak. His connection may not be very strong. Yeah, thank you. Welcome. If not now, are you in Nigeria or something?
Yes, I'm in third world country. Yeah.
Oh, I see. I thought you were using that, one of those Obama phones, but it's all right.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's the same light they are using in Nigeria. So.
You guys, you protect me with using the flashlights.
Oh my God, it's all good, but how is Nigeria though?
Yeah, I think everything is okay apart from our own self-imposed problems. Yeah.
You see, so it's good to. Yeah, it's
Steph,
nice to
Steph,
like
are
you
you
guys.
in Lagos? Steph, are you in Lagos?
No, I don't have business with Lagos again. They took over
Okay,
the property I had in Lagos before.
really.
And
I
what you
wanted to
had,
come. I
MC
wanted to
Oluomo has
catch up
said
with you now.
all Southeasterners should leave Lagos, so they are going up.
I wish they can give us a port in either on Warri or Port Harcourt. Make the port there as vibrant as the Lagos port.
I think that might happen.
Explain the truth. Explain the
It
truth.
might happen
And
soon.
AY. Did you hear my submission when I was speaking? Did you guys listen?
Yeah, you two were talking a lot of
Okay,
rubbish.
can I talk now?
Allow Ifton now.
Can I talk now? Let me talk now before you guys
I
start
just want to
again.
make. I just want to make the listen. I just want to make
No,
sure they
allow me
listen.
to talk now.
I will address you. Let's speak.
The last CD is
Let me talk. Let me talk. Let me talk. Let me talk, please. Please. I didn't interject anybody, and I will not interject anybody. So you guys should please let me talk. First of all, when forefathers had an outburst a while ago, so many people, not okay, some people were offended, but I was of the opinion that he should be allowed to talk and not be gagged. Because we cannot continue to be politically correct all the time. If anybody that is sitting in this panel and did not know that religion is one of the biggest problems in Nigeria, then the person is just a hypocrite. Religion
Big fool.
is the biggest problem we have in that country. And if you solve the religious problem in that country, you're halfway solving the problem of that country. Because we all pretend to be good Christians or good Muslims or this or that. Have it reflected in any way in national development? Have it? It have not. And we keep deceiving ourselves all the time, trying to pretend as if this religion is practiced the way it's supposed to be, our problem will be solved. There's no religion that is meant to solve any problem in Nigeria. None. None. I was quite disappointed, just as so many people are last month, when we are still struggling on how to generate adequate and distribute adequate electricity, how to tackle the issue of hunger, how to tackle the issue of insecurity, and National Assembly fools are talking about introducing Sharia in the whole country. As if the states where the Sharias have been introduced, the economy of those states have improved. So that they will look back and say, okay, if you really want our nation to be better, don't you see so and so state that since Sharia was introduced there, that states are doing well. We are talking about rubbish. Religion in 21st century? Oh my God. Forefathers said something about a bigger problem. We can't even see the bigger picture or the bigger problem that is facing us. In the afternoon, I heard somebody was asking a guest that Dr. Rudolph brought or whoever, one of the panelists, asking somebody how did introduction of Sharia in Lagos affect you? It's only a fool that can ask that question. The question is also, how is introduction of Sharia going to help you? I have to be honest with you. I'm not only against Sharia as a Christian, I'm also against Sharia even if I'm a Muslim. Because I don't believe that there is any law in Nigeria that should take away the life of a Nigerian, whether that Nigerian is a Muslim or a Christian, without passing through the normal process. There should be no two sets of laws for the same people living in the same state. That's my own argument. There should never be two sets of laws governing a jurisdiction at the same time. That is wrong. It may be in the Constitution, but that does not make it right. It does not.
But it's in the Constitution, though, right?
Even if it is in the Constitution, it does not make. You are the one that talked about Jim Crow being in the Constitution. Does he make it right?
No, it doesn't.
That's what I'm saying. Even if such laws is in the Constitution, it doesn't make it right. It's wrong. And just like what Father said, in a situation whereby the two laws exist, even if you're a Muslim, you should choose whether you want to be tried in that court. Because you're a Nigerian first before you become a
Tell them they are foolish. They are foolish. Tell them.
People that are non-Muslims that have been detained under Sharia law, even though they were later acquitted. Are we doubting that it doesn't happen in Nigeria? In northern Nigeria?
Tell them they are foolish.
As far as I'm concerned, the government should stop promoting religion, whether it's Christianity or Islam or Sharia or whatever. Government should stop promoting religion. Go to your house and practice your religion. Just the way the traditionalists practice their own religion in their homes. Go to your house and practice it. You see Nigeria spending their money building national mosque, national cathedral, national this, sponsoring pilgrimage. Is that not stupidity? Keep your faith in your pocket. Go to your house, worship your God. You go to government offices, and even in some private businesses, you see them taking out time to go and pray. As if they are righteous people. And yet, name any corruption case in Nigeria that you not find a Muslim and a Christian together involved in it.
My brother, crazy people, man, crazy people.
We're just hiding under religion to commit all kinds of atrocity in that country.
Crazy people.
Personally, I'm ashamed whenever a national conversation is about should we bring a Christian law, bring a Sharia law, bring the other law. That's stupidity.
To the highest order.
That is stupidity. It shouldn't be tolerated. But because the ruling class have so many things to gain from it. Just like when the white people came, they say they gave us religion to confuse us and make us happy. Why they are busy sucking our resources.
Exactly.
The politicians will bring the law, Sharia law, to keep us busy. Why they are busy stealing our money, our commonwealth. How many times have those the politicians that came from those states that have promoted Sharia law, how many of them have they been tried in that Sharia court for stealing public funds so that they can be stoned to death or beheaded?
Only the poor.
How many of them?
None.
Only the poor.
Only the poor and the women.
And I've said it before and I continue to say it. Anybody, whether you're a Christian or you're a Muslim, that is supporting that a human being should be killed because the human beings speak ill of your God, something is wrong with you. Your head needs to be examined.
It's a bushman.
If your God is so powerful, let your God defend himself.
Exactly.
You can take the life of a human being because the person spoke against your God. I can't fight for my God. I will not. It's the duty of my God to protect me. It's the duty of my God to defend me if my God is powerful. I can't kill in the name of my God. And nobody should kill in the name of my God.
A life that you can't create.
Fofana, tell this bushman to keep quiet.
Who shouldn't support evil? So many of you in this panel heard me before the election. When some people were busy promoting evangelicals, promoting Trump as the person that God has sent, as the child of God, I told them that if Trump is the symbol of Christianity, I will denounce Christianity. I will denounce it. Let's not use politics and wise to wash things, evils. Let's call evil what it is. I don't want to be politically correct. And some people that I respect here should not see this as an opportunity to think that to want to be politically correct. I respect most of you so much. When it comes to this kind of conversation, I'm not for A, I'm not for B. All I know is that religion contributed more than 80% of Nigerian problem.
Evil.
And if you want to solve that problem, begin to detach religion from our national life. Let's form a national developmental agenda that is devoid of any religious belief. There's no religion that can give us prosperity. There's no religion that can solve our economic problems. None of the religions. It's quite unfortunate. That's my own take, please. I've been boiling over it.
Can I come in before my network disappear again?
No. We have to respect the Nigerians today. You know.
Yes.
Yes.
Let me come in.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Fofana. So I can't agree more to what Steph said, right? If not now. Actually, that has been my position. Religion, it is a personal thing. We should not only religion, even tribe. We should stop allowing this stuff to divide us. If you are honestly, even all this topic, sometimes when they discuss it, then I just have a headache. Why they even worry about this stuff? Because they are big distractions. I really strongly believe religion is a personal thing. Religion should be in your house and in your religious center, no matter what you believe. I completely agree. I mean, it has done more harm than good. How politicians use it to divide the country. However, one of the reasons I'm coming back here is statement made by Lokupi. Lokupi, you see, when you discuss it sometimes, what you're talking about lacks substance. It sounds unintelligent. It's a lack of emotional intelligence. When you're talking about Muslims, you're talking about 2 billion people. 2 billion. If you don't know, you need to know. You don't speak. Hold on.
They can be foolish. It doesn't matter. The number.
You don't speak in that manner. For example, I have never. The last time Ekene was just talking to your Oba of Benin, you almost wanted to fight on this panel. Listen. No, let me speak.
It's not religion. Do not get sense.
Let me speak.
Do you not get sense?
The level of prostitution in Benin women, I have never heard you criticize it. It damages your people. It damages your culture. Part of the reason. Hold on.
Position in this channel.
Hold on. Let me speak.
Have we talked about position in this channel?
Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on.
Not guessing.
Hold on. Part of the stuff, no matter how you're gonna say it, Saudi Arabia, you see, used to be a idol worshipping environment, just like the way Benin is. The barbaric, how they were slaughtering people, that is part of the stuff religion came to stop. We need to respect ourselves. When you're speaking about Christianity, whatever you're speaking about, you need to show some level of emotional intelligence. The way, if not now, I spoke now.
They have destroyed us over the years.
No.
Get sense. They have destroyed us over the years.
Hold on. Nobody will accuse. No. Hold on. When you listen to, if not now, that is what is called balance, intelligence. People, you will get the message in. That is how to pass a message.
No.
No. Hold on. Don't use opportunity, avenue to show you are a bigot. Don't do that. It's not okay. You need to show emotional intelligence to discuss issues like this. They are kind of no. You lack it. Even
I don't have to be emotional. I have to tell you the truth.
Eccentric was telling you lack critical thinking. How come you are not telling Benin women the truth that are doing prostitution all over the world?
Wait, if Chris not
how come you don't do that?
We talked about prostitution on this channel before.
How come you don't criticize the palace of Oba of Benin that slaughter people for sacrifice? How come you don't do that? Come on, listen. Hold on.
You see a problem. Let me correct you. You see a problem.
Let me
Discussions
speak now.
have not been brought. So I should just come and
You
start
had
criticizing
issue.
them.
I
Does it make
can
sense to
see
you?
clearly, Loco P, you had issue. Let me speak. You
Does
will
it make
not
sense
let
to
people.
you?
Okay,
No,
anybody
it's
that is
okay.
speaking, you will
Let
not let them
him
speak.
finish. It's in
Let me
Nigeria.
finish
No,
my
but
point.
I agree, but something that was not discussed, I should just start
Hold
criticizing it.
on now. Let me finish my. Let me speak. Don't let people speak. That's another problem we have. When somebody is speaking, let's speak. See. This is
Talk
an
sense, brother.
opportunity
Talk sense.
for us to learn. Me, forefather is here. Even before now, I have my position in Nigeria issue. Religion, especially, I say religion is a personal thing. Keep religion in your house, a place of worship. I can't even understand even we that live in abroad. I've worked with some of my colleagues for 5 years. I don't know what they worship. We are as close. I don't know what they believe in. In terms of tribe, we don't. It's only in Nigeria you hear we discussing things that are very, very unnecessary. If we keep doing this, I tell you for free, we're not going to get out of this. Politicians, we keep using this. I have spoken on this panel, even the Sharia we're talking about today. The man that spearheaded Sharia in Nigeria, Yerima, Sani Yerima in Zafara. Sani Yerima, for 8 years, he could not do one single look. Forefather, if you ever enter the north, as a masker, he could not complete one single project in Zafara State for 8 years. One project that we say this is a project. He used the name of Sharia to deceive the people because this stuff, most of they are political, but we don't get it. We fall into these things and we keep dividing ourselves. If Muslims now see that you bashing Muslim, they will now say, "Oh, we are not voting for you. You are a Christian." In Oshu State, Oshu is dominated by Muslims. Both the governor and the deputy, they are even Christians. Did you hear them fighting? So Yoruba have some level of understanding in all these issues. If we keep doing this in Nigeria, trust me, we're gonna be going back. We're not going anywhere. Both tribe and religion, they are on the same level. If we keep thinking, now we love our religion, but now we love our tribe past, we are not moving forward. Write it on the wall. The earlier we understand and keep this issue down and focus on our nation, thinking of how to build a nation and we have a country, the better for us. What Jide was saying, a lot of good stuff too. Like, even let religion be personal. Focus on developing a country, build a country, let the country work for people. People are free. Nigeria is a secular state. Let people practice what they believe. As long as you don't remove it from the public domain. Don't let them disturb the public. That is what is going on in Nigeria. When you go to this ministry, let me tell you what is going on. People go to ministry in the morning to work. They start fighting about the money. Prayer. After prayer, what next? They are not working. They will steal the same people that will steal money and allow the impoverish the people more. They don't really care. Politicians don't care. It's the common man fighting about this stuff. If Koko, so the last time his son, his daughter was doing marriage, all of them, they don't care. Muslim, Christian, they gather and eat in the same plate as long as it's politics. This is their interest. Nigeria needs to wake up and understand that these are all divisive tactics. Thank you.
So
Thank you. Let me just share this
if
one.
they don't care about it,
One of our top
why do
guys.
you not care about it? Why do you not care about it if they don't care? Why do you not care about it?
Okay, I think this is what Dele Farotimi was expressing the other day. I don't know whether some people accuse him of all kinds of stuff, but it triggered him. Let me just play quickly.
In the country that we have all built, and we are all to blame. Because the idiot standing behind pulpits, as I'm speaking with you, preaching injustice and lies to the people and helping them to normalize the madness that has overtaken all of us. I said this for years. So I am just as much a victim as each and every one of you. These are the first tears I have shed since my friend Ogunlanu died. I'm not given to tears, and I'm sorry. See, back to the issue. We all built this. We made this mess together, and it will take all of us to resolve the mess that we have made. It will take all of us. Without all of us functioning as one, the way you found the grace to function as one in the last month, you all acted as one. It wasn't about being Christian, being Muslim. They divided us along too many lines. Damn!
My God.
We stopped being human because we became Nigerians. They divided us and we fell for it. Because you wouldn't see me as a Yoruba man, you spoke for me. Because you wouldn't see me as a Christian, you spoke for me. Because you spoke, because you spoke, because you spoke. Because you spoke, Nigeria couldn't happen to me. Because you spoke.
The way, is that not what somebody was saying earlier on? I think that was If Done Now, and I think AY says something similar. And
I say something similar to speak
it's about the people. We are the ones that allowed it to happen. And anybody that claims that they are nationalists, we are all culprits, because the ones that are controlling this stuff are not. I can't even believe it. How can you be at the center of Nigeria? You're not a nationalist.
But forefather, okay. So this whole topic about religion has to be kept away, tribe has to be kept away. I've said it on here. I remember when I first came on, and I said it, and people attacked me. And I said, "Oh, if I'm president of Nigeria today, the first thing I'm doing is barring religion in public spaces." I remember people was attacking me. Whatever. I really don't care now. So, in essence, the bottom line is, while I agree with what Steph says, and Steph obviously knows he's one of my favorite people. I like him. I respect him a lot. Okay. At the same time, we got to have laws in that country. Now, this is what the discussion is about. Let's not mix up the topic. I understand arguments and putting premises forward are not everybody's strongest suit, and this is not at anybody, but the bottom line is Nigerians of the two dominant faiths, Muslims and Christians, have laws that they adhere to. Now, granted, the Christians are not necessarily saying there's a law being backed by Jesus or Apostle Paul or the New Testament or the Old Testament. That is not what they're saying. But we have to agree and admit that they are comfortable with the current laws in Nigeria as it stands. However, there are certain people, adherents of the Islamic faith, that are not comfortable with these kinds of laws. These are laws that were gotten from the colonial masters, Britain, which was fashioned after Christianity. Whether you like it or not, this is the truth. Nigeria's law right now is fashioned after Christian values. In that, there are also Islamic values, except you are not well versed in Islamic law. You can put your hands down. So, how do we go
I can't
on?
believe you're still using colonial.
Which is what we do. Yes,
wow.
Which is what
A young
is
man.
happening. So certain people, well, it is colonial. They're colonial laws, except you want us
They are
to call
British
them
colonizers, not colonial masters. I would have thought
I
a
never
young
said
man like
colonial
you.
masters.
I thought you said so.
Of course, you think a lot of nonsense. I said colonial laws.
See, nah, I'm the one thinking
so I
nonsense.
said,
Okay.
so I said, which Nigerian laws are fashioned after colonial laws. This is what I said. I never said colonial masters. So, being that as it's may, there are certain parts of adherents or a certain population of the Islamic faith that want Sharia, maybe not necessarily the criminal aspect, but at the very least, and I'm not saying all of them because we met someone like Dr. Perry that wants the criminal aspect carried out and implemented not only in Southwest Nigeria, but from his own proclamations, he would love it to be carried out all over the country. This was what I gathered from what he was saying. So if a certain aspect, if a certain section of Islamic adherents are saying, I do not want to follow your laws when it comes to marriage, for example, or divorce or inheritance, which was something I tried to state that Kenneth smartly and his other cohorts shut me down because they knew where I was going and they know it was true, that because there are parts of Nigeria, in Christian Nigeria today, where women cannot inherit properties of their own father, of their husband. But guess what? Under Sharia law, this is not the case. In fact, under Sharia jurisprudence, women they have a lot of leeway when it comes to things like divorce. All right. So of course we can sit here and listen to people like Kenny and say, "Oh,
Interesting, man.
women are
Thanks for mentioning that. Thanks for mentioning that. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
right. So very true. Just like so, these are things that women they'll come on here and say women are being subjugated and women are being abused in Islam or Sharia law in the Middle East. This is a lie. 1400 years ago, in the advent of Islam, one of the things they did that their prophet or the prophet promulgated were rights for women: inheritance, divorce, marriage, children, things of that nature. This kind of laws, you're from the United States, you're from Washington, this kind of laws, inheritance laws for women did not come into place in the United States until the late 19th century. Over 1,000, over 1,200 years before, it had already been carried out in the Middle East. So before we start stoking these fears and embers of disunity, you need to understand where the other party is coming from. Now, personally, would I want a situation where Sharia is being carried out using the criminal jurisprudence? No, I wouldn't want to. If a place like UAE is not doing it and Kuwait is not doing it, and these are places that are, if we want to say if anything, they are liberal, they are secular states. Because another thing, everybody keeps banding this term secular. What exactly is secular? And I kept asking everybody, like, what is secular? And nobody would answer. They'll just talk about something else. The Sharia that is being carried out in the UAE presently, that is being practiced in Kuwait, is secular in nature. In terms of, yeah, you can bulge your eyes all you want there. It is Please stop.
Secular is separation from church, this in religion and
Exactly,
state.
which is what they do. So they don't base their Sharia. All they do is Sharia can also be secular. Why do you people think only secular has to be Christian-based laws? If you say Christian, if we say, okay, well, it is a criminal enforcement of the laws, then the Christian-based laws that Nigeria currently practices cannot be termed secular. So maybe you guys have to
No.
verse.
Can you explain how Sharia can be secular, please? That's an interesting concept.
Exactly. You need to explain.
Well, for example, how does Saudi Arabia, no, well, not Saudi Arabia, how does Kuwait or United Arab Emirates carry out its criminal laws? It is based on laws that they do not use God as a reason why they would punish you. Okay, so what they do they only focus usually on finance, again, on marriage, on divorces and inheritance. Basically, that's what it is. Once you take away the God aspect from it, but you still fashion it under, they take aspects of Islamic law and they use civil laws, and that is it. This is what the United Arab Emirates, for example, does. So stop trying to give us this or put us in a box where you say Muslims bad, Christians good, because this is what you're doing with your eyes almost bulging out within the screen. Like, oh,
I never
it's
said
not.
Muslims bad, Christians
Well,
good.
how do you know?
Listen to me
Are you
carefully,
the
I
one that
never
your eyes
said
was almost?
anything
Are you
like
the
that.
one that was your eyes was almost bulging out through the screen?
No,
So
Toby, see, I speak the truth.
I
I can
never
show,
said anything like that.
I speak the
You're
truth.
just being
You know,
sentimental.
you were saying this thing. I just went to check the video backward, and you actually used the term colonial masters, and you are
I
telling me.
said, when did I say colonial masters? Please play for us.
Okay, let me play it since you are like.
I never said which is good or bad.
Okay,
Also, FX,
let's hear it.
why
Let's hear
you
it
play,
so
why
I can
you
move on
play
from
it?
this. No, it's not. It's a second. It's not long at all. Let's just play it and get on with it.
Not comfortable with these kinds of laws. These are laws that were gotten from the colonial masters, Britain. Okay, I accept that. I didn't know I said that.
Exactly. Sometimes when I tell you, you think I don't hear something. But I do
Because you
listen.
don't, because you know
Look at that.
sometimes your
Look
ears
at
are
that.
just blocked. You don't hear a lot of things.
Why do you keep saying that?
Apologize,
I
monkey.
do hear you, and you keep saying I'm not hearing what I'm hearing.
Monkey.
So, but Turkey,
Apologize.
you've not
He's not going to
actually
apologize.
defined.
He's still going to call me blockhead.
So what you mean now?
Sometimes.
Can I respond to what I speak the truth said about secularism?
Yeah, go ahead.
Secularism is not just a separation of church and state or religion and state. So everything that encompasses secularism is complete separation from spirituality or religious ideology.
I just said removing the God aspect. What part of that didn't you hear? Oh, you didn't hear when I said that?
Religious, yeah, separating
the God,
religious and spirituality.
I said removing the God aspect.
Let me continue. You keep interjecting.
But how can you tell me I'm wrong when I said something?
Then let me finish. I haven't gotten to my point. I'm going somewhere. But can you just take it easy with me, please?
No. Can
you just take it easy? Let me
like they'll come and tell you.
I speak it. Come on, man. I speak it too. Allow you speak now. He's actually trying to ask you to take it easy. You don't want to take it easy. Let me speak.
I
said something, and you now said this.
Okay, speak your mind, please. Because
so
this
you were
guy's
saying something. You said
everybody.
that some parts of Sharia law are secular. So you're contradicting yourself. Because Sharia law is based on religious, right?
I said the UAE's laws, part of it. Oh my.
No, you said Sharia law.
You said it. You said it, and that's why we ask you to define Sharia to define how Sharia law is secular.
It's the opposite of secularism. It is the opposite.
He asked you, and I ask you.
So I wanted to correct that, and you are interjecting me.
Okay. So this is what I'm asking.
It might be a mistake. So just it's a mistake.
So do you?
And you never apologize with his face cap. Remove your face cap.
Never. We don't back down. No, we don't back down for pussies. So check it out. So no, seriously.
And I was going to say something.
Sharia
Let me just finish real quick so that I can continue.
What
I was
kind
going
of
to say
laws does
that.
the UAE
I've not even finished my point. Let me make my point. There's this thing I noticed about some people. There are some people that claim to be anti-colonial or anti-imperialist, or they want Africans to liberate themselves and all. They'll make a case where they'll say, oh, our colonial laws is still in Nigeria, the colonial system is still in Nigeria, we need to break away from it. And these same people, the alternative they give is probably not, it's still an imperialist option, which is the Islamic option. I'm not trying to talk, I'm not referring to you, I speak the truth. Because I'm just generalizing, like there are those kind of people, and this same kind of people, they're in our midst. They are not in the panel. I'm talking about like in Africa, where they say they hate what the West is doing. They say they hate Western culture. They hate this and that, But at the same time, they will collaborate with the West and destabilize those countries. At the same time, they will also try to propagate Arab imperialism. in those same countries that said, oh, they want to break the colonial system, and so that's it. So I would like to emphasize that, because this set of people are also our enemies. I would need to emphasize that those set of people, and they don't serve our interests at all. And some of these people are Muslims. Some of them are Muslims. Like I said, I don't want to believe they're in our panel right now.
Listen.
Hold on.
Listen, do you know my stake?
Jide, I have a question. Wait,
do you know
I have
my
a question.
stake in all these things?
Wait. Who's talking?
When you say,
I have a question for him.
no, before you ask your question, let me just make this statement.
Yeah, this is the second time he's talking throughout.
Why is it difficult for us Africans, Nigerians, for instance? Because I'm aware that both Christianity and Islam is not indigenous to us.
Yeah, absolutely. Christianity has done a lot of atrocities.
All those religions came in.
I'm not undermining that.
So why can't you have a self-renaissance whereby we will craft laws based on our culture?
Hence, I ask a question.
Our own culture.
That was my question. Go ahead.
And then why to have a national dialogue? For instance, the marriage right, the women right to inheritance you talked about, is not a religious thing. Shouldn't be a religious thing. But when you, my brother, spoke about it, you talked about it as Islam recognizes their rights. Yeah, fine. But must it be a religious thing? Because if you go to Western Nigeria, their culture recognizes that women should have the right to inheritance.
Exactly.
It has nothing to do with Christian or Muslim. In the West. I'm coming. And in the eastern part of Nigeria, the culture does not recognize it. But that does not mean that some families still don't give that right to their female daughters. They do. Even though the culture did not recognize it. Culture, I'm not talking of religion.
Right.
You understand? So, my worry is, can we start taking religion away from our laws?
Yeah, but Steph,
if adultery is against the law, for instance, let the society accept that adultery is against the law, not because Bible said it.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah, but Steph, why, brother?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Hence, I asked my first question. I wanted to ask my question to AY and this Spirit Truth. Ask them where Islam are Sharia, right? If it's an African thing or an Asia thing first, the origin, Sharia and Islam. If it's Africa or Asia, first origin.
If I were you, I would
that was my first question before my conversation, but both of them were not here.
All right. So Steph, why I made that pronouncement and why I had to make that, why I made that statement was because on several occasions, this is where people would come on, namely people like Kenny and even, I don't want to say Pansa, but there were two or three people that would come on and say women were being subjugated in Islam, and this is why they were against Sharia being implemented in Western Nigeria or Southwestern Nigeria. So someone like myself was trying to say, well, if you say they are being subjugated, that is not true, because they have rights that even bastions of Christianity like the United States denied women for over 1,000 years, and they've been practicing these laws the preceding 1,200 years. So that was why I brought that up.
So it comes, as today, for what you said, today, if you look at the world today, among all religions, which religion do you think suppress women? If you think.
What do you mean, which religion?
Sorry?
Or which society?
No. Yeah, which country? That's what I'm saying. That you think their religion suppresses women.
What kind of question?
Well, okay, so
no, it's
very
I'm just asking.
It's
if it's Christian,
it's a good question.
If it's Buddhist,
I speak the truth. Please ignore him. That's
I'm asking a question. If it's not, say no.
Please ask intelligent question.
It is a good question. I think it is a good question. Can I please answer?
You have cover brain.
So you have to respect. What's wrong with you? You have to respect AI. He's in Nigeria. You are in London. He's coming out. It's not easy to come here. When I was in Nigeria, I didn't show up here.
There goes the parrot again. Let me just
look at this one. We see this one.
So,
all this bad belly.
So, what would your definition of oppression be? It is a rhetorical question. I'm not asking you. I'm gonna state certain things. Now, would women receiving low pay in their wages in comparison to men be oppression to you? Will the fact that a woman being raped, right, and being pregnant for her rapist, but it is against the law for her to have an abortion, even if that child, for example, was going to have disabilities and was going to affect her life and her livelihood? Would that be oppression of a woman to you? Because
you would have asked me, let me explain what you mean by your question.
So no. I said it was a rhetorical question. So I'm stating.
You're asking me because I should choose which.
No, it's a rhetorical question, Local P. It means I don't require an answer. So I'm saying to you that if you say oppression is loaded. Okay, you cannot just say your definition of oppression for a woman is what matters. While in a place like the United States today, in southern United States, in the Bible Belt, notes in quotes, Bible Belt, if a woman was to get raped, right? If a woman was raped today in the southern United States, where all the most evangelical people are, if she cannot have an abortion, all right, she has no right to her own body. In this same United States, which everybody has been proclaiming on here is a Christian country, it's a Christian country.
Why are you using one state? Why using one state inside United States?
No, I said southern United States. Calm down. I said the southern United States.
Why are you using part of United States? Use a whole or a continent.
I said the Bible Belt.
All right, guys.
Use a whole or the continent.
Thank you for joining us today. Nice one, quality man. Always join us. A nice one.
Yeah, we'll talk later. Bye. Bye.
A major part of the United States, that is almost half of the United States. Just listen. How you can tell me it's not correct? Just listen.
50% is half. It's even 50%.
Do you live in the United States? Tell me where the Bible Belt is.
50% is nothing. Hold on.
Tell me where the Bible Belt is.
Equate it with a place like Asia when 70, 80%, even 90%, or even 100% is done. So don't use like half. No.
This is your question again. Let's go back. Let's backtrack. Your question is which religion, in essence, you're saying which religion oppresses women the most, right? Now, what you want me to say is Islam. You want me to point fingers?
No,
hold on,
I'm asking you.
Hold on. So what you want me to do is point at Islam, and you would have been happier.
No, or Christian or Buddhist.
Good, but that is not what you.
Was that question relevant in the first place?
I think we're moving away from
I will tell you why.
I will tell you why.
This discussion is
forefathers.
Forefathers. That's too low discussion.
Forefathers.
Come on,
forefathers.
Yeah, it's not nice.
Forefathers.
I know too.
Forefathers.
Yes.
Is there a reason why the people that brought Christianity to us and the people that brought Islam to us, why didn't they bring development to us? Why is it just religion that they brought to us?
Yeah, they handed religion like Kumbo to us now. When they were bringing religion, they were moving on to the Enlightenment. Tukumbo is what they brought to us. And they are still bringing Tukumbo to with Tukumbo cars and Tukumbo weapons.
And they brought those things to us and they've moved on.
They moved on already, long time. The Muslims are even moving on now. Look at UAE. Look at
Turkey. Look at Turkey.
All of them are moved on.
Saudi Arabia.
Look at Turkey. Look at Iran. Iran doesn't play with us now.
Christian, Islam, Sharia, Christian, rubbish, whatever.
Both sides are moving on. It's just like in the United States, all the church buildings are being converted to clubs.
Exactly. And we Nigerians, we Africans we still allow them to still use religion to control us.
Honestly,
America will move into a particular country and say they are fighting for this. The other people move and say they are fighting for the other one.
People like Ewa come and
say within them is nothing to them apart from instrument of control.
Let me add to what Steph is saying.
Over the years.
Were you last year, early this year last year now, 2024, I was in Saudi Arabia.
when you see the level of development, they build roads across the mountains.
Crazy. It's crazy.
I wanted to cry. I said, what is good? God forgive me. And I was not thinking like, is Africa, is there anything wrong? That's what I was asking. Like
Yes,
with
bro.
all the money, with the resources we got from oil, when I see the state of Nigeria, not only Nigeria, a lot of African countries, I don't know. Sometimes I just bag my head. What is going on?
Then why are you
You
sometimes
see the
defending your
quality
religion
of
sometimes? Why
technology.
sometimes you
Hey,
defend your religion?
hold on.
When they call it out, you want to say no, you don't understand.
Calm down. Stop it.
Why did you do that?
Hold on. Because your discussion is too low level.
Why
You
do
need to
you no?
upgrade
I'm
your
asking you
discussion.
questions. Even
Let's be
sometimes
nice
people
now.
that
Keep quiet.
Let's
Let me
see.
talk now.
To be fair, look, that question you asked.
No,
You say they are
you
oppressing
you
women.
ask me why. You ask me why I said so first. If my reason is not fair enough, you can ask me why first.
But there's nothing wrong with
Okay,
the
let him finish what he just AY is saying, then you can go back. So AY finish.
So even the so-called America we are in, when you see development across this region, so Africa, to be honest, we need to wake up, because when I look at issue of Nigeria, I was just having this discussion with somebody earlier today. When we graduated from university, then even when things were bad, they will still call you for an interview for work. They will call you to come and write tests. Today, graduates that are leaving Nigerian university, they don't have opportunity for interview except you know one CEO somewhere, you know one politician somewhere. That is how bad it is that we don't think of this future of the nation. We don't think of these children. We are headed to I don't want to say disaster, but we need to act very fast. Things are so bad, but people need to understand this in terms of development, how we want to restructure this country for the country to work, for development to come, infrastructure, schools, because nothing we have, education, hospitals, everything. Like we are lucky in every aspect of redevelopment. So we need to act. That we need to tell ourselves, instead of fighting over this tribe, over this religion, I will fight over development. Like we need to do something very urgent. To be honest, it's not funny anymore. When you drive on Nigeria road, it's not funny anymore. Something needs to be done.
Do you know the kind of Sharia I will support in Nigeria?
I'm listening.
The criminal Sharia should be the only law against corruption in Nigeria.
They'll abuse it.
You know what? I think
You see
I
how
might
these
think about
senators,
that actually.
you see how
When
these
you are
senators
corrupt,
are
they
out
should
of breath
apply,
to run,
Sharia law.
They'll abuse it.
So
That would be interesting,
they
actually.
won't even debate that at the National
They
Assembly.
will throw it
They
away.
won't
They'll abuse it. Even if
They'll
they
throw
did,
it away.
it's just like saying death penalty for corrupt politicians. What they're gonna do is whoever they don't like, they're gonna gang upon them and they're gonna kill them. So it's not gonna work. Like strict laws like that, Nigeria is not ready for them because the implementation is gonna be one sided. You know, as much like I keep mentioning something, as much as we're criticizing, and I understand people's fears, we use a secular law, right? Today, less than a week ago, and this I kept repeating this and reiterating it, and everybody kept dodging it. There was a kid for 14 years in this secular Nigeria, in the secular, so-called secular states. They gave him a 14. He wasn't even sentenced. He was incarcerated without trial for 14 years for stealing a chicken. None of you are crying over that, but you're here telling us about, oh, I'm worried they're going to chop my arm off. Well, there's a lot of people in Kirikiri, there's a lot of people in detention today in your secular states that are pending trial 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. How can you be pending trial for 20 years? In this your same secular states, but you want to tell us that these people that are saying, well, can we use a limited version of our own creed a civil aspect to settle X, Y, Z. Can we do that? And everybody is running around with flames in the air. So no. If you do that, society is going to go upside down. Your society is already upside down.
See what?
No, let me respond to you in that one, Gobore. Listen. It's not like anybody is supporting anything. What you said now also happens in the Sharia law. Is it not Rhoda Jatao? Was how many months was she imprisoned under Sharia law? When she's not even a Christian Muslim.
Exactly.
So there's a problem everywhere. That's what we're saying. I'm not saying that this one is better or the other one is better. I'm saying that we should stop this madness. That's what I'm just saying.
No, not you. Definitely not you, Steph. Definitely not you. I'm
both
saying
sides are being abused.
Both sides are being abused. So
let me share something about Saudi Arabia so that you can see.
Can I add this?
Sorry, Ebola, you're going to add this. I just want to show what a nation looks like when they actually control their destiny, when they are actually doing something that they really want to do. Look at Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia that we are talking about, and let me just show you what I have to give. Fair use stuff to Harris. Let me get his name right, so that just to respect.
You need to show China, not Saudi Arabia, bro.
Harris, right? Can you let me do my job before YouTube starts flashing me? I don't need to allow. This is 2025. So Johnny Harris, we are reacting to this Johnny Harris video regarding Saudi Arabia Neom project. Okay, so that's it there. And let me just play, just see what this guy is saying.
I'm officially in Neom, and let me tell you what I'm seeing so far. Trucks, dump trucks, cargo trucks, trucks carrying excavators, trucks carrying more trucks. I've never seen so many trucks in my entire life. Oh, and these roads, a lot of them are brand new. A lot of them don't even show up on Google Maps. Like, I'm looking at my phone and I'm just sort of floating in no man's land because these are all brand new roads. This is new. Everything is popping up so quickly. There's so many trucks. All of a sudden, Salam turned off one of these pristinely new roads. Why do you deflate the tires? For the dune. We're now going to start driving just into the desert.
So if I show you the ambition these people have, it's just mind-boggling. And they are doing it rapidly. That's why they have so many trucks there. And they are doing it so quickly. They want to build, they are in a hurry to build these things very quickly. But for us to fix one refinery, it's going to take us decades to get it done.
That's a completely new city, Neom City.
That's what the guy is
brand
saying.
New.
They are building multiple different types.
Yeah.
The guy said if only 2 of them clicks, they are even building underground ones. Oh my God, you can't.
Yeah.
What people are doing out there.
Speed train everywhere.
We've not even started.
Somebody's now here defending religion. Defending religion.
Trip of 6 hours in Saudi that is take you like car 6 hours. Train will do it less than 2 hours. You are there. Speed train.
It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. The pace at which the Arab world is moving away now.
Not this one, and you are here defending religion.
Keep quiet.
So I was just going to respond to Talkie before. So you've made a very valid point, but the issue there is just like what likes of Dele Farotimi is advocating for. There's a serious problem in our judicial system. So it's not the law itself that is not. I won't say the law has issue in itself. If someone is behind the bar for 14 years, why is the person not prosecuted? Or why is that kind of law meant for that kind of offense? That is the question. But underneath it, the question is, if we're saying, okay, let's bring in Sharia law, is Sharia law not going to face the same issue? Having at the back of our mind that this is the same judicial system, Nigeria operates under the same judicial system. So what I'm saying in essence is that you will still have the same issue with the Sharia law, just like it was pointed out that even in the north, a non-Muslim was tried under Sharia law, which is not supposed to be. So you will see the issue with the law. Everything needs to be fixed. And this is where I want to go with the view which we've talked about, that the Abrahamic law seems to introduce some issues even within the Nigerian context. Can we move even totally away from it? We understand the issue and we know the solution. Let us not pretend as if we don't know the solution. Let's rather move towards the solution. So that would be my own view on this.
Submission. That's a good submission. So this is the thing, right? If you look at the Chinese model, I think that's the model that will fit Nigeria, right? The problem that we have is, we have the class problem, right? The upper class adopted a system from United States of America, right? Without even knowing the origin of the system. Like, if you look at our constitution say a country under God. We don't even believe in God in Nigeria. No ethnicity in Nigeria believes in God. God is a German concept, right? So we
don't believe in God. We believe in God. What are you going on about?
We don't believe in God, man. God
I'll say we do.
That's not the point. That's not the point. The point I'm making is, we are
copying allow him to talk.
Yeah, we are copying a system from United States of America without actually knowing why, their constitution was drafted the way it was drafted, right? America was a Puritan country, even though the constitution was non-secular. If you look deeply into it, it has some religious undertone to it, and some of the the laws written in the constitution, right? So what we need is, we need a system that's people-centered system, right? In order to achieve that, we need some kind of revolution, right? Where the people, the working class people, will get rid of this elite class and then draft a law that would be people-centered laws that everyone would agree with. You know what I'm saying? That's not an American constitution. That we put some kind of some Nigerian twist to it. We need something that's like made for the people. We need a different system. Instead of a system that's copied from a capitalist country. That's not a very good model for a country like Nigeria, because America doesn't have it.
It's funny because when you say we should not copy from capitalism, but you don't have any problem with communism.
No. Well, you gotta understand communism.
Forefathers, I understand where he's going when you talk about. You know how Chinese model work, man. It's not.
Exactly.
I think it's to be easier for us to adapt it. It will serve us better than adapting the Western constitution.
Okay, now from like my take now, the way I look at it is that Nigeria is quite easy in terms of settling Nigeria, so that things will be more stable without a lot of suspicions everywhere. If you look at the Swiss model, if we just adopted something similar to that, most of all these arguments in terms of tribalism will go away, because those areas, most of the system is independent. They are free to do anything they like. People can pass law, remove leaders, and then the president, there are 6 of them at the same time. 7 actually in Sweden. I think there are 7 in Switzerland. So all the regions can produce their own leaders. You have a presidential council. You can when you do something like that, people will have very little reason to argue, because they have very clear say in their system, and every single time, no region is feeling marginalized because they're always ruling all the time. So there are ways to do these things. It's just that our leaders, for some reason, didn't bother to do it.
That is why you need restructuring.
What we
You are discussing restructuring.
Listen. What we need is
every time they talk about it, they talk about a regional system.
What we need is direct democracy, right? Direct democracy, and
something like that, yeah.
Something like that, where we can vote for the president, but we need to have laws that the people can sign on and say, "Hey, we want to vote on this." Right? Yeah. After you take your candidate, you can still vote. If Nigeria wants to legalize cannabis, prostitution, if they want to increase the minimum wage in a certain state or in certain counties, that should be part of it. That's direct democracy, instead of this system that we have that looks like a oligarchy, right? We should have a direct democracy. They can run for their offices, but the direct laws, people can say, you know what, we want to increase the minimum wage. All right, we need signatures.
If we have like 50,000 signatures, then we can introduce that into the ballot, and people can vote for that. We need that direct democracy. You know what I mean? That's
it will
that's
settle
what
a lot
so
of
people can.
things. And the problem is that if you want to do that in Nigeria, because of all these powerhouses, none of them will want to surrender power to the ordinary
They're
people.
the
That's the
ones.
problem.
They are power hungry.
They don't want to surrender power to people.
Exactly.
Forefather, let me add to what he said. I know we in Nigeria, you need to let us speak anytime. When it comes to me now, you change the rule.
No,
It's
I
okay.
agree. No, you are free. You are free. We have to maintain equality.
Let me add to what he said. Listen, I have said this, right? You need restructuring. Me, I'm not keen on Nigeria need to discuss how they want to restructure. What he said, that's an important point you raised. I have said it on this platform. The power of Nigeria president is too much. For the country to work, if you don't want to regionalize the country, you can do stuff like that. In each of these zones, have a presidential council where you have like either 3 representatives from each zone, even the major ethnic tribe have representative where whatever big decision the country want to move, the direction we want to go, they kind of agree to it to say, okay, yes, this. So there are a lot of ways you can restructure the country that will make everybody, every tribe feel important, make every region feel important. We have to look for a way to make it work in that, not one man. Nigeria president is just like the king of Saudi Arabia. It's not different. They are so powerful that Tinubu is there now. He can order the CBN governor to bring 10 billion from CBN to him tomorrow morning. Nothing he will say, no signature. He will say, bring the money. This is how bad it is, but people don't understand it. He will wake up tomorrow. He will fire the military head tomorrow morning. The Chief Justice, he will fire him tomorrow morning. The power of the president of Nigeria, I repeat, is too much. Except we have somebody that is selfless, that really wants the Nigeria to work. He will say, okay, even if I'm going to lose this power, I don't care. But we don't have it yet. I thought Buhari can do something like that, but he disappointed me.
The power of Nigerian president is not like the power of the king of Saudi Arabia.
If you have a direct democracy,
the king of Saudi Arabia loves Saudi Arabia, but the president of Nigeria doesn't love Nigeria.
I agree with.
If you have
not
direct
only
democracy,
not only Buhari, not only
because
what's his name? Tinubu.
I agree with what Steph said, because what we are doing,
they are not patriotic. Our leaders are not patriotic.
They are not patriotic.
That's fine, but if you have direct democracy, that actually circumvents that. You know what I mean? Like if the president can be the worst guy in the world, but if you have direct democracy where everyone can vote on a certain map, on certain issues, it could be 5-10 issues, and they will be brought up in a ballot box, and people can vote on it. The president can do whatever the hell he wants.
It's interesting because has anybody ever brought that idea to the House of Assembly?
They are not interested.
Let's
not wither their powers.
Let's not forget Jonathan went through restructuring process.
I better forget Jonathan. They are all the same.
No, we can't forget. That was the foundation. No,
Which foundation? Which foundation? He wasted our taxpayers' money. So it's foundation.
We can't say it's a waste. He
wasted our taxpayers' money.
Why didn't Buhari, after Jonathan lost the election, if Jonathan stayed in power, he would have implemented.
Really?
He would have implemented 60 states. Is that what you're saying?
No, restructuring. Wow. He would have restructured Nigeria.
Yeah. What did you think that national conference?
So what was the basis of the national conference?
To buy time, to divert our attention.
That was a useless national. Listen, do you know what they suggested? They were the one that suggested that we should go back to this national anthem. That conference. They suggested it. Crazy people.
5 billion states. All kinds of idiots was in that conference.
No, but what was the purpose of that assembly before?
He was using it to look for legitimacy.
He was paying off his cronies, the people that he could not give posts as ministers, as aides.
That was a chess game of chess.
You know how much all of them was getting
That
every
was a
day?
game of chess.
He just
That's
paid
the
off his
essence.
cronies.
Well, I rest
Okay.
my case in that.
Again, this is another distraction.
Game of
What
chess.
we are
If
discussing.
you,
Let's
if you
go
have a
back to it.
if you have a direct democracy, right, it will address this issue of Sharia law. The people, let's say the people in Omar here, or you can say Benin City or whatever. If if they want to institute Sharia law, right? They can ask people and send in ballots and go, okay, hey, if you want to, if you are for Sharia law, tick yes. If you're not for Sharia law, tick no. And then everybody will do that. If everybody
That's if you
tick the
want to do
ballot,
it nationally,
then we
but
will
like
know.
in like the way they will do it in
That's a,
Switzerland
that's
is that
direct.
you have to worry only about your own canton. Like if
Yeah,
you want to change something in your own canton, but if you want to do it nationally, you can also
yeah,
do that. It means that you have to work
that's a different.
nationally to change anything. But if you want to change
That's a
stuff in your
different
own
issue.
canton, you can. And
Yeah, that's a direct.
that also
Yeah,
means Muslims in Nigeria could just go full on Sharia
that's their
in
problem.
their own area.
That's democracy. That's how democracy works. Unfortunately, that's how it is. This is direct democracy. Is that what you want? All right, take yours. If the majority wants
Exactly.
that, that's what you have. You know what I mean? That's direct democracy, and good things would happen automatically, right? If, like, let's say, your region, what you guys need to do is to legalize something, whatever it is. You can put it in direct in a ballot, right?
So
And
Yeah, but
why
people
can't
will
we just
directly
have
thing
it
vote.
about
in that?
democracy too, though, democracy tend to develop slowly compared to like places where you have like a little bit of strident authoritarian power. Like for example, in China, look at Saudi Arabia. They decide to just want to go Western, and look at how fast they are going because they don't
Exactly.
have to consult too many people.
Yeah,
What do
that's
you
the
mean? What do you
dictatorship
mean
of the
go Western?
proletariat.
What do you
That's the
mean
No,
go Western?
dictatorship.
when they say Western in terms of development,
No, they
Yeah,
I
just
know that
all
it's
they're
not a
doing,
very
all they're
precise term.
doing. Saudi Arabia has always been one of the most developed parts of the planet, at least in the last 40, 50 years. All Saudi Arabia is just doing right now is just diversifying its economy just in time before oil becomes redundant. That's all they're doing. They're just
It's
diversifying.
moving. No. It wasn't like tech based. It was mostly oil based. Now it's moving into
Forefather,
technology
what,
and
what, what,
innovation. It
what,
wasn't
what,
innovative.
what I just said, what was different than what I
No,
just
it's
said?
the same thing,
Just say,
Father. You two, two of you are saying the
what
same
was
thing.
different than what I just
Yeah,
said?
no. We are saying anybody. The emphasis is because you're saying that they've always been developed. I was like, they have been developed, but they are moving
It has
in a
always
totally
been
different
one
way
of the
now.
most developed, again, I'll repeat it. Saudi Arabia
Mm.
has always been one of the most developed parts of the planet in the last 4 to 5 decades. If we're talking about what is development, we're talking about infrastructure, technology, their education, their standard of living. Saudi Arabia fits all these check marks. All Saudi
all right.
Arabia is doing
Go
right
ahead.
now is they are just
What do you?
diversifying
They
their
were
economy.
consumers of technology. There's a difference now. They want to be producers of technology.
Forefathers again,
What do you guys think about the direct democracy
diversifying.
and how can we implement that in Nigeria? You know
So
what I mean? We
back
can
to
talk
what
about
you
Saudi
were
Arabia.
saying, that was what I was going to get into before I
Yeah.
start going round and round with my parakeet over here. So look at it like this, eccentric. What kind of governmental structure does Nigeria carry out? A democracy. Well, it's pseudo democracy, right? It falters in a lot of ways, but it is still fashioned after the democratic system in this country. This is what we have in Nigeria. Now, from what everybody is saying, there's not enough participation from the people at the lowest rung of the ladder. This is what wants to change. But I'll say this to you. I don't think Nigeria's democracy is the problem or the system of democracy. It is its implementation. And we are not adhering to the complex nature of the country itself. AY says something very critical, which um, Steph also spoke on. The powers of the Nigerian president is too much. All right. So say we, if Nigeria, now this is just me speaking from my own layman's terms, we still carry out this democracy, but we reduce the power of the center. And not only that, instead of having all these cantons, I'm not saying I'm against it, we go back to regionalism. So each side develops at its own pace. Guess what? We still have the same thing with less money being spent to take care of the government and its officials, and everything is still effective. We don't need 10 presidents in a country where even 2 presidents is giving everybody a headache. We don't need regional presidents where people can't even settle on the governor without pulling out guns and killing themselves on election day. But I guarantee if the Southeast, the North, the Southwest, the South, which I think should be broken up, and other parts of the country took themselves as regions and they had a regional structure, I think Nigeria would see development faster than it has achieved in the last 6 years.
With one president, you mean?
Well, it could be one president and a bunch of prime ministers, or one president or a bunch of vice presidents, which will make up the regional heads.
You still
Or
have an issue. I think the moment you start, because if you look at what they're arguing about now, it's always about the top. And if you neutralize that top by making it a presidential council, that goes away. It's always about the top.
President. If you know the bottom line is you do not want to concentrate power in any one entity. So you don't want everybody at this is the top here, and then everybody else comes down and they're subservient, and everybody's loyalty is to this guy instead of the paper, the Constitution. But if this guy is on top, a president, and there's something past that always exposes, which is there has to be an adversarial environment between all 3 parts of government. So the legislator, the executive, and the
You
judiciary.
you said this guy, it's not this guy. We're talking about, I said about 6, 7 presidential council members. AY is talking about almost 3 times 6. We are talking about 18 presidential council member, 12, or depending on whatever you want. These are power that is concentrated spread amongst everybody and every region.
What if you give that power directly? What if you give that power directly to the voters in the name of direct
voters also have the
democracy?
power to control them.
Instead of concentrating on the hands of the elites, because the regions have the elites, they're going to be running stuff, and it's going to be the same thing. Because that's the problem that we have. It's the elite.
Are sovereign in a direct democracy system. The voters are sovereign; they can decide whatever they want to do. They can bring that presidential council down if they wanted to. But the question I was asking, I speak the truth, is that because you are referring as one guy, but it's not one guy. It's let's say 12 guys. All of them, they have to come to an agreement. Whenever they are doing something, they come to an agreement. They elect one person.
When I said one guy, I said in the presidential system. That's why I said one guy up here. And I said
let's say it's a presidential system, but that presidential system at the top is a council of 6 to 12 people, and all of them come from the different regions. So all the time, everybody, all the major regions have people in the center controlling everything. And every time, I think the way they do it in the other countries that practice it, they elect one person to just speak for them every year. And you can do it every 6 months, you can do it every 2 years, depending on how they like. And among the council, they can vote the person now, come down, I want to go now. It's my turn. So you do whatever you like as the presidential council. But because it's diluted, the decisions are smarter probably, because now you have 12 brains or 6 brains instead of just one person. And then they have to vote for the best decision that reflects the will of the people. It's more democratic.
And the cry of marginalization will stop.
Completely disappears.
But
for me, I'm tired of hearing that.
I kind of
go away completely.
I kind of see it, but at the same time, I don't. And why I don't see the cry of marginalization disappearing, if I take into context the psyche of the average Nigerian today, or the average Nigerian politician, I should say. So if you look at the Nigerian politician, for example, there's how many governors? 35 that attend all these meetings in Abuja every other quarter to disburse monies earned from the Niger Delta's sale of crude oil. Well, maybe not sale, the theft, that the rest of Nigeria does to the Niger Delta. But you have, in effect, if we're to use this kind of structure that you are proposing, we have 35 people, which nobody ever takes the side of the poor impoverished Nigerians. So you still have 35 people, the president up there, and 35 governors always go there. And insofar as they get their allowance and their security, whatever allocations, whatever they call it, they're fine. So what difference would that make if we even take 6 people, okay, and put them at the head? What if they all collude and it's still the same? Exactly. So you're putting too much faith.
Okay,
At least you know that
let me answer you. Let me answer you. Let me answer you. Let me answer you. Let me answer you.
Right.
The difference and how it's going to address the issue of marginalization is this. If it's exactly the model that forefather is proposing, it means that if, for instance, they say they want to build a project that will connect Nigeria with rail line, you understand? If it doesn't come through all the regions, you understand?
Mm-hmm.
If any of those presidential council members from the East did not sign up to it, it will not be implemented.
Exactly. At least they will have more
So
robust conversation about the benefit.
all of them must sign up to the project, to any national project. The 6
Well,
of them or 7 of them must sign up to it. It's not like majority of them. It's not like majority of them will agree. So far as a national issue, the 7 of them must sign up to it.
All right, but what if
It might be that depend, to be fair, it might depend on this thing, because the way the presidential council may be structured, they might say 2/3 or three-quarter have to agree. That
Yeah, but if it's something that has to if it has to do with national development, if it's something that has to do with maybe foreign affairs, that is external engagement, you could say okay, majority. But if you are looking for something that's going to address the issue of marginalization, if it has to do with national development in terms of project they are building like gas pipelines that will cut across the whole country, you understand?
Yeah,
you can't say majority will do it.
Yeah, I hear what you are saying, because you are looking at it from the point of view that, but then you can have a situation whereby anytime you want to build anything in one area, the other one like I'm going to stop it until you move for me
so
to.
No, that is fairness. Is that not fairness?
No, but what if the project is meant to be built in one section of the country because of the nature of the project? Like if you want to build a refinery in the River
Okay,
Sea,
let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. We have like 3 ports that is very functional in Lagos State now, and they are approving money to build another port in Badagry. When the rest of the ports in Calabar, Akwa Ibom, and Rivers is not functioning.
Are they federal projects?
Huh?
Are they federal projects?
No, all of them. The Badagry receives a federal guarantee. The federal government contributes a certain amount of money. Even in the ones in Akwa Ibom and stuff like that, the federal government have their own share of contribution. So when you talk about national development, if those other ports are functioning, it will benefit not those states where they are building it.
But Steph, let's
You
say
understand?
there's 7 of us on
Because
here
even
right
some northern states that is close, like not central or whatever, it pays them more to have a port that is functioning well in River State,
Steph,
or in Cross River State, because closer to them than Lagos.
There's 7 of us on here, and we cannot even agree on a system of government. What makes you think that if you put 7 different presidents on the presidential council in a matter and put before them a matter that is of national importance, national development, that they will all agree? What if humans being humans, even one person decides to hold off? How do you then achieve this national development?
Then it has to be a kind of trade-off now, like the way Congress did. There has to be a kind of horse trading, because sometimes you can see that, because the reason why that is important is that you might as well have that problem there that have the problem nationally exploded.
Well, you have a very good example of it in the United Security Council, where United States can just UN Security Council, where United States can just vote against something that we all believe should happen.
I hear that argument. I think we need to study the people that are practicing
one person holding out
to see
is
how they do
basically
it.
a no veto.
No, yeah.
So if I say oh, you want to run this pipeline through my forestry to affect the agriculture in my neighborhood? I don't think so. So you're going to vote? No, no. And I keep holding out. How do you then achieve national development if you say everybody has to acquiesce to the decision before it can be carried
Also,
out?
what if it's a terrible project, right? And then someone goes around and bribe everyone to vote for that project. So it could happen on the
You
end
know
of
what I
it.
mean?
Well, it will be comical. It will be comical to watch happen. Actually, better than this one guy just making crazy decisions. See, the thing is, okay, what if, let's say, every year they appoint one person to represent them, and that person is a tiebreaker in the voting?
Guys, I need to go. Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Hey, happy New Year! Thank you for joining us from your computer. Hey, who
None
is
of
that
the,
one waving his hand? Okay, he's waving bye
none
bye.
of, none of the thing you guys are proposing is better than this direct democracy. If you have
Yeah, yeah.
anything better than this
Direct
direct
democracy is by far
democracy,
better.
I want to hear it. If you have anything better than direct democracy, where everybody has to vote on it.
Okay. Let me tell you why.
Oh,
Let me let me
look at
tell
how.
you why. Let me tell you why your direct democracy will not work. Let me tell you.
Okay.
The people that rigs your election will still rig that one.
It will be hard though, because the direct democracy people will vote against the system that is
It will be
causing them to
hard.
make it.
No, they will think they are voting for
them
something.
back.
They will think they are voting for something, but the result will show that it was the opposite that they voted for. What are you gonna do?
The thing about direct democracy is that the way it works in such a way that it's so hard to kind of combat, because it's local, most of them. And when people know they have responsibility now,
Don't they rig local government election in Nigeria?
yeah, but that is because it is in the hands of these people. But when you give the power to the ordinary people now, the ordinary people know that they have the power
Who's
to.
gonna count the votes?
They themselves, the people that
The
they
governor
appoint.
will bring the person that will count the votes.
No. That's not how it works. I think you are assuming that the governor is going to have a lot of power. Then he's not.
Steph is funny.
See, I agree with what you are saying.
That's
It's
a
not
good.
going to
That's a
be.
good objection, though. That's a good objection.
It's a good objection. But if you have a direct democratic system, what is going to happen is that at first maybe they will have a little bit of influence, but the moment the people start making their own voices heard, if they see the politicians are dribbling and they say, they will dribble the politicians the other way. So
No.
in other words, sooner or later they will kind of remove all the power that
Let
the
me tell you,
politicians have.
forefathers.
So what if we vote on the direct on one issue, right? And everyone agrees with that, majority agrees with that, but then the governor goes against it, right, and does something crazy, and then everyone say, you know what? On the next election, we're not going to vote for you for going against this issue that we voted on, right? That would kind of
Assuming it was their votes that made him governor before.
right.
So let me read what the presidential councils do. Let me read what the presidential councils do in Switzerland. It says, all 7 members of the federal council have equal status and jointly decide on policies. All of them have to agree. That's crazy. Decisions are made collectively, and once the decision is reached, all council members must support it publicly, regardless of their personal opinions during the deliberation. That is a very good approach. All of them have to agree on it. Consensus building. Despite decisions are typically reached through discussions and consensus rather than voting. The aim is to ensure that all members representing different political parties and perspective agree on a common position. So, and then preparation by departments. It says each councillor head, which is the presidential council members, is specific heads a specific department like foreign affairs, finance, and prepares proposals and reports related to their area of responsibility. And let's see, area of responsibility. Proposals are then presented to the council for discussion and decision making. So you can see it's actually quite collective. You can't escape it. Like everybody has to agree on things. So it forces them to have to agree.
So what if? Okay, so this is my concern, because this is what I say about Nigeria, right? My concern is speed. Nigeria needs to be flying. It hasn't even started crawling yet. Okay, so what if? Excuse me. What is on average the time that these council? I actually should ask my ex because she's Swiss. that this council uses before they reach a decision? And is there a time limit where if there's no decision reached on an issue where they just discard it and move on to the next thing? Then finally, if they do that, where there's no a decision could not be reached on an issue,
wow,
when do they come back to listen to that issue?
Let me see. It says the council tries for consensus, meeting decision, deliberates and issues until it reaches a collective this thing. It didn't say anything about it. It says weekly meetings though. The council holds a regular meeting every Wednesday to discuss current issues, proposals, policies. Each member can submit items for discussion based on their departmental responsibilities, consultation with experts and stakeholders. So before decisions are made, the Federal Council consults with experts, stakeholders, political parties, and where relevant, the public. This ensures a broad perspective is considered. And a rotating presidency, formal this thing, I think I will probably ask about decision making. But one thing I know for sure is that the Swiss that are practicing this stuff, they are extremely wealthy, extremely secure, and they seem to be very, very healthy as a nation. These guys haven't been to war for 200 years. You can't even make it up. They are
Because
literally the only country.
you have to realize before Nigeria as a collective will get out of the tribe, religion way of thinking, it's going to be at least another 1 to 2 generations because their psyche is poisoned that way right now. And it'll continue.
I agree with you on
for a
that.
minute.
Yeah, you're right. But if this
so
forefather is saying, if it plays out in Nigeria, if that is what we have tried for the
Kill
past
it.
20 years, by now we would have had stability.
Yeah, it will stabilize it because nobody will be arguing about who is in the center anymore. The people just move on.
I
And
don't
decision making, the
know.
quality of decision making will increase too.
Yeah, over time.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think with a polity that is very undereducated or poorly educated, where people do not really know their rights, that this will work. But again, I could be wrong, because I'm just looking at the time effect. How do we approach issues?
Yeah,
If
okay,
someone,
let me find out how long it takes for them to make a decision.
Yeah,
yes,
but on the
because
time effect, they are human beings. When they see the effect of decisions they didn't make on time in the past, as they make mistakes, they will start improving on it.
well, you that means you're having faith in people, in Nigerian politicians to do the right thing, which is the opposite of the kind of faith I have in them.
Okay, the question presently, how do they take decisions on time right now?
They don't.
Huh?
No, they have urgent, like when there is a
They
time of
do. They have urgent
Yeah,
matters of
yeah.
urgent national importance.
Whatever's going to benefit their pockets is urgent.
Oh no, you mean the current Nigerian system?
Right.
Oh no, they don't care about the emergency. If you like, the country is half burning. They
Oh,
will still
Steph, were
carry
you
on.
talking about Nigeria or Switzerland?
You mean me?
I think it's
Yeah.
Switzerland he was referring to, if you ask me. Urgent crisis situation. So, like they talked about crisis situation. It says in urgent or crisis situation like natural disasters, economic emergencies, international dispute, the council may expedite decision making during such times. The need for a swift action can impose informal and formal time constraints. So they do have ability to make fast decisions, especially when this stuff is needed. But if it's not essential, they can adjourn it. Like they keep adjourning it until the reason why that is still good, even if it is delayed. Better have a concrete decision that everybody agrees on than just keep rushing decisions through. Because the reason why I like that, it ensures stability. Because Nigeria as a nation needs
I
stability.
think it's better than whatever we are doing now.
Yes.
Yeah,
It ensures stability.
Definitely, any system is better
Is
than what we got going
actually
on. But
that
personally, I think what we should. Sorry, why? Go. You haven't spoken in a minute. Sorry.
no, go ahead. Don't worry. Finish.
All right, thank you.
I'm not like forefather.
Yeah,
Look at that.
definitely.
Look at that.
So,
After everything I've been doing for you, putting Nigeria first, because you're in Nigeria.
just in a nutshell, I think personally, to just keep it short so everyone can speak, I think what we need is regionalism. I think we need regionalism, and I think that will immediately accelerate if
I don't like
everybody
regionalism.
is in competition.
The reason why I don't like it, I don't know why people keep thinking regionalism was good. When it was happening, a lot of regions didn't like it, except you want the regionalism to be like south, south, southeast, the way it is,
No,
political regionalism.
regionalism using a presidential system of government, not a parliamentary system of government. A parliamentary system of government with regards to the regions themselves, if that is what they so choose to do. But I think if we had a democratic system of government after the United States, but based on regions. So the region
So what are going
premieres.
what are the regions you are talking about?
Well, whatever regions they decide. What we have now, the only one I think should be broken apart should be the South South. Okay, so the South South should not exist. I think the Bendel region should be back, and then there should be a Southeast, the Eastern region. However they want to do it, maybe 2, 3. However they want to do it. The North should be broken.
2, 3.
Also,
So the southeast has
so
access to the sea. Is that what you are saying?
no, I didn't say the South. I said the Eastern region and the Southeastern region, or there could be a third region. If that's what, so let me go
It
on that
never
one.
works. I don't like
All right,
that because
all
the
right,
reason why
okay.
the last time it happened, one side said they wanted to secede, and that was not even the southeast. Too. They
Okay,
wanted to
so
secede.
but that's not the crux of my argument. So now the North itself, I don't know, break it into smaller regions with the middle belt being an independent state of its own. Maybe even break that into
But
two.
why do that? All you have to do is give the power
Well,
to the people.
no. Listen, why I said break the middle belt. Well, there really is no people. Nigerians will still deal based on tribe and religion, which is the problem we have right now. So I said break the middle belt so that the core north has less influence there, and in fact, even the core north break it into 2 or 3 different regions. So
Now, why not just use the six geopolitical
We
region we have
already
now?
have
I
that
think
now.
we should no. Remember what I
Still,
said.
geopolitical zoo is better. The way Nigeria it is
Yeah,
now.
that's what
Well,
there's a reason. There's a reason why that one has lasted so long.
Easy.
the
There's a
six.
reason why it's lasted longer than any other setup.
Okay, so if that's what they choose to do, that's fine. I'm not an authority on it. I'm just saying based on what I would assume will be better. I don't think 6. I think more. But if 6 is good, that's fine. The system of government is actually what I am trying to focus on now. So I just think if regions are implemented in Nigeria, the premiers of those regions might as well be the vice presidents, or I don't know, maybe we could still have a vice president. Maybe we could
They
even have
won't
a president.
agree because somebody will be the president. And who is that person?
Well, again,
I think
so
we still keep fighting for who is going
no,
to be the
no,
Then
president.
the
Don't you
president
know
will just be the
Nigerians?
president will be
will be
ceremonial.
ceremonial. So the,
The
the
president will
main
be
thing,
ceremonial.
even
Oh,
if it
then you
wasn't,
are creating recipe for anarchy.
even if it no, even if it wasn't ceremonial, the main thing should be like what that we should dissuade, which is what AY said. Not the president could call the central bank governor and say, "Bring me $10 trillion," and he has to do it. No, so you have to just. The main problem we have in Nigeria is that there's too much power concentrated in the center, and in the center, the head is the president. So if you limit the job of the federal government to tax collection, defense of the country,
Security, yeah, military.
security, and things like that, the collection of revenue, you
You
will have
make
no
it
problem.
unattractive. You make it
Very,
unattractive.
very unattractive, and he
I
has
think you are
no.
making it sound as if that's not what it is now.
No,
No,
it's
That's
not.
what it
but
is
that's
now.
not what it
No,
is.
it's not.
No, it's
What
not.
other power? There's very, very little other power that the federal government has.
Forefather,
No, the
which
federal
forefather,
government.
which planet do you live?
No, see what you are saying. What you are saying, you can say whatever you like, call whatever planet. Maybe I'm on Jupiter, but the point still remains that the current power that the president has is not so dissimilar to what you are talking about. It's for defense, foreign policy, and all the rest of it. The states control almost everything. The states carry out the election. The states pass their own laws. They do most of the stuff they want to do.
Do you know it's the federal government that gives me driver's license in Nigeria?
Exactly.
Are you aware?
That is what is still going to be happening on the federal level, because you're not just going to be driving only on one region.
If you have a
forefathers,
Nigeria.
If you have a regional government, for example, like what we practice in the United States or what is practiced in Canada, for example, right? Each state will be in charge, or each region, which is what is supposed to be happening in Nigeria if Nigeria was indeed practicing true federalism, but we don't practice that. So what will happen in that instance, which I think if we have regions, they'll have more power, is they'll be in charge of their own policing, they'd be in charge of their own data collection and how they hand out, for example, driver's licenses, how they carry out property ownership. But there will still be federal laws that control these things that the states cannot supersede. But the state laws, they can always also make their own laws.
They're already doing that now. That aspect, they are already
No,
doing that.
and if you have a driver's license from Rivers,
Their own laws now.
if you have a driver's license from South, you can use it and travel to Northeast.
Right.
You don't need to get another driver's license in Northeast.
You have to get a new license.
But that is not a major power.
No, you don't have to.
Controls. It's not a major power that the federal government controls. I'm talking about some serious stuff. What are the serious things that the federal government control that the states don't have? From what I got, the states own the lands. Even it's not the federal government that own lands.
Okay.
What is it that the federal government controls so much that we think that they have so much power? I don't know.
If your president does not, when I say you're our president,
your question is straightforward now. So what are we asking?
Not want a certain person to win an election in Nigeria, is that possible or not?
The question you asked for me,
if the president does not want a certain contestant to emerge as winner in an election in a Nigerian state, can he achieve that aim or not?
Not necessarily. It doesn't always achieve that aim.
You know, if the president wants someone to win or lose in Nigeria, he has that power to influence the elections.
He has the power to influence it, but not in all cases.
Okay, see, naturally, it doesn't.
Where a ruling party has lost the state governorship elections.
Okay, so what about a situation?
Naturally, he doesn't have the power. The president doesn't have the power.
So what about a scenario where the elections are only controlled by the state or the region where they're held without the influence and power of the president, except in the case of, say, national emergency?
I don't even know what you are talking about.
Exactly.
Of course you don't.
All this stuff, you are just going. See, what you are thinking that see, anybody that has power over the center in Nigeria, I think it's Nigerians, it's not the system. Nigerians will still accord that person more respect than the person is probably due. And if the foreigners support that person, no matter what law you put in place, they're going to circumvent it. The reason why I think Presidential Council even stand a chance, because now you have to influence all of them. When the people have already elected them in there, you have to influence all of them at the same time. And because the decision is collective, then it will take agreement between all of them for any law to pass. And I think it will increase the quality of the outcome from those in that council than if you put individuals there. In our system, it's not a very, very good look, because the Northerners will be like, that one is from the south. Oh, it's from the southeast. Never from the southwest. No, you don't want. Just get rid of that argument. It's gone on too long.
How can a south person rule the north?
No, now you begin to see what I mean. You can't have that in the Nigeria of today because it's a problematic situation for so many people. If anybody gets into office, it's about regional listen.
No, but
But
that's not what I.
if all of them are, let me finish my point. If all of them are in power at the same time, that goes away. Don't you understand how important that is?
There will be mutual respect.
That just goes away. And
I don't
personally,
see
I'm fed up of hearing Nigerians complain about the center all the time. Like you will see some Yoruba people now, and some of them, just because Tinubu is in office, they don't care what he does. He's right. But if that need to defend your person when they are in office goes away, they probably will be more objective about things because they know that the next time, even if this one fails, the next one is Yoruba person is still there anyway. You see what I mean?
Exactly what
you
people
think
doctrinal were doing where Buhari was there. That's
my
part of the
point. You
problem.
have to
It's a
kill
problem.
that, just dilute that nonsense.
Okay, so
I think that system, even if the way Fafada is describing it now is not okay, something that we can build on. You understand? And it would have been better than what we have been doing since the past 20 how many years? Which is getting worse by the day anyway.
That system, the reason why I like it, I can't even foresee the people ever rising up against such a system. Because it's like your people are always there.
What if, because I spoke of a generation thing, right? Where I said I don't think we're ready for such a system. What do you think will happen? And I'll use my very good buddies Kenny and Pansat as examples. What if there was a project that was supposed to be built in the southeast? Okay, and 4 or 5 people agreed to it, but then it leaks out, or however they take the votes, maybe it's televised, and they say 2 guys from the north, the representatives from the north say, nah, kick rocks, we're not voting for this. What do you think they're going to come and say? The cries of marginalization are still going to be heard. So we can't come here and say, oh, it's just gonna, it's just gonna change. It's gonna take away marginalization. Inherently, they're still human beings. Not everybody's gonna say, yes, okay, this thing, let's vote for it. What if they decide and say, I don't want to vote for it? Then what?
They know that already. The way this decision is made is based on consultation amongst themselves. They will consult, and if they need to consult the public, it's going to be based on the expert advice. And like they say, sometimes they actually consult the public on this. So they will reach agreements among themselves. And whenever they take a position, all of them, didn't you hear what they said? There's a reason why they said all of them have to agree to it, or all of them have to reject it. You see what I mean? The moment they made a decision, you can't come out and say, "Oh, I did this one different
all
from the
of
other
them
guy."
have to agree.
All have to
And
say the
all
same
have
thing.
to reject. How does that work?
No, it means that let's say they rejected it. Now, when they reject it, everybody from there, including the Igbo guy, will say this is not going ahead anymore.
Okay, so again, this still leads me to the same question. What if, like I keep saying, I'm not saying everybody rejects it, I'm not saying everybody agrees to it. I'm saying if there's a single holdout or 2 people holding out, how does that work then? If we have to have 100% agreement and 2 people are saying, no, I'm not agreeing to this. Or one person is saying, no, I'm not agreeing to this. What then is the next move?
Then you move on from that and do something else. It's not
But you just said all of them have to reject it.
Yeah, that's what I mean now. Because if that person is holding out and saying they don't agree to that this based on the discussion they've had, then you don't go ahead with it.
And if the remaining 5 are saying no, this is what we want to do, what do you do?
No, you can't do that. It's against the rules.
What?
It's against the rules. You can't override the discussion.
No, that's not what I said.
They all have to agree to it.
If they override it, then they agree. That's not what I said. I keep using the word holdout. So if 5 people say this is what we want, and one person is saying, no, I'm not agreeing with you guys, and this one is not ready to budge, and this side is not ready to budge, and this one cannot convince this one to come over, and this 5 cannot convince this one to come over to them, what happens then?
That's simple now. Then it dies.
How is it dying if 5 people are insistent that they want it to go on?
The rule has said it dies. If they do that, they are violating their own rule. Period.
I don't know. I don't get it.
They don't have the power to do that. The law that binds them together says if they don't agree, then that issue goes away.
So that means one person can veto the
Technically,
decision.
yes.
Man, let's look at the benefits of this system that Fafara is talking about. Let's look at some issues in Nigeria that is capable of addressing. Take, for instance, the time Buhari was the president, that he appointed all the army, senior army chiefs from the same place where he came from. If you have such a system, is he going to fly?
Not likely.
It's not likely going to fly, especially when you have to demote some people or retire some people to achieve that. It's not going to fly. So I think he's capable of carving some nerves, even if he's not going to solve all the problems.
Exactly.
And over time, we'll keep on building on it. Till such a time, we'll know that set our priorities right and concentrate on what matters most that will build our nation.
They are not stupid. Those people in the center, they are not stupid. They also know they get the sampling from the people, especially when they know that they know that it's a direct democratic system. They could get pulled any moment. So they know that the people may not be happy if they are delaying decisions or stuff like that. They are roadblocking. So they have to deliver for the people too. And because they discuss, there's something that happens when people discuss. You come up with better ideas. And
yeah, because somebody that's not holding out must have reason why he's holding out.
Exactly.
Which he has to present.
You can't just hold out obstinately. And maybe, I don't know, I don't think they have a tiebreaker. I wish they had the kind of tiebreaker system whereby you choose one person every year.
There has to be a tiebreaker system.
There's no tiebreaker.
No, I said with the complexity, with the complexity on the ground in Nigeria, I would say if we were, because Steph does make a very valid argument, and it might help in killing nepotism in how we choose, for example, service
tribalism,
chiefs.
all of them.
Right. So it'll help. That's a very, very good argument. So I'm saying there has to be a tiebreaker, because if you don't have a tiebreaker, we don't necessarily have to adopt 100% or wholly from the Swiss. We can borrow from them, and like we all discussing on here, tweak it to our own local needs.
Yeah, way. I agree. Let me give you an example of what the tiebreaker could do, because every year they elect somebody, depending on what you want to do. You can do it every 6 months if you like. Elect one person to represent the group, that to speak on behalf of the group. So that person could be a tiebreaker out of the 7, because it's 7 now, or depending on how many you need as a majority, maybe you need 2/3. But the person that makes it that 2/3 could be the one that is the tiebreaker, the actual president, the person representing them. So because they are changing all the time, everybody gets a chance to be a tiebreaker. So in other words, that could make a system. In a way, I'm beginning to support what you're saying. It could enable ideas that some other person, one person is stalling on, to be voted against. Because if only one person is stalling entire ideas, then if that tiebreaker, the person that wants the idea to come to fruition is their turn to rule or be the spokesman, they can use their own tiebreaker to ensure that.
Well, there's really no essence of a tiebreaker in that instance. Maybe it should just be 2/3, right? Majority. So because if 5 people agree on something already,
they'll be fighting each other. Maybe that's why they made it. They will start fighting each other.
If there's 6 or if there's 7, let's say, I'd rather say let's have 7. Okay, so it has to be an odd number. So if we have 7 or 9 or 11, but let's say 7, right? We have 7. Maybe Abuja has its own representation. So that way, if 5 people agree, there's no debate. We don't need the remaining 2. 5 people already agreed. Let's move on. So Kenny and Pansat will not come on here crying marginalization. But if we say we have to wait, I mean, what's a tiebreaker? 5 people already agreed, more than 2.
And the good thing about this,
they could decide to gag up.
The good thing about this system, the good thing about this system, forefathers, is that it actually will encourage what we've been lacking in our polity, which is robust debate.
Yeah.
You understand? There's hardly any time that important decisions are being taken in the country that you really see people that are grounded, that come with grounded arguments to convince. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we've been lacking in that country. It's always in position, in position, in position.
Yeah.
Either some people believe that they have the numbers or their party is in power, just impose it. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. I don't even know whether they even bother to even have debates in that house of this thing, because
If
the
you
vote,
watch it,
the
you
vote is already
see it.
decided
Oh
most
my
of the
God.
time.
I watched it a few times. I was so irritated.
And over
They
time,
are so
like
unintelligent. It's crazy.
what I speak the truth say, over time, when somebody is just holding up for nothing without concrete argument or stuff like that, it will be a time for whoever people is represent to believe, no, this one is not speaking well for us. Let's get somebody that can really push out a good argument for us.
This Mubu guy just go there, go disgrace us. Let's bring it back. But the reason why I like the consensus is because the last thing you did is after you create that kind of stuff, you see all the other 5 geopolitical zones, they start decide to gag up against Southeast.
No, but that's why no,
you don't need that one kind of wahala.
No, because no, you know what that will encourage? I'll tell you, these ideas that you guys are bringing up, you will only encourage bringing the most intelligent people to represent you.
Yeah.
Not only that, those intelligent people will know the benefit of alliances. In such a situation, you know that. So you'd be surprised that during this guy's tenure, maybe it's a 4-year tenure or 3-year tenure, or however system of government we decide to emulate or use, you'll be surprised that his best ally might be across all the way in the northern part. Is this one's ally is in the west or the southwest or the south, so it'll encourage.
Are state governors allowed to vote to form something like this themselves? If they wanted to say like a state governor council, can they do that?
Yeah, they did just to force the president to share more money. Amechi and Okorocha, the rest of them. That's what they did. To bully the government, the president.
To bully the president or take him to court.
And take the money. Like, nah, you got to give us more money, bro.
Because one of the weapons the West has against many nations, like if you look at the West, sometimes one thing I wonder all the time, like when they are competing against Putin, the greatest weapon they have against Putin is that they may outlast him. And because it's based on him, what are the odds that somebody can come and replace him properly, because it's like a kind of dictatorship kind of system? So, but the thing about democracies are that, and the way they function is that there's always continuity. The current president might be a little bit crazy, the next one might be fine. And because it has that level of stability, they can outlast a democratic. Look at Assad now, he's fallen. But if it was a democracy, chances are that the next person will be right there to take over. You see what I mean? So, and I think this is why if we implemented such a system, it might even be stronger than most Western democracies, because it's like grounded, because the people are involved completely.
And like you said, forefathers, another benefit which we are even underrating is the possibility of our leaders selling us out. It's going to reduce.
It's hard. It's a lot harder.
It's going to reduce.
Very true. I agree with that.
It makes everything so a lot more resilience in terms of the core of the nation will just be more rooted in the people.
If we have such a thing, the president will say is establishing a French base in Boronu.
Forget that one will not happen now.
It's not going to happen now.
They will vote him out. And that nonsense. That country is the only country in the world that built underground bunkers for all its citizens. That country that did this thing. All its citizens, I didn't know it was for all of them. Because you know what I was saying, how can the country have 300-something thousand bunkers? It turns out that the purpose of that was for everybody to go under if they needed it. And they've not been to war for 200 years old. So it shows you that they have so much resources that these people haven't gone to war and they build that something like that. Man, you have to give it to those guys, man. They knew something that most didn't know.
It's a very greedy country, though.
They're not send though.
What is it? Is it not better? It's not better to be greedy like that.
What I mean greedy is poor people, you better not go broke in Switzerland. If you go broke,
Yeah, it's expensive for all I
your
hear.
life is over. Like even something as simple as healthcare could literally bankrupt you.
Really?
Yes,
Wow.
But they
yes,
have a lot of money though.
yes. So if you're poor in that country, you're in trouble. And if
Where did you get that from? I thought they were the country that were giving the citizens. They wanted to give the citizens
because I
free
know
money, and they
I
rejected
have
it.
But is
friends
it not
that
almost like is
I
it not
have
almost
friends
like the
that
same in
the
America?
person that just called me just called from
Eh?
Switzerland.
I
Okay,
think that
let
too.
me start
It's not
poverty
almost the same like
insurance.
America.
I'm not sure.
Yes. Well, you're not sure. I'm telling you that
It's
I know
almost the same like America now.
yeah, but
Oh, not
America,
nothing
no,
like that though. Not that close. Not even close.
America is actually better in the sense that we take America for granted in a lot of ways, right? America, we still have, for example, hospitals that will wipe off your bills or your fees if you cannot pay them if you're uninsured, or they can cut it or give you a payment plan or things like that. Not so in Switzerland.
So
They
you mean that Swiss citizens that cannot really afford it?
yeah, they're in trouble.
Really?
Yes,
Let me check
yes,
poverty index in the world.
100%. I know that
Wow.
because that actually happened to a friend. Like it
Wow.
literally bankrupted him, and he
What
switched.
bankrupted him again?
The fact that he was uninsured, and when the government had to pay for it, they seized his bank accounts, seized his property, seized everything, and destroyed his life. Period. He had to start again from scratch, and it took him more than 9 years.
That country has one of the highest GDP per capita in the world. I find it tricky to accept the way you are describing it. They
Oh,
have a higher GDP per capita than the
what has
US.
that got to do with someone not being able to pay their medical bills, and the government came and wrecked their life? What has that got to do with anything?
Because the situation is an what they call anecdotal situations that could
Oh, Father,
occur.
can you check their welfare system?
Yeah, that's what I want to check. I wanted to check. I wanted to check
Their
poverty index in
welfare,
the world and where they rank.
let me help you out here. Their welfare
Um,
system is easier in the French speaking region. If you're in like Zurich, or if you're in Basel, not Lucerne, um not Lucerne, it's Zurich, Basel. What's the other, the Geneva? If you're in Geneva, you're in trouble. You
Hmm.
try. Yeah, this is actually this is a place I actually frequent. So anyway, so yeah,
mhm.
you will it's not very friendly for people that are not rich.
Okay, so I'm trying to find the list of the poorest countries in the world.
No,
Uh,
Father, you can't get this argument through that kind of research.
no, no,
All right,
no,
let me
no.
look for a
Poverty,
link.
people that are
You
living
have
in
to
poverty.
you have to dive deeper into that particular country. What's happening?
No,
If you look at aggregate data, it's not going to give you what you're looking at.
okay, so you are saying that if you look at countries based on the number of people that are considered poor in that
Mhm.
country, it's not going to give you
Yeah,
any
it's
information.
not telling you what those poor people are passing through in the
Oh
country.
no. I know that different
Listen,
poor people are passed
they
through
did
everything. Maybe
not
it's
start
correct. I'm
off.
Because
just saying that
a country may rank
they
the
poor.
richest, but the individuals that are poor may be going a lot in that country.
They did not even start off.
Yes.
Look, okay, so this is the premise of it. The person did not start off as poor, but the person ended up as poor as time went on. Their health got impacted, and their earnings decreased as a result of their wealth. The government paid part of it, and then the government said, "We need our money back." Now this person could not pay. This is as opposed to America, they would have a chance to pay. They gave them whatever chance they wanted to give them. They, in fact, even took them to court. And as time went on, the judge ruled against them, and they started taking everything that they had. They seized their bank accounts.
Man,
Yes.
don't be angry about what I'm seeing here.
Mhm.
It's a little bit opposite of what you're saying.
Go ahead.
So Switzerland's social welfare system provides benefits to people in need, including basic needs, a monthly allowance of around 1,000 CHF for food, clothing, and personal care for a single person. Housing, an additional 1,000 per month for housing. You can't get all these things in America. And health, around 200 CHF per month for health insurance. You know how
Yeah,
much
but that doesn't that okay. Whose thing is reverberating?
I think it is. I speak the truth.
No, it's not me.
No, it was
Oh
me.
no, sorry. Yeah. It's if not now. Sorry.
No,
Yeah.
but Steph, I'm not saying the person went on. I'm not saying a welfare recipient. I'm saying a person again that did not start off as poor. They started off as upper middle class, or in fact, maybe we could say even rich.
No, but that's the
But then,
problem here too in
yeah,
America.
yeah,
Those
but we're not
people
talking. We're
suffer
not
a
talking
lot
about
here.
America.
They
We're not
suffer
talking
a
about.
lot here.
Yeah,
People that are at the lower ladder in America benefits more.
yeah,
But once you have escaped that poverty level, you're in a mess financially if you have any issue.
exactly. So this is what happened in Switzerland. So on paper it looks good because I never even knew this
For far is it
until
like that in Britain?
almost a decade ago.
In the UK, you get what they call benefits in the UK.
No, what I'm saying is if you're a little bit above poverty level,
What happens?
Say you're
you
rich.
didn't get nothing from government.
Yeah.
And if you have any issues, it's gonna bankrupt you.
Not necessarily. That's not the case.
Yeah,
That's not the
that's what
case.
happens
It
in those
depends.
countries.
You can when you say bankrupted, it's because you own something. That's why you're bankrupted. If you don't own anything,
No, listen. No, let's put it in clear terms. For instance, assuming that you were able to manage to get a house, for instance, and start paying mortgage on your house.
Yeah.
And at the end of every month, after all your expenses and bills, you may just manage to have a saving of $100 per month. You
Yeah.
understand? As far as the government is concerned, you're not qualified to receive help from government. And if you fall sick and that your $100 you're keeping cannot pay the bill, you risk losing that house. You understand? You risk losing every other thing, and you can become homeless and sleep on the streets. So most people you see in America that are homeless or speaking in the street, it's just a tiny line that is between them and when they were okay before.
Yeah.
So that's
a crazy system.
I'm looking at the data now. Which system is more generous to the people between Switzerland and the UK? And the UK, to be fair, even in Europe, they are not exactly considered very generous. Europe, the UK offers a more accessible and comprehensive safety net, particularly with free healthcare and broader family benefits. However, Switzerland provides higher quality and better targeted benefits, particularly for unemployment and pensions, although with stricter eligibility and higher personal contribution. The choice between these systems reflect broader philosophies: universal welfare in the UK versus individual responsibility and decentralized support in Switzerland.
I think that answers it all.
Yeah, that's what they said. So now let me include which of them have higher poverty rates. So let's see. So it's very, because the person I know that has been to Switzerland, she said that the place, the way their benefit system, she described something like that actually, quite very targeted, but the support that they give you is very high quality support that they give you support that enables you to not need them anymore. But in the case of the UK, they just leave you there and just keep giving you money and you become an underclass. So there's a big difference between their philosophies, the way they approach things. So I won't be surprised what Speak the Truth
No,
said.
from what you read, I know that what he said is the truth. It happened.
I'm not
It
surprised.
happened to a
Let
friend
me
of
see.
mine.
Switzerland has significantly lower. Let me read now. The conclusion says that Switzerland has a significantly lower poverty rate than the UK, but this comes at the cost of a highly targeted welfare system and higher living expenses. The UK has a broader welfare system, but struggles with higher poverty rates due to structural economic issues and less generous benefits level. You see, it's a very, very, but the key aspect is that Switzerland has significantly lower poverty levels. You see what I mean? So that's what that lady reflected. Everything we said here is true, but like what he described, you can see that that kind of state will penalize people that are not, if you don't pull yourself up by your bootstrap, they will penalize you. But they will support you if you need them. That is what the data is showing.
If you never had anything before,
yeah,
you'll be fine.
Yeah.
No. In other words, they will not see what the UK does is a little bit cruel. Actually, a lot of people consider it a little bit cruel because that's why in the UK social mobility is very low. They leave you on benefits. Your life just whiles away. They will just be giving you low amount, and it's not going to lead you anywhere. They are not going to give. They know they can give you education, but they will not give you proper education that is going to allow you escape that this is poverty. But in Switzerland, they will train you to the highest level so that all you have to do is just raise your hand, you get a job. You see what I mean? Because they give you the tools to be able to go and earn a living.
Yeah, I think UK and Canada, I think they are the same in that aspect.
So that's the difference between the philosophy. The UK, I think, is like one of the things that they do in the UK that I found very snobbish. It's like because they will support you as a parent to get childcare support from somebody outside. So let's say you are going to be paying the person £200 a week the person will help you take care of your child, and they will help you pay for that. But if you say that person should come to your house and help you take care of your child at your house, they will not agree. It's like for the life of me, I don't know why that is. Because they should know that one should make your life easier, but they will not let you do that because they just feel like, how dare you poor people getting help at home? How dare you? You have to. That's kind of nonsense that they do that doesn't make sense. Like these people would have benefited more from these caregivers coming to the house. They don't have to transfer their children over, out there. This person might help take care of the house and all the rest of it, help the person that is going to work. But no, they would rather you take that child out there. And after you finish, you'll go and pick up that child and come back home. It's so that kind of thing. I don't think it's going to happen in Switzerland. Switzerland will approach it in a common sense with like, this person needs help, we'll give this person the help. That period. And that's how they do in Germany too. Germany, they even send their people on trips.
They'll give you the help, but they want the money back.
Because they're going to give you the tools to get the money back.
Okay, guys.
Is that a bad thing?
I'm going to be signing off now.
Yeah.
I must say that I enjoyed the way this conversation is going, and I would have remained here, but
yeah, it's a good conversation.
Unfortunately, I have to do something else. But I can't log off without telling forefathers that, unlike by this time last year, when I have every reason to reject his award as the best panelist of the year,
I see.
that this year I am proudly rooting for him as the best.
Are they doing any award anymore? I thought that off as passed already.
No, it doesn't mean I'm the one giving you.
Thank you. Look at that.
Wait. If not now, are you saying forefather is a panelist now? Is that what you are saying?
Moderator, I'm sorry. It's a hot.
Okay.
I goofed.
But it's both though. It's a panelist and a moderator.
Yeah, but no, I'm only rating him as a moderator.
Okay.
Well, after Rudolph, yeah, we can actually.
Look at that! Look at that! This guy spent all week shot all the passports having to go at me. Now he's saying that.
No, I'm not saying, forefather, before your head swell, I'm not saying you're perfect too.
Yeah.
Oh no, I know.
But I'm only saying that you are the best. Yeah.
No. After Rudolph, he's cool. If he stops talking so much, but even when he talks so much, it's funny because it's engaging. Even though he doesn't know
he
what
speaks to the issues.
Yeah. Well,
look at that. Now and again, maybe if it's not now, what's his name? I speak the truth was saying that he spends most of the last 3 months. I think he's been abusing me throughout. Really.
Because you deserve it.
No, but forefather, that's part of the rating. I'm coming. There's no moderator in Dr. Rudolph's show that have the kind of thick skin that you have.
Yeah.
You understand? and you don't take it to heart.
Nah.
It's rare to come by. You understand? Sometimes I wonder how you do it.
4-5 is annoying, but he's hard not to like. He's just that
Yeah,
kind, you know what I mean? Like
seriously.
Yeah.
I thought that was easy to hate. I thought the
I
other
don't
way
think
around.
so. You're hard not to like. You're annoying. Don't get me wrong, but you're annoying in the sense of I like this guy. You know what I mean?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I always flipped it around because I spent almost a year here with all I see on the chat is abuse.
No,
but it's okay.
Remember the reason I came on the show was I was watching for months, and then that day I came because I was like, damn, why they always attacking this guy? And then you wasn't here, and they was telling Rudolph to change you, and I was like, nah, he's cool. Like, no, he's actually a good dude.
No, Rudolph is still the man. To be honest,
Rudolph there 4-5.
Because to be honest, I feel a lot of people mark pressure on Rudolph to get rid of forefather from this.
Yeah.
Rudolph, to be honest, you gotta give him a lot of credit, man.
They send him messages. He can't believe some of the messages they send him. They send him messages.
That,
unbelievable. They don't let him rest.
No, but he's a experienced journalist now.
Yeah.
He knows what forefather is bringing. He knows that even those bad side that people are complaining about, that everything contributes to.
He likes a bit of heat.
Even apart from experience, Rudolph is very balanced, right? So he tried to balance. So even when some people will come and say, "This is a Libo channel, don't come here," Rudolph like, "Get out of here, man!" Like, no, this is my.
But to a large extent, that's how 4-5 is also very open-minded. To a large extent, when he's not being a jumping down the Islamist neck.
One other aspect that sometimes people fail to see is the fact that Rudolph himself is quite hardworking. Sometimes I wonder how he pulls it off, because he's doing so many different things at the same time. He's managing his channels, all these flyers, all those people, he's controlling them. The moderator is a lecturer. He also does his drama that he does in Dr. Damages. It's like, how many skills do you have? You just think he's just chilling out, but he's always working, doing one thing or the other. Sometimes he's on the panel and he's busy like what kind of multitasking is this? You're just busy doing so many things at the same time. So
He's used to it. He's used to it.
Yeah. He has a very open philosophy. I think if I'm to go with some of his antics, I think it's from when he worked with Sahara Reporters, and they had a kind of open way of working. Anybody can come contribute. That's why anybody here wants to host, you're free. Come talk, have your own listening show, do whatever you want to do. But he did say that he's going to kind of control it more this year. So he's going to invest more. Who knows how it's going to turn out? So, but man, I have to give it to him. He's quite easy to work with. Can you believe how many years working with him we've not argued once?
Yo, I don't know if it's just me, but I think you guys could actually pass for relatives.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
You think so too?
No, I didn't, and I said it's ridiculous that we've not argued.
When the first time I seen you, I used to look at because I knew Rudolph, right? So I used to look at you and Rudolph like, are they related? Yeah, I used to be like, but I never heard anybody else say. But I used to look at you guys like, you guys look like relatives.
That's interesting. That's good. And
the less annoying, less intelligent version of Rudolph.
Look at that. You have to bring intelligence into it. Annoyance is not good enough. Rudolph, I think people like him because he has this gravitas, and he actually brings the people. Let's face it. He brings all the big people in, and he knows how to ask the right questions, and he doesn't take positions. Yeah, can you imagine if it was like me? Jesus Christ. After people will be cussing it. So he doesn't take positions. And
do you notice in my line of the way I approach issues, do you notice I rarely take positions?
You sure?
Yeah. Yeah, I really don't. So sometimes, like you would remember when I first came on, it'll tick Jagan off because I would ask questions, and which is still my style till today, and it'll be my style till tomorrow. What I do that people don't like is I call them out or use their words against them and pin them against the wall, and they don't like it. But I usually ask questions. That's my style. I ask you questions based on what you
I
say.
think your best trait that you have is like when you get to that point where you have maybe one-on-one or three people on the panel, and you start asking questions, one question following the other. That's when, and I think the way you do it in such a way that the viewers or whoever is listening will actually get something and really understand the conversation. The flow seems
Yeah,
that
because
flow seems to be quite high level actually when that starts happening.
we don't have look at how we're talking now. And I wasn't on your side and I wasn't on Steph's side, but all it took was for me to keep asking questions and Steph said something about nepotism, and that was why I disliked Buhari. And I said, yes, I like that idea. And I started asking more questions. None of us is shouting, none of us is like being obviously disingenuous. You know what I mean? Like we're asking questions and we're discussing. And I think anybody will thrive under those circumstances as opposed to when you're here and you know this person just asks a question to just tick you off and you have to defend this and you misspeak and you say colonial masters and the person said, you said it and you say, oh, I didn't say it because your mind is just all over, you know what I mean, all over the place. You know what I mean? So,
Well, you see that he just used that to excuse himself from calling Oyibo colonial masters. But it's all right.
No. I already
Nobody's
said
perfect.
it. Yeah. Nobody is. You know.
Nobody's perfect.
Okay, good night, sir.
All right,
Right,
Steph,
so
man.
thank you.
Happy New Year,
I'm
bro.
enjoying that your light in the background, though. Nice one.
It's Christmas light.
Like so now,
Steph
like
got
so.
Don't
Steph
mind
got
me. I don't
the
celebrate
nightclub,
Christmas.
the
I don't
nightclub
celebrate
light.
Christmas anyway. On the record.
You see that, guys? Now, guys, we are all not we are not very merry, but I have to. Otherwise, I will be not live very long within our family here. So I think we should round it up. I think we've gone about 6 hours. New Year's Day. Ideally, I should be able to come in. I want to really do like recap of the previous year and other kind of man of the year and all that stuff. That would be nice to be able to do. And yeah. How are you enjoying Nigeria now? How are you enjoying Nigeria? Are you in Edo or?
I'm in Lagos.
Are you not going to Benin?
He's
What
not
did I do
Benin.
for Benin? I'm not from Benin. What do I have business
I
in
thought
Benin?
you were Edo man. Oh.
Yeah, but not Benin. It's Afema, right?
Yeah. So you don't go to Benin? Okay. So how is Lagos? How is Lagos looking now?
It
Because I
was
get
like,
the
damn,
feeling
I
that
don't know
Lagos
that.
has
Wait.
quite a big.
Let me address you before you move forward. Let me address you. You see, Fofather, I know you are not. To be honest, I can't say. I know you are quite. You try to be just, but one thing I find, to be honest, were they discussing this about Islam? I feel because you don't know a lot about Islam, you are not interested in knowing. That's why you misconstrue a lot of things. To be honest, I'm just gonna be fair to you, right? It's not the way you look at it. If you want to know about Islam, you need to open your mind to really learn. You see, the over 2 billion Muslims in the world, the reason there must be something. If you look at all the around the world today, Islam is the fastest growing religion in virtually in the West, all over the world. The reason for that is not because they put a gun on people's head to convert. It's because of the ideology, because of the justice. One of the reasons why, if you look for all the greatest researchers in the world, they will tell you the greatest human being that ever walked on the surface of the earth is Prophet Muhammad. Even if you check ChatGPT, it's going to give you that information. The reason is based on what he stands for, his leadership, justice, many things you guys mentioned. I just feel that's why I kind of like pardon everybody, like they are ignorant about it, to be honest. Islam is based on justice. You need to do more research. I know somebody like you. No, when
hear
you
what
do
you're
more
saying.
research, you understand it. Hold on, let me finish. I understand there are some evil people around the religion that try to take advantage, I use it to do evil. In general, in all religion, in all society, you see this kind of evil people. No matter how good the people are, you always see, just like how Christian will say, as you see a Judas, right? This you always see, but we need to pay attention more. There are things you can easily push to religion that are not related to religion. Like I was discussing Sudan today. The South Sudan people we are discussing, when South Sudan and North Sudan break up, immediately South Sudan, in less than 3 months, they started a war. They were the first people. There was no Muslims there. So that tells you it's not because they are evil Christian either. It's because of the greed, the human greed. After like a year or 2 years, North Sudan started their own war. They are 90-something% Muslim too. That is human greed. But we don't get to see these dynamics, these issues. If I usually tell people, I said, if Russia and Ukraine were Muslim and Christian, today that region would have been religious war. Nobody would be looking at it as Ukraine and Russia. The only reason you see
but you know they try
Palestine
to
and
say
Israel,
they try to make
yeah,
it that.
the only reason between Palestine and Israel why people look at it from religious angle is because one is mostly Muslim, the other one is mostly another religion. So these are the issues you need to look at North Korea and South Korea at the border. The tension every day. Just imagine one was Muslim, one was Christian. You can easily turn it to religious war. So this kind of stuff is just human being. It's just like when we discuss tribe, I would say my fear about people that love division, if you like, could create a country among their tribe, they will divide it more. They will look for a way to divide it. So we
Have you
need
ever
to
heard
pay
this?
attention.
He's referring to me now. Let me get a chance to respond.
No, I get to respond to. I have not spoken since.
Hold on.
I have not spoken since now. Sure.
Oh my God! So you heard
First
him
of
talk
all,
that, so you don't
first
think
of
you want to
all,
respond?
Before I
no
request I want to
cookie.
respond.
I'm not talking to you. I'm just
It's
talking to forefather.
2025. You ain't talking
I'm not
to you, boy.
interested in your talk.
I
And
have to
forefather,
respond.
I'm
Am I
I'm
responding to
not
you?
calling you out. It's just a form of an advice,
Yeah.
for you
We
to
ain't talking to you,
understand stuff
boy.
better. I understand it. So I'm not trying
No,
to quest figures.
I just want to ask you something in Arabic. Just in Arabic. Just say you've heard this thing. This saying that says "Qatama Allahu ala qulubihim wa ala sam'ihim wa
Samihim.
ala absarihim
Wala
gishawa wa
Bishawa.
lahum adabun azim." Okay,
Yeah.
so you understand what I just said?
Yes.
Just don't waste your time. That's what.
Surah to Yasin.
No, Bakara.
Surah to Bakara.
Mm-hmm. That
Look at
it's
that.
like if someone's
Look at that.
face has been covered.
They are speaking Arabic language as if it's their
See,
father's language.
No,
Okay,
yeah,
let me say
you
something.
see the problem, man. You see the problem.
Don't
I
waste your
needed to
time.
You don't want to
respond
accept.
now. Loco, let me respond now.
Why must
See,
you be the first? Are you not the moderator? Sure.
I was the one he was referring to.
But I've
Okay,
I've
go
not
ahead.
spoken since
Go
now.
ahead
I've
now.
not
Go
spoken
ahead.
since. You guys have been talking. You just kept quiet. So at least I knew you now oppress me. Say, look, I've always said this, right? Institution might not be a problem. Like if I said, like Islam is not a problem, so that it's the practice. You understand? But the practitioners of whatever faith or institution, they're like the brand ambassador of that institution, of that faith. You understand? The practitioners. They're like the just like they'll tell you the custom officials, immigration officials, or all the officials, federal government officials in the airports, that they should stop collecting bribe. Why? Because it's those foreigners, it's what they say at the airports. That's how they view Nigeria. You understand? So because of that, they'll tell Nigeria is interest that yeah, go to Nigeria, even they at the airport, say international, you see them doing the corruption, whatever. That's what they tell you. That's what they always ask you that no, please stop doing this in the airport because it defaces the nation. Not that the nation is asking them to do it. You understand? And if the nation catches them doing it, what I would do to discipline them if you give them evidence. Even if their boss don't want to take their time to go to the field and investigate themselves, but if you accuse them with evidence, they'll be disciplined. You understand? Now, let's throw that back to religion. Now, religion itself, does it have leg? Does it have hand? Does it have anything to do with itself killing people? It's the people that kills people. Like what I said in America, guns don't kill people, people kill people. You understand? So what are you saying now? Because of people that kill people, are you arresting the gun or arresting the people? You understand? So instead of arresting people, whatever, you're like, no, let's stop using the guns so that we will not have more people being killed. Because if you put the gun out there and anybody that kills person, you arrest them, people will definitely come to this life and kill because they know that there's a tool for them to kill. Because people will be angered, people will be angry, so they'll look for a means to vent their frustration. And if the gun is there to help them out fast, sharp, quickly, you understand, they will use the gun. So, but if you take out the gun and they are still angry, definitely they will look for other means, maybe longer way or stressful way, and instead that might even deter them for killing people. But because the gun is faster, quicker, they'll just quick grab it and do that. So for Islam to the same thing, or any religion, even Islam, Islam itself, yeah, Islam is this, Islam is that, fine, good. Nobody's arguing that. But because the brand ambassador, you understand, even if they're hiding under the guise pretending to be Islam, you understand, and people who say they are called Islam or real Islam or believer of Islam are really not doing anything visibly, seeing out there, sticking their life out there to like, no, these people that are tarnishing our name, pretending that they are Islam, they worship like us, they pray like us, they fast like us, but they commit atrocities. Why should we allow these people to taint our religion if I said I'm a true believer or practitioner of Islam? But there's somebody out there in the name of terrorists or whatever swap or whatever name, they are saying they are us, are doing this. So they're like infiltrating us. They are what's it called? Infiltrating and I forgot his name. Impersonating us. You understand? So what do you do to people that who infiltrate and who impersonate? You go after them, full flesh, 100%, because you know that what you believe in, according to AY, you don't. Nobody really know. Nobody. It's only you that know. All of us that are seeing, we don't read, we don't hear, we don't see. No, we don't know. But you that is just there, it's only you that know everything. Like I said, like you're a scholar even in the religion. You're not even a scholar in the religion. You understand? But we're telling you, okay, go out there. People don't come out. Imams don't come out. Sokoto, he just come and say his own thing, and that's it. Emirs, all the emirs, whatever, they just come say political, make a statement, so that they will say, I'm not so. But deep in their hearts, with their body language, we see that these people are really happy. Or they are even they know now it's not affecting us, it's even promoting us.
You think they're happy at all the insecurity in the north and all the Muslims being killed in the north?
No, see, just not getting my point. Look, I'm not telling you, right? Muslims are not being killed. Even people who are killing, I'm talking about people who are killing.
No,
in the name of
the happiness that you just mentioned. Are you
no, that's like if I tell you, I said they come out, they make statement, right? Sometimes they make water statement. Even if you say they make statement, maybe they make statement to save their face or for television purpose. You understand? But because there's nothing really done about it, it might be possible that deep inside the heart, they might just be happy. They might not show to you that they're happy.
Their own
hold on, that's what I'm telling you now.
Insecurity in their own region. And
yeah, because hold on, listen,
this Boko Haram people want to kill them.
Let's use Christian for instance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Many Christians have been enslaved, being so even killed, even in the name of rape or whatever, deceived.
I was about to say,
in the name of pastor,
molested. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in the name of pastor, doing the name of God, in the name of holy man, holy man of this and that. Then you see some other Christians coming out openly, bashing them like you're a fake pastor. You go to hell, you born in hell.
Well, not true, Rocco P. Because if we look at, for example, the rape, you open the Pandora's box, Rocco P. So
yeah, I'm telling you, I've seen Christians coming out bashing Look, several times here. Look, we've come online here,
for
bash Adeboye. We've come online here, bash Oyedepo. So you don't pretend about that. So
for over
people come
2,000
online and bash
years,
them. So don't tell me it's not true.
for almost 2,000 years, not over, for almost 2,000 years, there was this policy of sexual molestation of kids for over 1,000 years in the Vatican.
Yeah.
Okay, in the Catholic Church,
Yeah,
it's
Bishop
very
Catholics, yeah.
prevalent. They did it all over the world,
Yeah,
even places they colonized.
and you see,
Okay,
hold
okay,
on, and you
okay.
see people, hold on, let me stop you there.
Let
And
me
you see
land.
people doing, wait, and you see
Not
people doing
true. Let me
documentary.
land.
The people are doing documentary. They are not Muslims. They are also Christians doing
Okay,
documentary,
so
leaking those secrets out. Like these bishops are evil people.
Okay, so
They are
if
not who they claim they are.
okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Just like you see Muslims that will say, which you will disagree with, which you disagree with the statements when they say, well, these people are not really Muslims. When AY makes such a statement, you are on the show, you always say, well, what do you mean they're not really Muslims? Even forefathers will say, well, they say Allahu Akbar and all that, right? Just like the video he played. So the Vatican, when this sexual molestations was going on for over 1,000 years.
Yeah,
It is
whatever,
not.
yeah.
It is not true. It is not true that people spoke out against it. Why? Because people didn't even know, and the people that were privy to the information that kids were being molested were people at the top, the
So
hierarchy
wait,
of.
you say well, people don't spoke about
Let
it.
me finish. Let me
Wait,
finish.
listen.
So,
People don't spoke
wait.
about it, but
I
they were
haven't.
exposed. People
But I
exposed
haven't.
them,
But look, it's
and
okay.
Christians exposed them too.
No, so let me finish, and you get where I'm coming from. So if the people at the bottom hid it, okay, even the Vatican had a policy. The Vatican itself had a policy of secrecy to
Yeah.
hide such a thing. So it is
Knowledge,
not true.
whatever knowledge.
Exactly. So it is not true that such a because personally, I'd rather someone shoots me and kills me than freaking rapes me, a man. You get what I'm saying? So if the
But
Vatican
they can't do it to you, but they're doing it to kids.
yeah, I know. I'm saying if I was a child. So the
No, you can.
Vatican.
You don't know. You don't know. You do. It happened to you, but
Why
you
would
won't
I?
know. You will
No,
not know.
listen to
No,
what I'm
you will
saying.
know, but no, I mean your brain. Your brain can't because they know how to twist
Why
you.
would I know if I'm 13 or 14 and someone is taking
No,
a
not
picture of
know.
me sexually?
Not know knowledge. Not that you don't know. You know, but like the idea of what these people are doing, that deceiving you because they will deceive you, brainwash you
Yeah,
to believe that. Yeah. So you can't tell because at that age you are vulnerable.
Not really true. Not really true because
Nah, come on.
that
At that age you are vulnerable.
well, look up here. At that age, you know when you're being sexually assaulted. Now, if you go
No,
along
you
with it,
know. I know
all
you
right.
know, but they can convince you without
let me.
you and you accept.
All right, so let's move on. So my point is, if the Vatican could hide something like that, the Vatican, which was in fact the Pope, the last Pope, which was the one, Reisinger. Reisinger actually, after John Paul, had a policy where he reenacted the secret policy of secrecy. So we cannot come now. This is why I say people have to be very careful when they point fingers, because those fingers could also point back in multiple
But what did I
ways.
say? I said Christians bash pastors and
You
bishops
said they bash them, which
openly.
not necessarily
I
true, because
said bash them
even
openly.
within the Vatican, there were
Online.
people.
You see, they do it online or whatever.
Local P. These people are they are still human beings in the end. Okay, even this Adeboye we're talking about, people still defended him. People still defended people.
Yes, I agree.
Hold up. Don't agree. I haven't made a statement yet. So people still defended the actions of the Vatican. Do you know why a lot of these bishops, a lot of these clergymen, a lot of these fathers got away with the sexual molestation that they were committing? Because people would not believe the victims. People in the know in the church, ordinary congregants would not believe them. So if you are saying, well, they spoke out against it, guess what? The molestations and things of that nature would have been stopped not last year, not yesterday, maybe over 1,000 years ago.
Can I now respond to AY? Let me just respond to AY comment,
you don't
please.
get it. You're wrong there.
Let me just say the thing is, if say a parent has children and the children are getting into trouble, causing trouble all over the place. And the parent comes out and says, you know what, that child is not living according to my tenets and the upbringing that I, gave the child. And this child keeps going, causing problem. Then that's fine, isn't it? You can say, okay, we'll deal with the child, not the parent. But when the parent is also looking to extend the system of upbringing, expand it in the same, let's say, society, and say, okay, other parents should come and start engaging with this thing. Maybe that parent should also understand why other people are pushing back, saying, you know what, based on the examples of your children, maybe we want to hold off on that decision. But the parent will be like, well, but why should I? Why should I? It's just that one that's causing it. Then you have to keep track of the ones that are causing those things, because if those children, many of them are stronger adherents to your faith, they're to what you are teaching. Like in the case of the religion itself, these people that claim to be this thing like believers, they are the type that, if they are supposed to go to mosque, they do it. If they are supposed to pray 5 days 5 times a day, if they can pray more, they will pray more. They practice it to the core, and they became extreme at it. So what does that tell you? That if you are creating a problem, just like I Speak the Truth is rightly holding the church accountable, you can't have a system that is creating problems and you pretend as if it's not a problem. People have to deal with it for what it truly is. And if you say I don't know much about Islam, maybe I didn't study Islam that closely. But even while I was in Nigeria, which is very interesting, even before I left Nigeria on a long-term basis, I did have a conversation with Islamic scholars. This guy will come to me and will discuss issues regarding, and that's one Muslim I know has actually discussed Islam without any bars, holding bars at all. I didn't detect that he was being too defensive. So, and then I spoke to a lot of other people. You know how online spaces are, including Somalis, Egyptians, black people that are Muslims, including African Americans that are Muslims, not to mention Nigerian Muslims too. So I've been on the ground in Nigeria. I've seen what happens based on this religion. And I've also had the ability to also learn about how even people that practice Christianity broke away from it and started following a more conventional, modern way of ascertaining the truth of things. So if I'm making criticism about this, it's not because I'm trying to be flippant about it and just castigate Islam. Nobody said it. Islam in itself, at the core of it, it contains most of the universal truths, at least what we consider universal truths in all religions and in most societies.
All religion does that. Even tradition does that.
Like do not kill, respect your mother,
it's not Islam that tell you. It's
take
not
care of your
Christian.
All these things are almost universal in
That
all
innate beings.
So,
exactly.
forefathers, that example you just made of a father and his child doing something, but then the father defending him, right? I'll ask you. Well, not necessarily ask you because I don't want you to go on into 2026. So I'll say,
No way.
You just have to put that one there.
I'll say no. Okay, so if you the character of this child, the child is Islam, okay? That was the analogy you used, and the character would be something like terrorism in a nutshell. That's what you
Yeah,
alluded to.
the stubborn child is terrorism. People, then the parent is Islam.
All right, so terrorism is the character that this kid was
Yeah.
throwing up. But would it be fair? And why I say when people make that statement, I think it is unfair, especially, and I agree with AY that you don't do this on purpose. It's from a lack of knowledge. All right, because I've seen you defend the Palestinians here, and you've been fair when it comes to world affairs, and you know, would it be fair now? Would it be fair to blame the West for the terrorism that happens in the Middle East today?
Yes, in some sense, I can blame them, but not 100%.
They train them first.
And why won't you blame them 100%?
Because Islamic expansion has been happening well before the West even showed up on the scene.
No,
So
but terrorism.
I know what they did in
Terrorism has.
Afghanistan. They destroyed the Buddhist this thing.
No, forefathers. Not the expansionism, terrorism, as we know it
terrorism
today.
itself, as we know it today,
Yeah.
I guess is linked to the West somehow. I can't 100% be sure about that because the West was not responsible for creating Islamic Jihad in Egypt, or I think Islamic Brotherhood in Egypt.
All right. So before,
I don't think they were responsible for creating that.
I don't know how versed you are.
I mean, the origin might lead to it. You never can tell.
Before, for example, let's say Boko Haram, there's no way you can take away the West as the fault for Boko Haram in Nigeria, right?
The what?
But let's
the
go.
What? The fall, right?
The fault of Boko Haram, the fault of Boko Haram happening in Nigeria because they are
like
responsible.
they sponsored it.
Well, not necessarily sponsored it, but they destabilized Libya, which led to the proliferation of small arms from the Maghreb and the Sahel down towards Nigeria. So that was
what about the people? What about the people, the practitioners of Boko Haram? Who are they?
We're gonna get into that. So that alone, because if they, those people had always existed, but when Gaddafi was, but when Gaddafi was there was no Boko Haram. They didn't have weapons. They didn't have guns to arm themselves and come down towards the Sahel. But that is not my point. So what I wanted to
Boko Haram
so hold on, we're gonna get there. So what I wanted to state when I brought that question to you, forefathers, was prior. Okay, well, I asked you that question: who would you blame for terrorism? Prior to the attack of Iraq, right? Prior to, let's go a little bit further. Prior to the skirmish between Israel and Palestine, the Nakba, right? Right after that, when did we start hearing about suicide bombers?
I think it started happening. If I'm not mistaken, either is through I don't know whether the Munich one involves suicide bombing, but I think I can't be sure, but I think it's early, sometime in the 90s.
Okay, so basically, in essence,
suicide mission started even in World War II. I mean, come on, people are taking planes and just
no, kamikaze ones were there. I'm talking about
exactly. So what is suicide bombing?
No, not exactly. We're talking about Iraq, the terrorism as we know it. Local people, just follow us. Okay, we're talking about terrorism in the Middle East. Just follow us. So this is what I'm saying. So basically, in essence, I would say all of us on the panel now would agree that without Western interference, there would be no terrorism in the Middle East, or at least there will be no suicide bombings being carried out.
As we know it, probably not.
I don't agree.
Why don't you agree?
Look, let me tell you, human beings are always greedy, right? You form something, you're like, and maybe a group or one small militia, just whatever for your own selfish interest, right? And this idiot prognosers from the West, they see this, I think we have a small unit that we can finance, we can empower, and this and that, and we can make them big. But they've always been there to cause little men. That's why I ask you who funded Boko Haram.
Okay,
Boko Haram is still alive today. But you can hold on, but you can say the America saw Boko Haram and make use of them. But somebody started it for something.
We will get to Boko Haram. So in essence, you agree that without interference from the West, there will be no terrorism, or at the very least suicide bombings by individuals as we know it today.
I think your question should be, if without American interference, right, they won't be as deadly as they are now.
No, not
in a minute scale.
Well, we can't.
Sorry.
That's what you say. I think
can I quickly say something?
All right,
can I quickly say something? To be honest, I think local P does not even understand any geopolitics. I would not even discuss with him.
We're talking about human beings, humans, and humankind.
At least hold on. You don't understand this topic. To be honest, I just
okay, I don't understand.
sometimes
Then
just keep
millions
quiet
of people
to
are
learn.
dying in
Hold
the name of
on. I need
religion.
to
I
ask
don't
Father a
understand.
question. I need to ask Father a question.
Go and sit down, my
Father,
friend.
there is no
Big boss
guessing. There
motherfucker.
is no doubt. Hold on. There is no doubt, right? See, Iraq, Iran, all these countries were peaceful, especially Iraq. America came into Iraq before Saddam Hussein used to be their bride, right? Then after he was still agree with them, they went into Iraq, destroyed the country in the name of they have a weapon of mass destruction. You know what happened
democracy.
after. That
That
is
was
how
everybody know they lied.
terrorism.
Yeah, they lied.
Hold on.
Everybody
That
they
is
lied.
how terrorism increased in that country.
100%.
Started in that country. In Libya,
No,
Libya was a
increased, not
peaceful
bettered.
country. Can you just keep quiet?
Increased, not bettered.
No, that was how it started.
You are ignorant.
No,
That's how it started, right?
Increased.
Then they went to Libya. Libya was the most peaceful, one of the most peaceful countries in Africa. Libya, people were living well. You walk in Libya 2 a.m. 2 a.m. in the morning. Children, nobody will touch you. They went in there because Saddam was what's his name? Gaddafi was not agree with them. You killed the Gaddafi, destroy the country. Look at the country today. Me, I'm just summarizing this little one. Recently, the Muslim Brotherhood people are talking about, Muslim Brotherhood were not hurting anybody. It was just an organization. The only thing they did after they removed Mubarak, they conduct an election because it's more like a political movement. They now supported their candidate to bring in. Can you just shut up and learn? They brought in Morsi. So the West now see that they will not be able to have control in Egypt. They instituted a coup that removed Morsi as elected president.
With who?
When they brought in Sisi. Listen, I'm lecturing you now. You will not listen.
Hold on. Wait. No,
recently. Can you just shut up?
You say a coup with who now?
Can you tell this guy to shut up?
Wait, who did the coup?
Let me finish my talk.
Yeah,
Let
but
me
let
finish
him
my
finish,
talk.
though.
It was a military leader. It was a military leader. It was a military that did the coup now.
Okay.
That coup was sponsored by the United States of America. Fact.
Fact is fact.
This one I don't know anything.
Did American train those people?
But it's not disputing now. Let's carry on now. It's not disputing now.
Now, recently, what do you think is happening in Syria? Before now, America.
Egypt.
Can you just shut up?
No, Egypt. You're saying Egypt now.
Don't behave
but now
like
he's now moved to Syria. Don't worry, just follow him.
Behave like I keep quiet. So in Syria, what happened? They sponsor those groups. I don't want to call their name ISIS. In Syria to overthrow Assad. They fought that war. Russia came defending Assad. Okay, now when they see that Assad, Russia is weakening, is facing war, Iran is facing war, they came back. What do you think happened in Syria recently when Assad disappeared? The Israel, America, they sponsor HTS to get rid of the guy within 12 days. So when people are saying stuff, these are facts. They are not hidden. What do you want to? How come
but the
you don't
point
want
he
to
was
understand?
making was that these groups already existed, but America boosted.
No, they don't exist as violent group. They don't exist.
They existed as
however they existed. America went to them and made them what they came.
See, first of all, Lokupi does not know anything about all this topic. He does not know anything. I'm not going to have discussion with Lokupi. He's ignorant. To be honest.
Quick question. So let's say Muslim Brotherhood is a terrorist group, right? And let's say ISIS is a terrorist group. And let's say you say Hamas and Hezbollah, all these groups are terrorist groups. What would you call the person that sponsors them and gives them all the money and the weapons?
A terrorist.
So basically, you cannot point to just those little Muslim groups. You have the biggest Christian countries being the grandfathers of the terrorists.
Nobody's saying that. Nobody's denying that.
No. Are you agreeing to that?
I said nobody's denying that.
All right. So if you agree to that,
hold on. No,
if you
I see the truth.
No.
Discussing with
see where I'm coming from.
local peace, like discussing with a dead man. He doesn't understand
Come on,
anything.
man.
See where I'm coming from. Yeah. These persons, like you're saying, they are being sponsored by Christian nations, causing mayhem in Islamic nations. Yeah. Okay. These people are causing mayhem. They claim they are Muslims. They claim they are as Muslim as even the Sultan of Brunei or Sultan of you understand? As if like as they call in the Christian, holier than the Pope, so to speak. These people in Muslim, they even holier than Sultan of Brunei or Sultan of Saudi Arabia or Sultan of Sokoto. They claim, so to speak, because they do everything that they also do. Their mode of worship, prayer, religious, whatever activity they do it. The difference is just they add force and bloodshed.
Extremism.
Fine. Now, somebody as lovely or as hardened or as fanatic as you hold your religion, holy religion up high or high esteem or whatever, somebody is coming, lying to the world that he is worshiping the same thing with you, that in fact is the same thing with you. And we know Islam, for those who like, yes, they believe if they die, they go to what they said anyway, like they die this and that, they can die for Islam, they believe Islam, this is whatever, right? They can't even put forces. I know Islam are rich. They have money. When it comes to putting forces together quickly, they can put the money quickly, faster, even more than Christians. But Christians, Muslims, who's richer, I don't care, I don't give a fuck. But when it comes to raising money quickly, Islam is fast. They raise money faster. And I know that when it comes to, if they really, really want to fight these terrorists within their own region, even if America is sponsoring them, you get me? They can put resources together and defeat those people that is causing mayhem in their land instantly.
But
no matter how much or the West is trying to do.
You have said
you can look at it from the point of view of the Southeast now. I don't know how much the Southeast can combat IPOB.
Now, if they can. Now, I also say this value, right?
Again,
my brother,
this guy is talking, he doesn't understand this.
Although a lot of Southeast people do profess to supporting IPOB, so that's a big difference.
Listen, let me tell you something.
You know, there was
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Let me finish it.
If all this talking, if the West, hold on. If the West, if the West want to hold down Nigeria,
if Christians are in the north,
it's not going to take 1 year.
No, see. If Christians are in the north of Nigeria,
3 weeks,
causing problem. If Christians are in the north, in northern Nigeria, causing problem, the way Boko Haram and Onogome, whatever, because Onogome are terrorists, they are also practicing the same faith. But federal government, because of politics, they don't want to give them Onogome. They don't want to even call them terrorists. You understand? Now, if those people doing this are Christians, or they claim to be Christians, maybe they don't dress in Islamic way, but they just carry guns and dress like Christians. Maybe some carrying Bible, brandishing Bible, or brandishing cross or whatever. You understand? Do you think by now,
like no that guy in Uganda, what was his name? Coney?
Yeah.
Remember Joseph Coney?
Yeah. So do you think if this group are in northern Nigeria are Christians, saying that they are Christians, this and that, do you think Muslims in the north will not, true Muslims in the north who believe Islam is supposed to be peaceful and is against what they're doing, do you think they will not put funds together to quash those people instantly? Even with that federal government, whatever backing or not, do you think they will not do it?
They will. And why will they? If they will, because if we're using the same circumstances on the ground right now in terms of like the population of the people, where it's an overwhelmingly majority Muslim region. But if you were to switch it around and say
no, we're talking about real Muslims and fake Muslims. So let's assume
forget about fake Muslims.
No, hold on. These people who are criminals, right? These terrorists, they claim they are Muslims. So we are saying they are fake Muslims.
They are lying that they are Muslim, but they are not. So they are not Muslims. So Christians are also not Muslims. So we say majority or not majority. The people who are committing this crime, they are not Muslims, according to you, because that's not what Muslim preaches. So let's say they are fake Muslims or they are not Muslims. Christians who are, if it's Christians are committing these things too, they are also not Muslims. You understand? And they are doing all this
Well,
stuff.
we can't.
Do you think
No. That's
the
that.
Emir of Sokoto or whatever, they won't put funds together? The government put funds
Either,
together and
either,
crush these people once and for all.
either way you want to say,
Yeah.
they will try to quash it. But
So
I'll say,
why is it different right now? Because
all
they're
right,
Muslim.
so I'll say, you have to understand, for example, the politics of the area. You
Sorry,
have to know
politics of what?
you have to understand the politics of the area, and you have to look at the composition of the people in the area. Let's switch it. This is why I said let's switch it. That's why I said discount all that fake Muslim, real Muslim. Stick to the fact that they're Muslim. That's it. Okay.
Okay.
So you also, or was it forefathers that brought up the Southeast? There's a reason, for example, and I wanted to bring this up earlier, but I knew certain people were going to complain. For example, Peter B, right? Till tomorrow, he hasn't spoken out against the violence in the Southeast. Now, some people will accuse him, which I would think is not fair. They'll accuse him to being a tacit supporter of the violence going on there. But I don't think that's true. I think it is more of a fear-based issue. Like,
of course,
I have to still go there. I have business interests there. My relatives are there. You know, I don't want to get dragged out of my car one day and get killed like Dora Akinyuli's husband. This is exactly what I think is also going on in the North. So it's not like they cannot speak out against it. I think also that's why I said you have to look at the composition and the politics of the area. I think also it is a fear-based issue. There was a time even Buhari spoke out against them and they tried to kill him twice. If you remember, just before the elections against Jonathan, they tried to kill him. You know, so I don't think it's like they people. You don't remember? All right. Well, they try to kill him. So I don't think it's a situation of, oh, they just don't want to talk. Of course they want to talk, but I think everybody is scared. That's why I say if you flip it, you know, you will have the same result. If it was a Christian militia wreaking havoc in the Northeast, they will take them out right away. They will gather, do what they have to do.
So are you saying because majority of people in the North are sympathizers of this militia?
I don't think it's. I don't. They, of course, they will have sympathizers. But I think again, inherently, it falls on fear. I think those groups became too powerful. Not only they became too powerful, there were people at the top in that region, political leaders that were taking advantage and collaborating with that group. So you can't come up with a Gatling gun and you have what, a pestle for making millet to fight me? You can't. And these people have bombs and guns, and they have people in the NSA, and they have people in the defense ministry,
Air Force,
and they
this
have
and that,
people in the Air Force, and they have political leaders. And hey, if you know that, even if you could speak against it, you're just going to be quiet. Like, yo, no,
So
hell,
when
I'm
those
not
kind
even
of
trying to die.
when those kind of people, right, are the ones passing Sharia law, what do you say to that? Do you want to accept it or not?
No, like I said, I said this all the time, and I said it over and over and over and over and over again. Nigeria is not in a position to enforce or carry out the prosecution of Sharia using to prosecute criminal cases. Nigeria is not in that position. If countries like the United Arab Emirates and Kuwait and all these other countries are using a mix of civil laws and not really using criminal enforcing.
Sorry, and in those countries, are they brutal?
What do you mean, are they brutal?
Like, yeah, you say that they do both mix Sharia law and mix with civil criminal. In even if in the case that when they are practicing the Sharia law, is it mild, brutal, or
No,
the way
what
they
what I
do?
no, what I said. Okay, so what I said when I said that was they use Sharia laws mainly for like marriage,
Yeah, okay.
divorce,
Yeah.
inheritance,
Yeah, okay.
other civil disputes,
Yeah,
finance.
yeah, yeah,
You know, this is what they use them for.
yeah.
It is not true. See what Northern Nigeria does is really not Sharia. So I know someone like AY comes on here
Good.
and says it is not Sharia, and Dr. Perry said it is not Sharia, it is not Sharia. And people were like, no, 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 I don't want to hear them. That's why I kept taking them back to progressive countries like Kuwait and Dubai, United Arab Emirates, right? Because before you can punish someone, and when Rudolph, I spoke on it when I don't know if you listen in the morning, when before you can say someone steals, for example, and you want to chop off their arm, right?
Yeah.
There are certain provisions by law that have to be in place before you can even enforce criminal penalties
Yeah.
against someone in under Sharia jurisprudence. For example, you cannot take a hungry man in front of a grand guardian. He asks and says, "Why did you steal this
Why
loaf
did you
of
steal?
bread?"
Yeah.
And then the man says, "I don't have any food." And then they say, "Well, the president just bought, or the king just bought a private jet. Now we want to find out, did the king take care of his people in that area? Did they
Yeah.
provide food for them? Did they provide social welfare for them?
Yeah.
Did they provide jobs for them, for
Yeah.
example? You know,
Exactly.
so you don't just take people like Northern Nigeria does and cut off their
Good.
arms. You know what I mean? There are things that have to be in place. And in fact, the first time let's even say all those things are in place. The first time a person steals is not the first time. The penalty is not automatically
Yeah.
chopping off their
They give you,
arms.
yeah, yeah. First
It could be
offender.
a fine, it could be a mild
Mm.
lash,
I
it
mean,
could be in cost.
the punishment
There's
for
different things that,
first offender.
listen, the Sharia, not just first offender, it gives so many chances before your crimes have to be extremely heinous for them to, or repetitively heinous for them to even carry out these kind of penalties that people are using
Yeah,
to
so you must be
stone
ruthless in this
fear.
kind of crime
You
over
have
and
to be
over and over. Yeah.
ruthless, and then
Yeah.
they'll do tests on you and see that, okay, it's not like you're dealing with kleptomania, see, like you
Has
have
mental
something
issue
wrong with
or
your
what?
mental,
Yeah.
where even if we feed him, he just has a proclivity of going to
Yeah.
steal. You get what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
understanding, this is why I always say understanding matters. How Northern Nigeria carries it out, like I said, and when that show was here, I said, I understand people's lived experience or people being scared based on whatever they've seen. Maybe they were involved in a riot while they lived in the north. You know, maybe they saw what happened after Deborah was killed, or that guy, remember the Akaluka guy that his head was on the stake? I was a child back then, but I read about these things.
So, Bumure, let me tell you why people reject things, right? Look,
Mhm.
nobody rejects anything if they don't see what the thing does. Like I said, it's people that are brand ambassador of anything, whatever religion, whatever constitution, whatever any idea you bring, is people want to see the positive effect of that thing before they can embrace it. You get my point? So, if the mention of Sharia, or what is Sharia? Oh, they say Sharia is this. Oh, they say Sharia is that. Oh, they say Sharia is that. Yeah, are you sure? Are you sure? Oh, no, I don't want that kind of stuff. They get they already have perception of what it is. Now, okay, sin is believing. They heard the news somewhere in one state, one community. Oh, they use Sharia law to cut off his hand because he did that. For this small case, cut off his hand. Now they're expecting the government to like, no, in Nigeria, we don't accept this and that. But the government kept quiet.
You understand? Supporting that, or their silence seems like they don't want to do anything about it. They're supporting it. They're allowing it to happen. Then the people are like, oh, that means this thing is bad though. If this person do this thing and government did not react, and like, oh, that means government is accepting this thing. Ah,
But
no,
not
they want to.
necessarily,
Then they
Lou.
start rejecting it.
Not necessarily. I think in Nigeria, a lot
Start
of
rejecting it.
I think there's a lot of disingenuity in the actions and why people are rejecting Sharia. And I'll tell you why. Nigeria has gotten to a stage where intolerance is the order of the day. We can try to pretend as much as we want, but I'm just of the business of calling things out. Okay. So, what a lot of people did on here today, and this is what Dr. Perry was actually, he asked some people, he said, if you're not from the Southwest, for example, why are you worried about this laws being brought to the Southwest? And mind you, the laws
That question is a crazy question.
well, it could be no, it could also be a very relevant question.
No.
Well,
Forgetting the fact that somebody from the Southeast is married to somebody from the Southwest.
or okay, but in this case, nobody from the South is married from someone in the Southwest. So
yeah,
I mean that could be argued, right? But I think there was a lot of disingenuity in the way people were carrying out their arguments today in opposition to Dr. Perry's position. Why do I say that? If these people are actually saying, well, then again, Dr. Perry says he wants the criminal aspects of Sharia. But as far as I knew, prior to today, prior to everything I read and discussions I had with people and discussions I've had on public spaces and in private with people and even in fact government officials, what people really want in this, at least the proponents of Sharia, what they want is the civil aspect of Sharia, not the criminal aspects.
Now from clap the reta dance. Now from clap the reta dance. And see, look. You don't know the mind of people. People are wicked. People are evil. You understand?
Come
like
up with stuff. Like from clap the reta dance.
People keep people.
That's a good one.
You get my point. Look, see, when you give, look, you're a Muslim, for instance, right? Or you is Muslim, you don't want the religion, but that doesn't mean you don't have Christians as your friends. You understand? So you're not rejecting the people. You understand? You are saying no because I don't want the religion. I don't want to have this to do with Christians. No. But your liberal self to like, I know they are humans like me. We can do business together. We can eat. We can do deal together. We can make profits together. I can learn from them this and that. But you agree. You want to involve yourself with that temple, that body that is practicing the Christian faith. But no, you are rejecting the Christian. I see some sort of hypocrisy there. You get my point. Then the other way around, you say no, Christian this and that, but you see all these pastors, they go to meet Buhari and tell you God bless you, they pray for this and that. But you say you're a Christian. You can't go to you as a Geo. You cannot shake Buhari's hand and tell you Buhari repent. And you inherit the kingdom of God. Buhari repent. They can't tell him that. You understand? So those people are not even true Christians. You understand? And they know. Because everybody are human first before they became whatever they want to be. Everybody was living innocent life as a child before they even thought about okay. I think my parents are Muslim. Okay, I should start thinking like Muslim. I should start listening to what they are doing. But when you're in kindergarten, you were not a Christian, Muslim, or whatever. They were taking you to where they are taking you to. Your mind was clean and pure. You were going there. Your papa do all that. You don't do all that. Your papa do hallelujah. You don't do hallelujah. As a kid, your mind was open.
True.
It was because they were building you to this and that. That's how you become who you are. So people telling me no, it's the right guy the Perry was saying no, it's old, it's there 50 years ago. But keep quiet, my friend. What fucking 50 years are you talking about? Well, how old is Sharia? How old is Islam? How old is Christianity? How old is Nigeria? You're telling me it's that be 20 years ago. Which father do you have? Because people are telling you something that benefits you.
To be fair, see, this is why I said understanding matters, and understanding matters, tolerance matters. Okay, like I said certain things on here. I remember when I came on and said Islam has been in Yoruba land for ages. And Kenny and them was arguing and saying, no, it came later. It came no. And I said, no, it's been here way before, like way before slavery. Slavery was the advent of Christianity in West Africa, and Islam has been here since about the 13th century. Okay, so that's about 1,000 years.
Sorry, brought by who?
Brought by the Yorubas through trade.
No. You said Islam was brought to Nigeria. Brought by who?
I'm saying no. I said Yoruba land. That's what I meant to say. So if I said Nigeria, I misspoke. I meant to say Yoruba land, because that's what we talk
Even
about.
that, who brought the religion to Yoruba land?
They brought it themselves because they
From
used
where?
to, from Mali.
Okay.
They brought it from Mali,
Okay.
and they used to go all the way because they would trade.
Okay.
All the way to
Now,
the Middle East.
is it not out of stupidity?
Go,
Before
hold
you
up.
went to Mali, you had your own belief that you believed in was working for you in the BC, maybe BC or is it before, no, I think no DC or B after the death of Christ, whatever, started counting years, whatever. You started, it was working well for you. People were progressing, whatever. Yeah, you understand. Everything was working for you well and this and that. Then you now left out of trade, went to another man's land. You saw what they practice and you liked it and you embraced it.
But look, no, but you can't.
Yeah, you brought it back.
But what was wrong with that?
No, it's not bad. Trust me. Look, people evolve, people migrate, people learn,
exactly.
people grow.
So there's nothing wrong with that.
Look, that's why I said I don't have problem.
Listen.
That's why I say I don't have problem with the religion or the Sharia, wherever. You understand? It's the people. That's a gong donkey with people kill people. It's the people, the practitioners. They're like the ambassadors. So if they don't practice it,
all
well,
right. So, but you have to local
people reject it.
Prior, my point of bringing that up, is if Islam has been in Yoruba land since the 13th or 14th century, maybe the 12th, some people say, maybe the 12th. So what we do know is about 11 something to 13 something, Islam made its first foray into Yoruba land, right? So that would mean that about 800 years.
We are going to be rounding up soon. We've gone 7 hours for something that was supposed to go.
800 years, or at the very least 600 years, this religion has been practiced in this region, Yoruba land.
Mm-hmm.
And the people were Muslims and traditionalists, right? Then a few hundred years later, with the incidents of slavery and colonialism, Christianity also entered in, right? So Christianity came in. So give or take 300-400 years later. So they've all lived together
peacefully.
Good. There has been no problems, and they've had their traditional ways of settling things.
Okay.
They've had the colonial courts, and they had their Sharia courts, which they had been using before the colonialists came. They had no problem. And they've used it in just civil cases all these years. They never said they want to use it for criminal cases, okay? Even today, yesterday, they still said, what we want to do in a place like Oyo said, we want to introduce it in Sharia courts for civil cases. Why then is there a problem, especially on the part of outsiders meddling into Yoruba matters, telling them you cannot do this when they've lived and done it for at least for hundreds of years?
Hold on, good. Now, if I tell you, that we are one Nigerian, it's not because even when they were doing it in the north, many people from the south kicked against it. When they were doing it in the north, many people said, no, this is Nigeria. Don't do it in Nigeria. They don't care if it's Muslim, Christian, or whatever. People from the south.
We'll round up in 5 minutes, 5 minutes.
They kicked against it. Yeah. But now, if
the way it was practiced, like you said, way back, there was peace. Nobody was forcing anybody. Nobody was fighting, killing in the name of this and that. Everybody was doing their business. If there's any issue, they go to the traditional institution, they settle it, and that's it. Everybody being peaceful. If that has been practiced over the years till today, nobody will even announce that they want to introduce it. It will just
That's
spread
what
on
they
its own.
no local P. Do you
It will
know
spread on
there's
its own.
do you know there's Sharia in Lagos today?
So listen, look.
No. Do you know there is in Lagos State?
Look, now, because they are Muslims in Lagos, many of them, the possibility for it to be there is high. So I
So
won't agree.
if they don't
No.
have a problem in Lagos, they don't have a
Now,
problem in
it is not hold on.
Ede.
You can tell me is there,
Wait,
eh?
hear me
But
out.
it may not be pronounced.
Hear
It
me
may
out.
be done. It may be done smoothly under the cover that people will not even know is there.
Exactly. So
But
if they've
now,
been
when you now make it, see, hold on, look, let them announce tomorrow now that they want to take Sharia to Lagos. You see people say, no, we don't want it here.
Yeah, because Lagos has become more cosmopolitan with an influx of outsiders. I think, and guess what? This is eventually what people don't understand, and which always backfires on them, is that a Yoruba man is a Yoruba first, before Christianity, before Islam, anything. He's a Yoruba first.
Same
So
thing in the
this
north.
is
Same in the north, yeah.
good. So this is basically same all over Nigeria, if we're
Yeah.
being real, right? But I think this is where the outsiders, and strong emphasis on outsiders meddling in Yoruba affairs. I'll tell you. Hold on.
It is wrong. Look.
Let me land.
See.
Let me land. It'll backfire. Let me tell you where it'll backfire, because this is how the governorship issue happened in Lagos State. It'll backfire because at some point the Yorubas, which has started happening, they will sit down, they will hash all of this shit out as brothers. They will see where the other is coming from. They'll say, "Oh, we have it in Eden, we have it in Ogbomoso, we have it in Lagos, and we have it here, we have it here." Guess what? Then they're going to look for a scapegoat. Then they're going to look for someone to blame for all of this raucousness happening, and they will start pointing fingers. You can mark my words. I remember when I said it during the governorship elections, and they will start blaming non-Yorubas, and there's people that will have to bear the brunt of that. But at that, I will just leave it at that. But let's just see how it goes on. But I guarantee my prediction is correct.
See, Adamawa is close to Cameroon. Akwa Ibom is very close to Cameroon. Yeah, good. They're like even neighbors. Even you can even easily get to Cameroon from Adamawa before you get to the other part of the western part of Nigeria, which is like northwest whatever of Nigeria. Very there. If the next village, the closest village to Nigeria in Cameroon, if you introduce Sharia law there, do you think people in the other side of Nigeria, maybe Christians or whatever, do you think they'll be bothered? They will not be bothered. Do you know why? Because it will never get to them, because this is Cameroon. But the justice is thrown through from them, right? They won't be bothered that it will get to here because it's Cameroon.
But look at what you're still not listening to.
See, hold on. Because Nigeria is one, had they been Northern Nigeria is another country, Southern Nigeria is another country, nobody cares if they put it in Kwara State because it's part of Nigeria. What affect them will affect us. It's just because it can move, it can spread.
If these people
but
say
in Adamawa, what happens is Adamawa does not affect in Cameroon. Does not affect what happens in Adamawa, even if it's close.
Does the Constitution make provision for Sharia law, the Nigerian Constitution?
Of course, when I made my statement, when I read my entry, I don't think you were here. I said,
I wasn't.
You and Ewa, because that was why I came.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to come when the Perry was there, but I was too ill to come. So let me just come. Now, when I started, I checked what's it called, the Nigerian Constitution. How many times Sharia Islam was mentioned in there? Deliberately, it was put in there. Sharia, Muslim, Islam. As there's Islam, there's Muslim. I don't know the difference because from the Constitution, it's as if they are different. There's
An
Muslim.
adherent of Islam is a Muslim.
Yeah, there's Muslim, there's Islam, there's Sharia. 3 of them are there. Then, okay, it's just there for nothing's sake. Okay, we look at the other religion. None of them is mentioned at all. Do you think if I'm practicing the other religion as a human being, wouldn't I be worried like, why are you giving these people this
Why
or that?
would you be
And
worried if
no, look, everybody is defender of their faith. Yeah, as you can defend yours, be happy your own is there for equity. Why shouldn't mine be there? It's just like, okay, Papadas is rich, right? And we're just his boys working for him. Okay, and we are doing the same job, yeah, working for him, the same boy, yeah. But sometimes Papa just wake up in the morning. Hey, I speak the truth. I've also been, man, yeah. I just came up shopping. Okay, just take one shirt. You understand? We are doing the same level of job. As in, you are important to his office, you are important to his office. So as a nation, as a citizen of Nigeria, we are both important in Nigeria. Yeah, okay, good. We obey the same constitution. So both of us are working for fathers. We obey his laws. But we are doing the same job. Now, hey, just come to that. Hey, I should take this wristwatch. I don't use it anymore. As a human, it's human for me to like, fathers is just giving I should use all this every time. Like, yeah. Like, in my mind, am I okay? I'm okay. I'm not poor. You are not poor. But because it's like human being, you must like what's happened is like it's like I offended Papa somewhere. That's why you just getting this guy
if Nigeria
and not me. It's human for
no,
me to be worried.
But hear me out. If Nigeria was to, for example, label the laws that we call secular today in the Constitution that we actually practice, if they labeled it a Christian law, would you have a problem with it?
The law that we're practicing, they call it the Christian law.
If they say you want something in writing to say, well, why would you write only Islam, Muslim, and Sharia? So if they said if they said Christian and that the kind of law we practice, they say it's Christian law, would you have a problem with it?
Okay, now from your question, if I understand you well, you see the Nigerian constitution is a Christian constitution, and inside that Christian constitution,
no, I'm not necessarily. I'm saying the kind of laws that we practice are structured after Christian beliefs.
Like, can you give me an example, or you're just asking if what
well, if? No. I'm not saying if. I'm saying if our laws are based after British laws, British colonial laws, right?
Okay,
or let me tell you that we structured our system of government and system of even our court system after the United States, right? And the United States laws are structured after British laws, right? And British laws are structured using what as a template?
British, they come from British.
The Bible,
British ancestry comes from German and Rome. So and Rome is from here. Yeah, Latvia from Rome.
They use the Bible.
From Rome. Yeah,
as a template. So they use the Bible. So in essence,
now hold on. Let me stop you there because I think I know where you're going to. Let me stop you there. Hold on. When you say the Bible, yeah. If the law of nature, the law of nature that says thou shalt not steal from somebody because you don't want people to steal from you. Love your neighbor the way you love yourself. Even if it is written in the English word in the Bible, will you say those laws are not law of nature?
No, not at all.
Good. Now, because it's fabricated from the Bible or English language or whatever, so you think what happens in the Bible, many of them or laws are in the Bible are not common law of nature, common sense law.
Very good. So those are
common sense law.
Commonsensical laws, right? So we both agree on that. So my point why I said that was based on your statement of why, because you seem to have a problem why they singled out Islam and Sharia and Muslim, and you verse it as if they were given special treatment.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
why?
I have to. It's human for me to ask question why.
Exactly. So this is what. So basically, why didn't they say, for example, Christian, right? And I'm
Yeah.
saying, why would they? That was my question to you.
Mm-hmm.
I said, why would they, with all of this that we've agreed on, meaning meaning, Local P, that we already practice our laws based on Christian beliefs.
No, okay. Before the Nigerian Constitution, yeah, before the Nigerian Constitution, what laws were we practicing?
What do you mean before the Nigerian
Before the
Constitution?
1999 Constitution,
Oh,
what
the
law?
99.
Yeah.
Basically, laws that were given to us by the colonialists.
Okay, and are they common law or Christian laws? Are they common sense law or Christian laws?
We can call them common law, right? We
Yeah.
can, but they draw inspiration from Christian laws.
Okay, now listen. The law that are common law in Christian, are they say common law in Quran, in Islam?
What do you mean? Give me an example.
Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal.
Right.
Not,
Yeah. Of course.
It's not common law in all religions.
Of course, yes. I understand
Good.
now.
But
Yes.
if that common law in all religion, but you did not leave it there. Now you still went and said, okay, no, I'm carving some extra law, Muslim from this and this and that, based on the fact that you know that even before the constitution, we have two major ethnic religious group here that even systematically fighting each other undercover. Systematically, because even started with West, East, and West, or whatever, systematically fighting each other. You know before the constitution. Now you left our common law and say, okay, let's add Islam, Christian to it. Don't you think this underground fight or hidden beef or whatever that is between Christian and Muslim? Don't you think the Christian was like, which can?
No, I think
for peace to reign, let's put the two there. Let's bombard the situation with Christian and Muslim, whatever, so that there will be peace.
That would be nice if they could figure out a way to
do
that.
So if they have done this one, don't you think there's a deliberate action for it to happen?
Hold on. So that would be nice in an ideal world.
What are we not saying?
Wait, Local P. So in an ideal world, including it would be nice. But at the same time, if you were to bring it, people will still have the same objections. Nigeria is not a monolith. Nigeria is a complex group. Everybody, usually for most of the law, falls under the jurisprudence of the British common law. At least fashion after.
No,
wait. Hold on.
Okay.
Fashion after British common law, right?
No problem.
This
it's
is
normal.
what most of Nigeria follows. Okay.
It's normal. Yeah.
But at the same time, there is provision for traditionalists to be able to be to follow their own laws or to be punished under their own laws. There's provision for that. And there's also provision, for example, Sharia. Now, I think where you're still not trying to listen is that Sharia should not be practiced using criminal laws. And this is not what they are pursuing. So it shouldn't be practiced. The criminal aspects of it should not be, criminal enforcement should not be practiced. They are trying to do the civil aspects, which they've actually been doing for hundreds of years. So, for example, if it is easier for them to get a woman now to get a divorce faster in a Sharia court, why not? If it is going to make her inherit her father's property or her husband's property.
If this is what has been, like I said, the Sharia of the religion is not itself is not the problem. It's the controllers, the people that enforcers, practitioners, the ambassadors that is making. Just like I was telling people, like some people say, like, okay, when we were growing up, we believed polygamy was a bad thing in Africans. Most Africans believed, even
Why would
Christians
most
believed.
Africans believe that if
No, hold on, no, hold on.
this
Christians,
there's
no,
only this
just
is
let me
like
finish.
there's
Let me
only
hold on.
wait. How many
Let me finish.
generations ago did people stop marrying more than one wife in Nigeria?
No, listen. In the past, marrying more than one wife is, if I they use wife and kids to measure your weight, not
That's what I'm
even.
saying. So if you're
Yes.
saying oh, we never used to do it, most
No.
Nigerians are
What I
like
mean, like, wait,
secular
no, hold on. No, I mean, hold on.
Christians,
No.
anyways.
Just listen to me. What I'm trying to say, like, we do it as Nigerians. Like, but when
Right.
Christian came or British came and said polygamy is, many people believed it to their life. Now, those people who believed it for a long generation are even still saying, no, this is not correct.
How many generations ago? It's new.
Sorry?
Polygamy is still being most of the monogamists in Nigeria hasn't been more than 2 generations.
No,
If that.
yeah, what I'm trying to say, like,
If that.
those monogamists now who even said, no, the monogamist is not our thing. Polygamy is even better. It's
Yeah.
our thing. That they have one wife, but they're even telling you, no, it's not our nature, it's not our culture. This is our culture is to marry more than one wife and this and that. This monogamist was given to us by British colonial. They were rejecting it
White
even at
man,
that.
yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is in essence, like, look, something is being practiced. For fairness, to be fair to yourself, it's been practiced before 1999 Constitution. We are practicing British law. Yeah, because of the advantage of colonialism. The colonizers, fine. Had it been, it was maybe Saudi Arabia that colonized us, would have been practicing Saudi Arabian law. We've not even, maybe we may not call it Islamic law. You understand? Now, because these people happens to be Christian, it doesn't mean that the law they are practicing is Christian law. No. Because like I said, whatever law you find in the Bible, you will also find it in the Quran. Because it is common law, because it is from the nature of life, mankind, that these laws are being developed and rewritten. They didn't wake up and just close their eye and the lawyers point in their head and say, okay, no, that's this code. No. It was written by a group of people coming together.
But it is based after the Bible.
Listen, yeah, so hold on. No. Human being wrote those. Okay, where was those law before before it started written in the Bible? Where was those law?
Those are semantics. So the bottom
It's
line.
not semantics. Hold on, listen. See, hold on. Look, take it like this. Take it like this, right?
Right.
Look, laws before they started writing, knowing how to write, right? People came as talking. Right? They were living among themselves. Somebody did something that many people are not happy about. I'm like, I know what you did was wrong now. No, you should have the art of thought. They go that no, let's put it like this. From henceforth, anybody that does this kind of stuff will be punished.
Okay, so community
That's how laws started.
Community decided morality.
Yeah. It might be community, it might be elders, it might be few men, it might be two powerful people among 100 of people.
Yeah. So
because
basically, community decided morality.
Yeah, community can decide. The strongest can decide. The richest can decide.
Okay, this one the local P is getting stronger and stronger. I need to close.
No, it's not getting stronger. I'm just
it seems to be getting stronger and stronger.
Before man, before religion, there were men. And men were living before laws came, before religion, before Bible, before Quran. Men were living. You understand? So my anger is you can't say before this law, it was common law, this common sense law. That is how a Quran was drafted. That's how Bible was drafted with common sense law.
Yeah, but the bottom
that's
line
how they were
still,
drafted.
Yeah, common law, common sense school. Me and you would have done it without the Quran or the Bible.
Exactly. Even Solomon, right? Hold on. Even King Solomon, okay. The wisdom he used, will you say it's a Christian law, Christian wisdom? It's just common sense.
Okay, common sense. But the bottom line, local P, is Nigerian law is drafted after British laws, right? which whether it matters or not,
Okay,
but the
gentlemen,
bridge
we
flows
have
are
to
after
round up.
the.
We have to round
Don't
up.
get
It's
us
getting
some
to the
other time.
afternoon.
Nice talking to you, local people.
Yeah, it's nice. You guys will meet up again. You guys usually disagree a lot, but now you guys are getting along. You see?
No, me and local people always talk.
No, we always talk. Now, when I before, when I not get sense.
Hold on. I need to tell you. Thank you.
AY and Pansat, now the same thing.
High Puritan, Oscar Blackbone, Machuku. I really thank you all for joining us. We are going to be catching you up later on. I'm sorry I can't mention everybody. For me, who is there? Nwachuku, I think I said Nwachuku already. Adama, Tracy, Jacobin. You are all there. Thank you all for joining us today, and I really appreciate the support you guys have been giving in the chat, which is very rare for me to say, but it's all good. Thank you. We'll catch you up later on, and
all right, good night,
next
man.
time.
You guys take care.
Bye.
Chukuna malugo yo biadiocha Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Owe chuku bezie chuku Nuche chukwa busigi fege meo Nuche chukwa busia ifege meo Nifo solo ne asi alibazie Oboye bebe agaranya muliba Oboye wuru agaranya mebi vesolea Mano agaranya mua Oboye afyozie nipa kwa Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Oboye chikubezio lisa Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili wakema kodili wanima Naino kwane we beluge beluo Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili kemo kodili heyo Ibedwe me wanem Nikadie zibo himo